is threatening your soul tonight. If you don't find some power, gonna lose this fight. War children, it's just a breath away. It's just a breath away, oh yeah. War children, it's just a breath away. It's just a breath away. Oh, the fire is burning, restless in your mind. If you don't find your courage, you'll be swept aside. Strength, children, it's just a breath away. It's just a breath away. Strength, children, it's just a breath away. It's just a breath away. See, the fear is creeping, it cuts like a knife. Give you the will to battle, to hold on to life. War children, it's just a breath away. It's just a breath away. War children, it's just a breath away. It's just a breath away. Oh, the fire is burning, restless in your mind. If you don't find your courage, you'll be swept aside. Strength, children, it's just a breath away. It's just a breath away. Strength, children, it's just a breath away. It's just a breath away. See, the fear is creeping, it cuts like a knife. Give you the will to battle, to hold on to life. Oh, the wind is howling, pushing from all sides. If I don't find my footing, I'll be lost in the tide.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Bran, Frank Terzo, and Quincy Kane. And thank you guys for coming up and joining me tonight.
Thanks for having us.
Great to
Yeah.
be here.
Thanks everybody who's here in the chat. I've been seeing everybody coming in and chit-chatting. Glad to have you all here. Magic, it's so good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Tate, thank you so much for the super chat. I'll get to that in just a second. I'm not there yet in the scrolling. Chris, good to see you. Neil, Anti, Cola,
Hey, Kurt.
Nooks. Much love, everybody. Camellia, good to see you. All right.
By the way,
we are... Oh, go ahead.
What was that first track? That was a great song.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you, Tate, so much for that super sticker. All right, that first song was by the I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, but I think it's the Flaherty brothers.
Okay.
And that song was "Gimme Strength." Absolutely love it. And
that was cool.
I don't usually do this, but I had a really hard time trying to pick between two of their songs. So actually, the next song I'm going to play is another by them, just to push you to go over and sub them up. Check out more of their music because I'm really loving everything I've heard from them so far.
Yeah, that was great.
And Frank, did I hear them over on yours? Is that where I first heard them?
No, you heard it on 15th.
No, actually, no, I know. I did hear it on 15th, but that's not where I first heard them. I heard them on Falcro's, and I think it was a request either by Cherokee Mammy or yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure it was Cherokee Mammy. So yeah, she always puts in amazing requests, and I'm pretty sure she'd sent a different song of theirs over to 15th that was played there as well. So yeah, you guys just go check them out. Every song I've heard, like I said, is amazing. Okay, let's see. I'm already going to be falling behind in the chat with so many people here. Thank you so much for everybody being here. If you want to share this out, I'd appreciate it. I know I always try to go back and see where that my mentions are, and appreciate all of you that do so often share me out. It really is just a great way to get some new faces in here and get more people involved in the music and the conversation. Yeah, thanks, Magic. I'm glad you remembered. Yeah, Mrs. Late. I know. But, even though I'm late starting, I am usually caught up in chat. So I'm just going to point that out because I keep getting crap from people about being behind in my chat. But here I am, and I'm like, 4 minutes behind? I'll catch up. Kurt, much love to you. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. If any other musicians want to come up and join the panel to either perform live or to have a video of yours played, either way is great with me, and you're more than welcome to join. Good to see you, Chris. Okay. All right, well, let's keep this music going, and I'm going to go ahead and do one more song, like I said, by the Flaherty Brothers. Bran, if you can pull that one up, that'd be great. And then we'll jump into a Quincy Kane and then a Frank.
Sounds good.
Awesome. Frank, are you able to play live tonight?
Yeah, not too late, but yeah, I can squeeze one in for sure.
Great. I've got a couple of songs of yours on my playlist too. You've been putting out more videos, which I love. And Mama is one that I have that I'm sure I'm going to play at some point tonight. So, all right. Okay, oops, let's see. I am on, I wanted to say this too. Thank you so much to Steve Harloa for letting me use his StreamYard. Really appreciate that, brother. And his has all the bells and whistles, so I'm still trying to figure out some of the extra stuff that's on this one compared to the version I had before. Okay, so this is another song by the Flaherty Brothers, and this one is called The Struggle of Rage. Here we go.
See their machine, a beast fed with fear, controlling the world and all we hold dear. Their voices blend, a choir of deceit, guiding the blind down a path of defeat. You poison my blood, corrupted my mind, tried to make your world mine. You tried to steal my soul, but that's the one thing you'll never find. You'll never find. Fear keeps us silent, obedient, tame, living their life and bearing the shame. In the eye of the storm, where the world fades away, I found what was real in the struggle of rage. Pieces of me they tried to control, now forged into fire, I've reclaimed my soul. Like a flower caged by cold, twisted steel, they reach through the bars, trying to see if I'm near. I bloom in the dark, where they can't reach inside. I'm tethered but breathing, growing quiet and slow. In the desert I came, where they'll never go. poisoned my blood and corrupted my mind. You try to steal my soul, but that's the one thing you'll never find. In the eye of a storm, where the world fades away, I found what was real in the struggle of rage. The pieces of me they tried to control, now forced into fire, I've reclaimed my soul. Fear keeps us silent, obedient, tame, living a lie and burying the shame. You poisoned my blood and corrupted my mind. Tried to make your world mine. You try to steal my soul, but that's the one thing you'll never find.
I'm glad so many of you love that one as much as I do. Isn't that beautiful? And the lyrics of it, just incredible. Great message.
Yeah, I thought that sounded great.
Yeah. That was fantastic.
Yeah.
Well
okay. So let's see. I'm going to go back to a couple comments real quick. Let's see if I can find them. Okay. So Anti said it's Okay. Yeah, I'm not going to do it right. You guys are not.
Flaherty?
Flaherty.
Flaherty or Flaherty.
Flaherty. But see, Brand said it's without the R. Like
yeah, so
flare
it would
without
like
the R.
Flaherty?
Flaherty.
Or Flaherty? I don't know if it'd be
right,
like Flaherty or Flaherty. Yeah.
You guys can read these notes and try to pronounce it. We'll all just have our own special way, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. Is it Irish?
I think it sounds like
kind
it
of
is
has
to
like an
me,
Irish
but-
kind of sound to it.
Good to see you, Lady C. Thanks for being here. Yeah,
Hey, Lady
stunning
C.
song, right?
Yeah, I like that too.
love
When
that
at night, I'm not like the best sleeper, and so I'll take some time away from screens to like wind down, and I love putting my headphones on and listening to stuff like that, and just like reading a book or just doing some light stretches. So something like that, yeah, is really good to just kind
Good to see you,
of
Rick.
chill out and wind down to.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I have a couple different sleep lists I have too of
Yep,
playlists.
yep.
Yep. Good to see you, Tom. Matt, thank you for being here. All right. Okay. All right. So I'm leaving somebody hanging out backstage because I had to announce this person coming up because I don't think they've ever been up on panel before. I'm not sure. Maybe she can clarify in a minute. But either way, this is a real treat. It is the real Justine. And thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having
Justine.
me.
Hey,
Great.
Justine.
Hey. Hi, Quincy. Hi, Frank.
I'm so glad. I've been wanting you to come up. I've been hearing you put out more music on your channel, which I've been really enjoying. And I just love your voice. And I'm really glad
thank
you're
you.
here.
Thanks.
So thank you.
Yep, I was
Wasn't
up
even
on
funny.
Rich New Design last night, and I've been on Camp G Maze.
Oh, awesome.
Last
Okay.
week. Yeah,
Well,
so
I haven't seen you up on panel yet, so it's a first for me.
that's here I am. It's good to be here.
Okay.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. All right. Anti says that Brand's trying to confuse me with this pigeon Canuck French. Oh, I'll never get it right now. Too funny. All right. Thank you. I saw somebody had shared out Justine's link, which Justine usually is in chat as Justine Kasprick, but her channel is a different channel called The Real. And please go make sure you sub her up. It's a hard one to find, so you got to sub and make sure you're connected.
I don't think I'm subbed.
Oh, there you go.
I would love.
You've got homework, Frank.
I can't.
I'll send it. I'll send it to you, Frank.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
If I may interrupt, Indy.
Yeah.
I need to take my pigeon French connect.
Look what
elsewhere.
you did, Anti. You're driving him off. No, just kidding.
No, I have been summoned away. Hopefully within the hour I'll be back.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks, Brand. No problem. Thanks for coming up. Hope things go well. Much love. Stay tuned. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay. Well, that means that I'm going to be sharing screen. JM, I saw you were in chat. If you are able to come up and share screens, that would be great. But, no pressure. Not to put you on the spot, but kind of to put you on the spot. Good to see you, Hunting. Okay, well, I'm going to stop doing comments for a second then because I need to open up some videos here and get things rolling. So we're going to go ahead and do a new one by Quincy. Quincy, do you want to tell us a little bit about this song?
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate you sharing it. Just released a new song called Plastic Cup. Wrote this maybe late last year, 2023, something like that. And even though it's a newer song, it's written about kind of a key turning point in my life years ago. Just when I was dealing with some loneliness, a lot of friends of mine were, life was just taking them in different directions. I was still figuring out what I was trying to do. And so I just wanted to, I was kind of reflecting on that, and I just wanted to write a song that people could hear and just understand, like, hey, I get that. I know what that's like. But also, I like to usually have a positive message. A lot of my songs are about perseverance, and even though there's a lot of challenges, they're worth going through. You become a stronger person when you overcome them, and there's something worthwhile. So, just released it, and currently working on some more video content. So right now it's just a simple, just track video, but I think there's going to be a music video later, and I'll be releasing a stripped down version for it later too with the piano. So,
awesome.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's great. Well, you've also been doing live streams. What is your schedule for live streaming?
Yeah,
I kind of catch you when I can, and sometimes some people like Lady Campion share you out in my Discord, which I appreciate. So I catch you that way too. But I really enjoy all of your music, and your live streams are very interactive. So I think that's pretty cool.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I go live every week on Thursdays at 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I do a few different segments. This week, like the next coming week. So like yesterday, I'll share my process sometimes. So since I just put out a new song, I'll kind of go behind the scenes and show like what went into the song and share like some things that I learned while producing it. Sometimes I'll do like vocal lessons or guitar lessons kind of type things. This coming week, it's metal goes acoustic. So usually my music's kind of heavy, but we're going to be stripping it down to just the acoustic guitar and the vocals. And so I'll be doing acoustic versions of a lot of, rock and metal songs. Then sometimes I'll do a request segment where I'll play some of my original songs and let people request which song they'd like to hear. And then I do a game night as well, where it's
great.
It's actually a fun game. It's the same game. It's those tier lists like S, A, B, C, D. Everyone starts on the bottom on F tier. I put your name up on there, and I just ask a series of trivia questions or challenges, and whoever gets it, you advance to the next ranking. And but as people advance, there's certain perks that are unlocked for the people behind, so they can catch up. And so it kind of keeps it competitive and fun. And so I'll do that, and then I'll play a few songs in between those. So but yeah,
that's great.
That's kind of
what
I
I'm
do.
Excited for that metal to acoustic because I like both, but I don't know. I like something about the acoustic just resonates with me. It's kind of like that healing of music.
Yeah, I like both, and it's really neat hearing again a lot of these heavier songs. Like I like them, but there's something about the chords, and you get kind of a different perspective when you hear it with the heavy distorted guitars and drums, and then when you just go to like an acoustic guitar, you could be playing the same song, but you get sort of a different vibe or perspective of the same song. And so I say, why not both? So I'll be doing that this Thursday. So if y'all want to check out Metal Goes Acoustic, definitely tune in.
Lady Campion said, "Oh, acoustic is my favorite Quincy week."
Yep, she tends to enjoy that one.
Yep. Yeah. And like I said, Lady Campion's good about sharing out your link when you're live and you're in my Discord, which is great. So thank you for that,
and
Lady C.
If y'all hadn't
Good
seen it,
Lars.
Lady C actually posted a cover of one of my songs recently.
Yes,
and
we actually played that last week.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's kind of an example. That's one of my songs. I have an upbeat, metal version of that. And then I've got the stripped down version with the acoustic guitar. And then I did a recording for her so she could cover the song. And I thought she did a great job with it.
Yeah, she did. It was great. And we played another one of your originals. You've been putting out quite a bit, which is great.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm working on it, trying to be consistent.
Yeah, Mrs. Hi, thanks so much for coming up. And JM, always appreciate you. Thank you for being here and thanks for sharing links.
Great to see everyone.
Hello.
Okay.
How you doing, JM, Miss Hi?
Doing well.
Glad you guys are here.
Oh, Mrs. Hi is muted.
Oh, yeah, Peg, you are muted, just if you know.
Duh. It's been a long day, I'm telling you.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Hopefully we can have a good night.
Yes. That's what the plan is.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and pull up this song, and then we'll just get right into the live music. And this is Quincy Kane, Plastic Cup. Here we go.
I could be anything. Took a chance and chased a dream, but never realized just how lonely things would be. Now I'm crying on the bathroom floor like spilled milk, with a messy story, just moments till I self-destruct with no one here to clean me up. With someone just show me some love and tell me that I am good enough. I'm bored out, all that's filled me up, so I'm tossed away like a plastic cube. And here I'm trying once again, like litter trapped inside the wind, still believing I can get a hold of things. Every effort leads to new mistakes, and I crawl back to the same old place. I need someone who can lend a hand and pull me from this garbage can. With someone, just show me some love and tell me that I am good enough. I'm bored out, all that's filled me up, so I'm tossed away like a plastic cup. With someone, just show me some love and tell me that I am good enough. I'm bored out, all that's filled me up, so I'm tossed away like a plastic cup. And still I'm tossed like a plastic cup. It's for your emotions. There's something inside of me, and I know it's more than just a break. Someone, just show me some love and tell me that I am good enough. I'm bored out, all that's filled me up, so I'm tossed away like a plastic cup. I know you feel like a piece of trash, thrown away and forgotten, but please don't let go, 'cause to me, you're treasure.
Fantastic, Quincy.
Wow, that's awesome, buddy.
Yeah, really
Thank you.
well done.
Yeah.
Great jam. That's right. Stay tuned says me likey Quincy.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah, that was fantastic. And all of your songs really are. I love this sound. You have a very unique voice, but also a style to your music. And to me, it kind of has like a little bit of a retro throwback vibe that I love. So,
well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. All right, Frank, we are to you next if you're ready to sing and play and dance, monkey.
Yeah, okay. Let me...
We'll keep this music going while we've got a lot of people up here. I love it. The link is pinned if anybody else wants to come and join us too. I see some other musicians out there in chat. You are more than welcome to come up to share your videos or come up to perform. All right. For those of you who might not know, if you have been lost somehow in this, Frank does the Community Pulse on Monday nights, and it's an amazing stream. I mean, there's so many links that are shared. What are the numbers? It's like 130 or something a night, Frank?
I think it's getting higher. It's got to be at least 130.
Yep. And it's just a great place. I mean, you'll see a lot of familiar faces there in chat, but it's also a great place to get to know some different indie artists. And Frank's been, as the community's kind of merging with ours and others, there's some non-musicians that you've been highlighting too, which I think is really cool, Frank, because they are part of the community. It is ever expanding, and I like that you're highlighting them as well.
Well, who likes to play in front of a bunch of musicians?
Well, thankfully, a lot of people, but it is nice to have some, an appreciative audience as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, definitely, Kurt. All right, you want to tell us anything about this one, Frank?
I'm not even sure what I want to play.
Hey, 15th, I think I missed you coming in. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Man, what's going on? All right, I'm going to do Won't Dance Alone. This is
one of my favorites.
Album. Yeah.
All right, here we go.
It's actually the first song I wrote on that album. I wait for the train down at the station, watching the time tick away. Been sitting since morning, but it ain't set on coming to maybe a few years away. But I swore that I'd wait, and I won't let her down, 'cause God knows I've hurt her before. Never intend on leaving this place till she steps off that train someday soon. So don't let the roses die, don't let the river dry. Be the sun, be the rain, be the warm breeze at night. So don't let the roses die, don't let the river dry. Be the soul in the song, and you won't dance alone. You won't dance alone. We dance by the fire, I can still see those stars, and the dawn lit with apricot skies. But I turned to cheating, lying and a drinking. I fell to that dark place below. But I swore that I'd wait, and I won't let her down, 'cause God knows I've hurt her before. Never intend on leaving this place till she steps off that train someday soon. So don't let the roses roses die. Don't let the river dry. Leave the soul in the song. Leave the warm breeze at night. So don't let the roses die. Don't let the river dry. Leave the soul in the song. And you won't dance alone. You won't dance alone.
Oh, love that, Frank.
Thank
That
you.
is one of my.
Nicely
I know
done.
I really do
Awesome.
always say it, but that really is one. It's got to be one of my top 3 at least. Beautiful, beautiful.
Great
song.
lyrics on that.
Yep. Frank, for some reason,
Frank.
let me know if the rest of you heard this. It seemed like your mic was a little bit hot, or there was. I think that's the right term for it. It was a little like
Your voice was a little distorted coming through.
yeah, distorted is what I'm looking for.
And,
so it is hot. Yeah.
But you still sounded great, and that song is amazing.
If I had to guess, in case you're wondering why the technical issues, it might be if you're turning it up to pick you up when you're far away from the mic, then it's going to be really hot when you get closer to it to perform, and then you're probably it's going to be clipping, and that's where that distortion comes from. So
Yep.
that's just how to avoid that. But
Beautiful song.
but it still
right?
sounded great.
Yeah. Everyone loves that one. Right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Such all of your songs, Frank. I can't wait for your album to come out. When do you know yet about when that's going to be coming out? Or is it still a work in progress?
Oh no, that album that's gonna be mid 2025.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
All right.
awesome though. That takes a lot of work to get an album out, and so congrats on
Thank you,
that.
Mike.
Like,
Yeah.
that's
I'm
going to be
still
great.
Working on the videos from the last one. I'm only
Yeah.
on track number 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward to that. There's a lot of albums coming out. We'll talk about that a little bit more as some songs are played throughout tonight. Mike, good to see you. The link is pinned. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. If anybody else wants to come up and join us, you are more than welcome. Sandy, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I know I saw some other people coming in too. Appreciate you all being here. All right, let's see. Justine, you are next.
Oh boy. Okay, so I do have
Excited
something
for this.
to do here.
And real quick, I'm going to slip out for a second. I just got to grab a charger for my laptop.
Okay,
I'll be back.
Yep,
I just didn't want you to think I was like, why is he heading out?
No, all right. Thanks,
Where'd he
Quincy.
go? Was it? Okay. Here we go.
Okay. Do you need the words up on screen, or can I put you up on screen? Oh, and
You
I
can
love
put
this
me
song.
up on screen. I'm
Okay,
fine.
great.
Good.
All right, I'll go ahead and mute. Here we go.
All right. Thanks. I wanna hold the hand inside you. I wanna take the breath that's true. I look to you and I see nothing. I look to you to see the truth. You live your life, you go in shadow. You come apart and you go blind. Some kind of light into your darkness. Colors your eyes with what's not there. Fade into strange you never knew. Fade into you. I think it's strange you never knew. A stranger's light comes on slowly. A stranger's heart without a home. You put your hands into your head and even smiles cover your heart. Fade into you. Strange you never knew. Fade into you. I think it's strange you never knew. Fade into you. Strange you never knew. Fade into you. I think it's strange you never knew. I think it's strange you never knew. There we go.
Beautiful. Oh, Justine, I love that. What a great song choice, too. And you and Kurt are so sweet.
Well, thank you.
I love him rooting you on, and so many, too, from the chat. Just beautiful.
That's my manager and my
That was great.
definitely my
Voice.
biggest
Your
fan.
voice. So.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Really well done. All right, Peg, you're up next.
Who, me?
Yes, and thank you so much for coming up. It's been a little bit. It's good to have you up
Yeah,
here.
it's been a while. Yeah. Well, you know, with the health issues and stuff like that, and
I
just
know you've
going
been
through some
busy.
stuff. But I'm okay. I'm on the mend. I'm on the mend. I'm on the mend. I'll be all right.
Glad to hear it. Really glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right,
Mike,
let me
thanks
do
for
this.
coming up.
Hey, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Hey, Mikey.
Hello.
Oh,
Yeah, one busy
yeah.
bee, right, Dex?
Yeah, I'm a busy bee. All right, let me
Yeah,
check.
Peg, actually, I saw Dex. Well, oh, I think your echo just went off. But I saw that Dex had brought this up in the chat, and I did see something you'd posted on your community tab about a project you have going on. Do you want to say anything about that before you sing?
Well, okay, many, many months ago, I think I was on, it was either yours or it was Chad's, and this guy was like, you know, he wanted to get in touch with me and everything, so we were like, who is this? So we did connect, and we've been emailing each other back and forth. Well, he has produced a film. They're wrapping up, hopefully soon. He asked me to provide vocals for one of the songs in the film, and I'm like, yeah, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, that's awesome. I do. I
So it
think
was
it
like,
was
I
at
don't
mine.
know,
I
man.
think
It
I
was
remember
like 4
seeing
months.
that.
Yeah, yeah. And I was like, is this
That's
guy for
great.
real? But he is. He is. I had a couple people vet him and everything. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So I recorded. I think it was in May or June that I recorded the vocals and I sent it to him and he goes, okay, I'll contact you in a couple months, But I guess there's a lot of production with film and stuff like that. So this is going to be my first music for. It's an independent film. It's not like big, but it's big
No,
for
that's
me. I mean,
awesome. Yeah, what
it's
a
the
No,
cool
first
thing
time
to be
that's
I've
still
ever
really
involved in.
cool though.
Yeah.
yeah, I was like,
Congratulations.
oh my God. I totally feel honored that he contacted me
I wish
and
I was closer
you
to it.
know,
Yeah, absolutely.
huh,
That's
Yeah,
great.
that is
That's
so
that's
cool.
awesome.
yeah,
What a neat opportunity too to get to kind of get your music out and your voice out in a different audience, and who
yeah,
knows what will come of that.
nah. I mean, I'm
That's
not
awesome.
banking on anything. I never get my hopes up, but I just feel honored and I'm kind of scared and nervous right now because I submitted my vocals, so now they got to mix everything in. They're bringing the saxophone player in, so I'm like, what if I
Mm-hmm.
don't like it? But I'm like, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to let them do what they need to do, because I'm sure they'll make me sound good, right? They're not going to make me
Oh
sound bad.
yeah. Well, they
But
don't need to do much to make you sound good, Mrs. High. I'm sure it's going to be amazing. So, well, thanks
so
for
yeah,
sharing
I'm
that
just
with us, and I'm
yeah,
excited to hear it more. As I'm sure you'll put it out on your community tab, or
yes,
I don't know.
I
We'll figure
will.
out how to get it out to the masses once that's ready. Very
Yeah,
cool.
because he said he's going to do something in December. So,
Okay, coming
if I
up.
get a link or something like that, yeah, I'll definitely share it around. I want,
Awesome.
I want, I want to share my joyness for this. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, we want
it's
to celebrate
something
with
that
you.
you never expect this to happen, but it's happened. It's going to happen. So, and then the
Yeah.
film's going to be officially released in March. So, yeah, so
Very cool. Right? Exactly,
I'm,
Anti. Because you are
yeah,
badass. That's right.
I don't
Well,
know
well
about that,
deserved, and
but
we're all excited for you. So that's very cool. All right, I'm gonna mute
thank
and
you. I
let you do your
appreciate it.
thing.
All right, let me do my settings here. All right. I'm gonna do acoustic version of this. I really love this. Okay. Okay, here we go. No, go there.
I gotta take a little time to think things over. I better read between the lines in case I need it when I'm older. Now this mountain I must climb feels like a world upon my shoulders. Through the clouds I see love shine. It keeps me warm as life goes colder. In my life there's been heartache and pain. I don't know if I can face it again. Can't stop now. I traveled so far to change this lonely life. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I wanna feel what love is. I know
take a little time to look around me. I've got nowhere left to hide. Looks like love has finally found me. In my life, there's been heartache and pain. I don't know if I can face it again. Can't stop now. I've traveled so far to change this lonely life. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I wanna feel what love is. I know you can show me. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I wanna feel what love is. I know you can show me. Let's talk about love. I wanna know what love is. Love that you feel inside. And I'm feeling so much love. And you know you just can't hide. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I wanna feel what love is. I know you can show me. Hey, hey, hey. I wanna know what love is. I want you to show me. I wanna feel what love is. I know you can show me. Hey.
Really well done.
Absolutely
Awesome.
beautiful.
Awesome
Peg.
job.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was amazing. That was so
Really
good.
beautiful.
As long as they pick a good song for you for that movie thing, like you're gonna kill it. So.
Yeah, right?
Oh,
No,
well,
no question.
I already recorded it. It's Dock at the Bay.
Well then
I
it's
did
gonna
not-
be great.
Yeah, thank you, Peg. That was beautiful.
Thank you.
I don't know if you're able to read all the comments while you were singing, but you should go back and check because there was a lot of memories being brought up for people and a lot of appreciation for you and your voice.
Oh, yeah.
Good
Thank
to
you
see you,
guys.
Dwight. Yeah, thanks for being here. Right? Absolutely beautiful. A lot of comments about love, too. Like seeing what the chat has to say. I agree. Important thing, all that love, huh? Good to see you, Blackbird. Okay, right? I know, they're so cute, Snooks. Okay, I'm going to pull up another song here. This is the latest from the Lily Police, and it's Save Your Tears. A really beautiful song. And from what I understand, Manny's mom passed away recently. So prayers for Manny are appreciated, and his family as they mourn the loss of his mother. And I think from what I'm not 100%, but from what I understood, that kind of helped inspire this song a little bit. So keep that in mind as you listen. Here we go. Another beautiful song from the Lily Police, Save Your Tears.
I saw you down me when I'm not with you. But then you saw me caught you by surprise. A single teardrop falling from your eye. I don't know why I run away. I make you cry when I run away. You could have asked me when I broke your heart. You could have told me that you fell apart. But you walked past me like I wasn't there, and just pretended like you didn't care. I don't know why I run away. I make you cry when I run away. Take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another. Save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. I made you think that I would always stay. I said some things I should have never said. Yeah, I broke your heart like someone did to mine. And you know they love me for a second time. I don't know why I run away. I make you cry, yeah, I run away. Take me back, 'cause I wanna stay. Save your tears for another. Save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. I don't know why I run away. I'll make you cry, yeah, I'll run away. Save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day. Save your tears for another day.
Oh, such a great song. So that is actually a cover of a song by The Weeknd. Thank you, Anti. And just absolutely beautiful, though. And I mean, his vocals and their playing, it's just always amazing.
Yeah, it sounded
Love
great.
Everything they do.
I thought he had a good voice. I thought the production on it all sounded really good, and I was digging it.
Yeah, it was cool.
Right? Yeah. The Lily Pillies they always sound like they're radio ready.
Manny's a rock star, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. Jake, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Saw you come in earlier. Blackbird, good to see you. Everybody coming in. Eric, much love. All right, Jake. We keep him around. Yep, agreed, Ducks. Count, much love to you. Good to see you. Okay, let's see. Where are we in this rotation? I think we're back to you, Quincy.
Okay.
Which of your songs did you want me to? I'll repost it so.
Well,
Jan
let's
can
see. I got two, and I'll probably hang out a little bit longer, and then I'll probably have to head out. So we can either go. I got one called "Say That It's Over," which is kind of it's still got some some rhythm to it. Kind of, it's not quite as heavy as the first song, but I guess but not quite a ballad, kind of like a medium
Yeah.
tempo sort of song.
Let's go ahead and go with "Love's Not Fair" and
All right,
kinda
yeah,
stick
and then
with this love theme we've kind of got.
that's
going
kind of
right
what I
now.
was thinking too. Yeah, since everyone's talking about love, I was thinking,
That
well,
happens
love's
sometimes.
yeah. This is a softer one, but I thought this would be might be a good one to share. So
All right, perfect. Okay, Jam, I just put that one again in the private chat. Thank you very much. And Jam, again, thank you so much. I saw the comment from Anti, and I always love when you come up and help me out. much appreciated.
Thanks, everyone.
So-
Sorry I don't get to say hi to everybody, but don't worry, I'm here with you.
Yep, I know it's flipping between the sound and everything for those who might not know. So usually that's why Bran will stay muted for a lot of it too. Lowry, thank you for coming up.
You're welcome. I'm Darth Vader tonight. I lost my harmonica holder, so I've got two these clamps with a ribbon wrapped around so I can hit some harp.
MacGyver.
Yeah, it's gonna be something. Anyway, thank you guys.
Love it. That's great. All right. Well, thanks for coming up and joining us.
You bet.
Okay. Anything you want to tell us about this while we're pulling it up here, Quincy?
I guess I'll mention, the title of it. It almost sounds like a complaint verse. Love's not fair. Like, oh, it's no fair. But that's actually what love is. Love is not fair. Like, that's what makes it special, because you can't really show love without the choice to not show love. And probably the hardest thing about love is that it doesn't always come back, but that's also what makes it so special is when it does return. And what makes love so special is when it's not always deserved or not always earned. When you love just because that's why it's not fair, but that's also what makes it so special. So
Awesome. Love that. All right, here we go. Thanks so much.
Staring at my own reflection through shattered bits of glass, showing me the perfect picture of who I really am. But when you look at me, you never turn away. Kneeling next to me and picking up the pieces. Why do you care? I know I'm undeserving of the love that you have chosen to share. It's just not fair. I am such a useless failure, falling to the ground. Every effort that I muster is never good enough. But when you look at me, standing next to me and holding out your hand, why do you care? I know I'm undeserving of the love that you have chosen to share. It's just not fair. If I take just one moment away from my self-loathing, then maybe I would notice that I'm not meant to be broken. If I take just one moment away from my self-loathing, then maybe I would notice that I'm not meant to be broken. So stop beating up myself. You took the punishment yourself. And it's just foolish pride to think that I could ever hurt myself enough to cover what I've done. I could cut myself dry, and it's still would never be enough. It makes no sense at all. Why do you care? I know I'm undeserving of the love that you have chosen to share. It's just not fair. But love isn't fair. In spite of all I am, you chose to die for me, and that isn't fair. But love's not fair.
Love that, Quincy.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
great.
that's really good. Really good.
Mm-hmm.
Love the dynamics of that song.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Hey, one thing I wanted to mention, if you don't mind, I thought, Quincy, that was awesome. And I just realized that I was actually lurking on one of your live streams maybe 6 or 7 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And so for anyone that doesn't know Quincy, like he gives lots of tips on how to sing, how to save your voice, especially, you know, where there's those sort of screaming lyrics.
Mhm.
And so that was quite impressive. Really cool I made that connection.
Well,
good.
thank you. I
We're glad
appreciate
you're
you
over
sharing that. Yep. I do my live streams once a week on Thursdays, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I do a few different segments. But he's right. I've done things before where I don't, I just enjoy music. I enjoy, I learn a lot as I'm learning to produce songs, and I like sharing what I've learned with other people so that they can just have fun making music themselves or performing their favorite songs, whatever it might be. And so thank you. Yeah, thank you for mentioning that.
Yeah. All right.
Sure.
Thank you, Steve-O, for coming up. Good to see you here.
Thank you for having me up.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. Actually doing great now. It's the first time I've been on panel with the real Justine.
Hi, Steve-O. It's good to
Hello.
see you. Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm doing good. Dogs are having a good time in the background, if you can hear.
Squeaky toy.
Everybody's quiet tonight.
Did we lose Indy?
Yep, I was waiting for the host to say something.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was waiting for. But sometimes our internet goes out.
Justine, I just wanted to tell you, the song choices you pick are incredible. I love them. Like,
Oh, thanks, Mike.
Your playlist is unbelievable. Like last night, I saw you doing Soundgarden and Pretty Noose, right? And I haven't even heard that song in so long. I forgot about it. I was like, oh my god, I used to love this song, and I haven't. So today I had to listen to it, of course.
Yeah, I bet that would have been cool.
Oh, unbelievable! Really good stuff.
I was actually going to do that one next.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
great. No, that's okay. It's okay. It cut out on me last night, so I was going to give it another shot.
Well, I'm happy about that.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to hearing that too.
Thanks.
All right,
There
I
she
think I'm
is.
back. Yeah, I don't know what
Welcome
happened.
back.
I know that's been happening to different people, and in the past I would have said it was my basement internet, but usually my internet's been fine here, and it just totally went out on my. I was connected on my phone and my computer, and both totally dropped. So
It was just for old times there, Indy.
right, yeah, I know, right? It just feels nostalgic this way. Yep. Well, thanks for, I'm sure, chit-chatting through that. I missed whatever happened while I was gone off to go back and find out later. But Justine, I'm glad you're here, and you are up next.
I'm happy to be here. Yes. Okay. So everybody already knows what I'm going to do, which is fine. Wasn't a surprise or anything. So no big deal. That one. This.
Yeah, Blue, I saw that you'd commented that your internet had just dropped too. Ooh, okay. I like CC Karaoke's music backing tracks. These are great. Let me put it so that we can see you. Oh, nope, that's not it. Let me find the right one. There we go. All right, go for it.
Here we go. I got the moon today. Pick it up and throw it away, alright. I got the perfect stink. Clean it up with a dirty feel, alright. Fall out and take the bait. Eat the fruit and kiss the snake goodnight. Come and roost, dirty face. Pretty news is pretty hate, and I don't like what you got hanging from. And I don't like what you got me hanging from. And I don't like what you got me hanging from. Let your motor race pick it up and get this mother gone. Out from and far away, the wooden stake, this thing has got me on. Diamond rope, silver chain, pretty noose is pretty pain, and I don't like what you got me hanging from. And I don't like what you got me hanging from. And I don't like what you got me hanging from. And I don't like what you got me hanging from. Come and roost, dirty face. Pretty news is pretty hate. And I don't care what you got. I don't care what you need. I don't want anything. And I don't like what you got me hanging from. And I don't like what you got me hanging from. And I don't like what you got me hanging from. And I don't like what you got me hanging from. And I don't like what you got me hanging from. And I don't like what you got me hanging from. Yeah!
Yeah, love it.
Right on.
That was great, Justine.
Nice.
Yeah, we're going 90s tonight. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're going 90s.
Yeah, right? I
love
saw
it,
you pick that theme for us there. I'm all for it, Lowry.
Yeah. I'm going to just do the best. I'm going to make the best version of
roadie.
90s. Yeah.
Nice. Welcome back, Bran. Thanks for being here. Justine, that was awesome.
Yeah, that was great.
Well done. All right, Mrs. High had to go. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you. We might play another song of yours I had saved on here to play later. Let's see. I think we're at you, Mike.
All right, cool.
You want to tell us anything about this? Are you doing an original or?
I am doing an original.
Awesome.
And...
All right. So this is an original. It's a song called "Birth of the Oceans." It's I don't know, it's a couple of years now, but still a good one. And
right.
it's on my mind because I just recorded it with my band. So it's one of the first songs I recorded with the band because I've been doing all solo stuff and I finally have a band. So if you want to check that out, go over to my SoundCloud page. It's posted up there and you can hear the live band version of it.
Is your SoundCloud posted on your YouTube page?
It is, yeah. So if you go to my YouTube page, there's a link and you can hear it.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right, cool.
They can't handle it, lack of self-control, won't get away with it. Reincarnation is calling on beautiful souls, must put a stop to it. If I was warrior, I would have taken it out before it had the chance. Scum of the earth, if I could have just gotten there first, their lives would still remain. Leaders are leading us to self-destruction, heating and cooling since dinosaurs fucked up the earth. I wanna dance with you underneath the trees before they get blown down. I wanna take you to dinner across the street before the place burns down. My motorcycle just created a cloud. Look twice for me, I'm swerving inside and out. My music hits the chords and says the words that I don't aloud. Keep moving, speed is soothing, birth of the oceans deep. I can tell you, but man, if you only knew. Not a thing we have done or that we can do. All this change is the same, it ain't nothing new. Since the birth of the oceans, it has been true. Damn rioters of the streets should have risen for the souls of the children, but not a sound from anyone but Matthew. Oh, how horrific it must have been for them. But man, if you only knew. Not a thing we have done or that we can do. All this change is the same, it ain't nothing new. Since the birth of the oceans, it has been true. Self-destruction, heating and cooling since birth of the oceans. Leaders are leading us to self-destruction, heating and cooling since dinosaurs fucked up the earth.
So
Thank you.
so
Ripping
good,
that
Mike.
shit.
Nice job on those keys.
Very nice.
Thanks,
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Just rock it. I love it. Great song.
Totally rocking.
Thank you.
So I have to tell you a quick story really quickly, Mike. So my kids and I were watching The Nightmare Before Christmas for the first time with my young, they're only 6 and 7. So it was their first time watching it. And they'd been wanting to watch it since last year when they saw Joe Norman come up all in full makeup and everything and do some of the Jack songs. But then afterwards, because it's a little dark and heavy for young kids and it's darker than most things they watch. And it was close to bedtime. So afterwards we watched A Charlie Brown Christmas. And so my husband and I both were talking about you. Because of Schroeder.
Love it. Oh my God, that's so cool. Yep, just sitting on the ground with my little piano.
Right. So now whenever I see Peanuts, I'm going to be thinking about you, Mike.
Oh yeah, right. Wait a second.
There you go.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Love it.
I don't know if I can do it. All right, yeah.
Love it. That's fantastic. I'll totally
That
play
is really hard to
Very
do.
nice.
That was
Totally play that for
excellent.
That was
Yeah, very nice.
I think I can.
Great job.
Awesome. Right, Lowry? He does rip the keys. Yeah, thank you for that, Mike. Love it.
Hey, everyone. I appreciate you all inviting me. I think I'm going to head out, but all the music's been great performances. And Indy, I appreciate you allowing me to come on the show and share some of
Thanks
my
for
music.
being here.
And thank you for the kind words shared in the chat. But yeah, thanks for having me. I'm going to head out, but I hope you all have a wonderful evening or morning, afternoon, night, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. So
Awesome. Thank you so much, Quincy. I'll catch you on a live stream or somewhere around these YouTube
Sounds
streets
good.
soon.
Hey,
and
thank you. I
much love to
appreciate that.
Thank you again.
Y'all take care.
You too.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Yep.
How's lasagna?
All right. Peanut, thanks for coming up and joining us, and welcome back, Bran. Thanks for being here again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Real Justine? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. It's good to talk to you.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right, we're going to keep this music going. So, Lowry, you are up next, and then we'll go to Steve-O and then Peanut. All right, Lowry, I'm excited to see what you picked here for your self-proclaimed 90s theme.
Yeah. I'm gonna do the most trite one at the front, just to do it. But I want to do my own version of 90s, and then most of them are just gonna be I don't know, lounge acts of what they actually were. This is really trite shit from people that grew up in the 90s. But I have a bunch of deep dives that I want to do, and some bands that you forgot about, like the post grunge, college, music and everything else. And
that's my era. I'll enjoy this.
and I'm wearing a harmonica with these things holding it up. So that's going to tell you how this is going to go.
Perfect. Okay, hold that thought, Lowry, for just 1 second, because I forgot to do this earlier. I tend to do this. Thank you so much to Kurt and to Mrs. High for the 5 gifted memberships each. Really appreciate that. I know that was a while back, but I wanted to make sure I commented on it when we were talking and people weren't singing or playing. And then thank you, Jake, so much for being here and for the comment and the super chat. He says, put this in the tip cup for those awesome performers tonight. Right? Absolutely.
Yeah. And also, I'm supposed to remind you to turn off echo cancellation. That's just my job to do that because we've learned this over time. I still don't know. Do you want to hear this? How's that? Is that you hearing that? Too loud?
Go ahead and try now. Yep.
The loudest I'm going to get is like that. Is that okay?
That's going a little bit loud on it.
Okay, I'll pull it back just
when you're at the loudest. Okay.
Here we go. How are we doing there?
Sounding pretty good on my end.
Awesome. All right. So I apologize ahead of time, guys, but I am doing the 90s tonight, and this is what it is.
Here we go.
So where you going till tomorrow? And I low. And up here, so much depends on the weather. So where's it raining in your bedroom? And I see that these are the eyes of disarray. So would you even care? Then I feel it, yeah. Then I feel it. So where are you going for tomorrow? Where are you going with the mask I found? Then I feel when the dogs begin to smell her. Will she smell it, love? When the dogs to find her, got time to wait for tomorrow. To find it, to find it, to find it. When the dogs to find her, got time to wait for tomorrow. To find it, to find it, to find it. To find it. To find it.
Oh my god, that was so cheesy. That's it. I had to get that one out of the way.
That was great.
I had to get it out of
It was
the way.
great.
It's so bad. It's just like
Love that.
All right, so it's out of the way now. We can have fun.
That was awesome. And actually, you're not having any echo with the echo cancellation off because you have headphones on. So I'm just going to leave it
Okay.
for now.
As long as
and
it
that
sounded
will-
good. It was
Yeah.
sounding good on my end. You just have to tell me.
It sounded good. I never know the right terminology, but your voice was a little behind the guitar, or under the guitar. The guitar was a little overpowering.
Okay, I can fix that on my end for sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
Algo, it's so good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Algo, dude. It's so good
Yep.
to see you, buddy.
He said hi to you too, Alex. And he
Love you.
says to all the amazing people, I'm working but wanted to show love and support. I miss this place loads. We miss you too, Algo. And I know you've been busy with the move and everything. I hope things are going well.
Yeah, man.
Nicole, good to see you, Uma.
They say hello. She's dancing. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Oops, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I saw a lot of people coming in. Hetriani, good to see you. G Manana, much love.
What's our cycle at? There's like 6 people in here right now. I have to go to
Yeah,
this
hold
other
on.
song.
Let me
and,
see here. I'm gonna go.
One,
Let me
two,
look at my rotation
three.
here. Okay, we've got Steve-O up next, and then Peanut. Yeah, you've got
Like 6?
5 before you.
Because I got to practice this other one because it's going to be really fun. So
Yeah.
I'm going to back out here for a second. But love you guys. Bye.
What's up, Steve-O?
Okay, great. Yep.
Oops, I'm
Okay,
muted.
Steve-O, you're up next.
Hello, everybody. Okay. Do you see it back there? I believe I presented it.
Yes. Yep.
All right.
There
I
we go.
saw
Do you
this
need the
one
words on
today,
screen,
and
Steve-O?
I'm up here to. What's that?
Do you need the words on screen, or do you want me to put you up?
No, I don't need the words on screen. And I found this one today, and it's a fun one. Gilbert O'Sullivan. Nothing rhymed. So I'm going to have fun with this one. If I give up the seat I've been saving to some elderly lady or man, am I being a good boy in my pride and joy? Mom, mother, please, if you please say I am. And if while I'm in the course of my duty I perform an unfortunate take. Would you punish me so unbelievably so? Never again will I make that mistake. This feeling inside me could never deny me. I right to be wrong if I choose. And this pleasure I get from, say, winning a bet is to lose. When I'm drinking my Bonaparte shandy, eating more than enough apple pies, will I glance at my screen and see real human beings starve to death right in front of my eyes? Nothing old, nothing new, nothing ventured, nothing gained, nothing stillborn or lost. Nothing further than proof, nothing wider than youth, nothing older than time, nothing sweeter than wine, nothing physically, recklessly, hopelessly blind, nothing I couldn't say, nothing why could today, nothing rhyme. Oh, no. Oh. Feeling inside me could never deny me the right to be wrong if I choose. And this pleasure I get from, say, winning a bet is to lose. Nothing good, nothing bad, nothing ventured, nothing gained, nothing stillborn or lost, nothing further than proof, nothing wilder than youth, nothing older than time, nothing sweeter than wine, nothing physically, recklessly, hopelessly blind, nothing I could say, nothing why, 'cause today nothing rhymes. 'Cause today nothing rhymes.
Well done, Steve-O.
There you go, Steve-O.
Thank you.
Awesome song.
Thank you, guys.
Times with times.
Zio, good to see you. Wild, my email is in the video description if you want to grab it from there. It's IndependentMany@protonmail.com. And sorry if I missed your email from before. Sometimes things are sent to the spam, and I get so much spam that I just delete them. So I might have missed it that way. But I would love to invite you to my Discord server. It'd be great to have more people there. Okay, thank you to everybody coming in. Good to see you all here. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you all. Zio, I have a song of yours coming up soon, but we do have quite the rotation going, so it takes a little longer to get to the playlist. But I'm going to go ahead and pull this one up. I saw some people mentioning this one in chat, and I had a hard time picking. I'm getting a little echo from someone. Oh, Peanut, I think it's you because it stopped when you muted. But yeah, this is this is a latest from David Joshua, and David has a lot of new songs he's been putting out. He has an album out as well. Please go check out his channel. But this song is just absolutely phenomenal. But he also did a cover of Wicked Game, and I love that song, and I really love the cover that you did. So I'll be playing that soon, but probably not tonight. I was thinking I might do another twofer and play both, but there's a lot of songs to get to tonight, and a lot of great people up here sharing music. So we'll probably save that one to play here until next week. But you guys, please don't wait. Go check it out. Really amazing cover of that song as well. And here's his original. You guys are going to love this. Ruins.
step. Used to hear from the one who made sense. I analyze what's behind those eyes. If I listen for a moment or two, the bird just might sing anew. You and I know it don't work that way. There's nothing left in this place as I reach out for your mercy and grace. A mute tongue can only do so much. And the smoke fills up this room. No one here can hear my cry in the midst of the darkest night. When these ruins tell their stories, will we hear the faint whisper of glory? Or will Jesus just cut off our heads? I know I'm nothing here right now. I was nothing before this sound, and I'll be nothing when I hit the ground. Now I sing, there's nothing left here, and every whimper and last tear is left to bear the truth.
Absolutely beautiful. And what a great
Wow.
message in that song
Yeah.
as well. David, your voice is just phenomenal. I mean,
Amazing.
love everything about that.
Does his
Well
voice
done.
remind anyone else of Johnny Cash? Or
Oh,
is it
yeah,
just-
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep. 15th calls him the Man in Black.
Okay, I'm not alone.
No.
Yep.
We all
You're not
hear it.
alone in that one. Right? Absolutely. Yep. Beautiful. Absolute fire, right? Fantastic. I agree. That was awesome. All right. Yeah, please go check out all of his other songs as well. A lot of amazing originals. And then, like I said, he's got that latest cover out that is a favorite of mine. So it was really glad to hear you do it. Okay. Let's see. Quincy had to take off. So we are back to you, Justine.
How about that? Okay.
Yeah,
I've
that
got
was
one
good.
more,
All right.
and then I've got a split. But I've got this one more tune. And this one is going out to my hubby. Present.
All right, here we go. Oops, nope. There we go.
Alrighty.
and this lovely girl. 'Cause to me she mean all the world. But then she like another guy. I fall down dead, she never see the tears I cry. I said please, please, please do not go. Said please, please, please do not go. Please, please, please do not go. How long can the days go on? Whoa, 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 when my love is so strong. Whoa, 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 and I know I cannot tell a lie. Oh, whoa, whoa, I wanna see him go bye, 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 bye. Now I wonder what she would say if I told her that I felt this way. You know, it might make a turn, might make a turn either way. So all I can do is patiently pray, 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 pray. Say please, please, please do not go. Please, please, please do not go. Please, please, please do not go. How long can the days go on? When my love is so strong. Oh, 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 and I know I cannot tell a lie. Oh, 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 I wanna see him go bye, 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 bye. I'll tell you, man, I'm stuck on this lovely girl. And you know, I could travel over the whole world. She turned around, she like another guy. What can I do? I fall down dead. She never see the tears I cry. Say please, please, please do not go. 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 Oh, oh, please, 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 you hurt me so. Please, 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 you hurt me so. Oh, please, 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 got something to show you. There we go.
So much fun, Justine.
Fun.
Love it.
Thanks. Thank
Well
you.
done, Justine.
Very nice.
Have
Now
a
I
great
can
night,
scratch-
guys. Talent.
I can scratch
Yeah.
another one off my bucket list. I've been on panel with you and Kurt.
There you go.
Nice.
That was cool. I agree.
Well,
Thank
it
you
was
so
a
much for
pleasure
coming
being-
up, Justine.
Thanks
This
for
is
having
great.
me. It was great being on panel with every one of you. You're so
Yeah.
talented.
Well, don't be a
Thank you.
stranger. I hope you can come back soon.
I will. You'll see me.
Go
You'll get
give
sick of me.
Kurt a hug from us all.
I will, definitely. See
All
you
right,
guys
much
next
love,
week.
Justine.
Later.
Yep.
Love you.
Awesome. Yep, well done. Okay, and Peanut, sorry I messed up the rotation there, but you are up next. Do you want to tell us anything about this before I pull it up?
Yeah, sorry about the voice, but it's already like plugged into the settings for the music thing. So I'm not sure if that's where the echo came in or not, Andy. Thanks for having me up.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, thanks for coming up.
Yeah, it's basically a Beach Boys cover song. I did all the parts and the vocals and all that. And then I kind of added my own touch at the end. So that's what that is.
All right. All right, here we go.
Thank you.
Coast girls are hip, I really dig those styles they wear. And the Southern girls, with the way they talk, they knock me out when I'm down there. The Midwest farmers' daughters really make you feel alright. And the Northern girls, with the way they kiss, they keep the boyfriends warm at night. I wish they all could be in California. I wish they all could be in California. I wish they all could be California girls. The West Coast has the sunshine and the girls all get so tan. I dig a Fred Bikini on a wild island dog by the palm tree in the fair. I've been all around this great big world and I've seen all kinds of girls. Yeah, I just can't wait to get back to the States, back to the cutest girls in the world. I wish they all could be in California. I wish they all could be California. I wish they all could be California girls. Doobie-doo, wish they all could be California girls. Yeah, I did. I wish they all could be California girls. Oh, you know that I wish they all could be California girls. Oh, yeah, I did. I wish they all could be California girls. Yeah, yeah, I did. Girls. California sun, turn your warm bright smile down on me. Lead me down to the water, yeah. Get down on my knees and kiss the sand and say hello for California girl, yeah. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna make a little toe curl up and stand. Oh, Lord, you know that I'm so bad, I'm good. I'm so bad you come with the wrong name, oh yeah. Oh, yeah, so wet, gonna be for more.
That was awesome. Well done, Peanut.
Very nice.
Thank you very much.
Great video too.
I had to work on that right before I came up to watch you, so that's what took me so long.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks for. So that's fresh off the charts then, I guess, or fresh off the press, however that goes.
Pretty much, at least the video part is anyway.
Love it, John.
thank you.
Thanks for coming up. Good to see you.
Hello, how we doing?
Good. Hope you're having a good night.
Am I loud?
No, you sound great.
Okay, good. Thanks.
Right? Awesome. Right, Mrs. Metal? Well done, Peanut.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's see. Where are we? Mike, I think we're back to you.
Okay, thank you.
There we go.
This is an original,
Love
and
it.
it's called Real Life.
There's been
been a lot of talk of Armageddon coming. With the way things are, I'm not ashamed to count the days until the world stops from turning and we all fall off. End this game and let it take all that I got. Sold out the soul, once in control, now dead against the role I'm playing. With fire in the hole about to blow, maybe then you'll know this is not nonsense I'm portraying. Fears that haunted you in real life are coming true. If I grow old before I die, at least I'll know I'll try to prove to you the audience is the judge of me. And if I die before my time, there'll be no wondering why I chose to. The audience was the depth of me, but you will never know what we're about is so far away from what you're thinking. It's so much bigger. It's where the wind comes from and why the thunder rumbles. We all came in peace, why do you cause such goddamn trouble? Dreams that come to you in real life I'd never do. Fears made up by you in real life may become true. You're the reason I must live again. You're the reason I live for real life. You're the reason I must love again. You're the reason I pretend to love real life. It's my sacrifice.
Awesome, Mike. Love that. Great lyrics in that one.
Crushing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I love your originals. I really do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. Thanks.
Thank you, Anti, for dropping his SoundCloud as well. Really appreciate that.
Thank you, Anti. That's it for me. I'm going to cut out. I'll let
Thank
some
you
other
so much,
people come
Mike.
up. But,
Very nice, Mike.
Always. Thank you, Indy. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, everybody, for watching and giving me some
See you,
love.
bro.
Appreciate
Yep.
it.
Much
Have a
love
good
to you,
night.
Mike. Thanks again for being here. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Okay. Everybody's loving it in chat. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Appreciate you all. Okay. All right. Tetriani, if you're still out there, we've got a song of yours coming up in just a little bit. And right now we're going to go to Lowry. Keep this music flowing.
Yeah, I'm gonna play. I've did a couple deep dives here. This isn't really 90s, but he was big in the 90s because the 90s bands loved him. And so, like, I was like, well, I kind of swerved a little bit here. Plus, that's why I have this. I want to play this song right now so I can get this fucking thing off my neck.
I love the harmonica. I'm looking forward to
I lost my harp strap like years ago somewhere out on the road, but I think it's gonna work. I think so. And it's appropriate. We got a Beaver Moon tonight, so like, I think the song's like really appropriate timing wise. Don't you think?
Yes.
I think so. I mean, whatever. But I'm gonna fuck this thing up 100%. So like,
But it'll be great.
yeah, it's
Tell
just
him, tell him,
you know,
Nicole.
you're managing. I'm like a one-man band here right now. Let's see what happens. I think
Go
I'm
for
all
it. I'm gonna
set.
mute. Take it
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, I would kind of like some credit for that.
Yeah.
This
Credit to
rig-
Nicole.
this
She
rig
she
here.
rigged this up. She put the C clamps and then wrapped a ribbon around my neck so I could have the harp.
So it's MacGyver Nicole. Love it.
That's what it is. All right, so let's see here. Hope that sound is good. We'll just do what we can do with it. Let's see here.
Come a little bit closer. Hear what I have to say. Just like children sleeping, we could dream this night away. But there's a full moon rising. Let's go dancing in the night. We know the music's playing.
Oh man, that was something.
That was awesome. I loved it. And I'm a sucker for the harmonica too, so that was great.
Yeah, I want this thing off of me now. I want a new harp holder and all that shit.
Well, it seemed to work out well.
I was playing along, by
right,
the way.
Fran?
You were?
Oh, cool.
That's great.
Yeah, Steve-O's been working on the harmonica now for, what is it, like 6 months, did you say, Steve-O?
Yeah, a little over 6
awesome.
months now, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Very
kind of
cool.
a learned, like you're kind of doing like the rub the belly, pat the head thing.
Yeah.
And I've been doing that for a lot of years, but it's really funny is I just lost my damn harp rack. And I looked all around for it, and so we were going to strap some duct tape to my face so that it was just there, so that I wouldn't have to do it, and that was the best we could do. So I got a few more deep dives for you guys, so like I'll be around for at least 2
All
more
right.
songs.
Love it. Fantastic.
Cool.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video here because I do have some videos I want to make sure I get in here tonight too. And then we'll keep the music, the rotation going. Okay. I saw Hetriani here in the chat, and this is an original, a collaboration that he did with Rick Romanelli. So it's called Hetranelli, which I thought was great. We've got another collaboration coming up next after this one too. Hetriani has an album available, and I'll go ahead and put that link in the chat. But please go check it out, you guys. He just had a premiere of his album over on Metalhead Hippies channel, and you can go find that, or actually me or Anti will grab that link and post it as well. But I was lucky enough to win his album, a digital copy, and it's amazing. My favorite thing so far is that he plays the banjo in it, which is, as amazing as you would think it would be with Hetriani playing the banjo. Okay, so here we go. A little flashback of Hetranelli. Here we are.
Wow.
Amazing. What a collaboration,
Yes.
right?
That was great.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing. I put Rick Romanelli's link in there too. Obviously an incredible musician. He also does live streams, so go check out his channel. Always love when I catch him live. I don't get to very often, but yep. Amazing talent in this community, I tell you what. Hetriani, love it and love the new album. Congratulations.
We're not worthy.
Yeah, it's awesome. Very cool.
Yeah, that was great.
Dude.
Yeah.
On multiple
That's
levels.
great.
I mean, he's got like that speed when he wants it, but he doesn't like overdo it. Like he's just like everything is fast. It's like
Great feel. He's just
great
Yeah.
feel. Yep, and he knows like how to like differentiate and pull different things in there, and then like the
Plus, he's got a cool looking guitar. I love that banana orange or banana colored guitar. That is some
Anti calls it
badass.
Yellow Jacket. I think that's a good name
Yellow
for
Jacket.
it too.
Yellow Jacket.
Yep, great. I know, just so talented, and together that collaboration is just absolute fire. Love it. All right, let's see. Where are we? I think we're at you, Steve-O.
Okay, I will be doing this one, and then I will be dropping down.
Okay. Thanks for doing
And
that.
this one here, I will involve the harmonica a little bit, although the song
Nice.
usually don't have harmonica in it. It is a Led Zeppelin song.
sweet.
So,
Love Led Zeppelin.
yeah, usually when I'm listening to you guys playing on karaoke, I will have a harmonica and I will hum in the background that you guys can't hear. And my family, because I got headphones now, they don't hear any music other than me playing the harmonica and singing. So for them, they haven't complained yet, so I guess I got lucky there.
Yeah, oh, the harmonica is amazing.
Anyway,
So
I'm going to go
glad you
with
included
Led
it.
Zeppelin's Rain Song. It is the springtime of my loving, the second season I am to know. You are the sunlight in my growing, so little warm I felt before. It isn't hard to feel me glowing. I watched the fire that grew so low. Oh. It is the summer of my smile. Flee from me, keepers of the gloom. Speak to me only with your eyes. It is to you I give this tune. Ain't so hard to recognize, oh. These things are clear to all from time to time. Oh. 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 talk, talk. Hey, I felt the coldness of my winter. I never thought it would ever go. I cursed the gloom that sat upon us, upon us, upon us. But I know that I love you so. Oh, yeah. But I know that I love you so. These are the seasons of emotion. And like the wind, they rise and fall. This is the wonder of devotion. I see the touch we all must hold. This is the mystery of the quoting, quoting. Upon us all, a little rain must fall. Just a little rain. Oh, oh, yeah. Just a little rain must fall.
All right. Thank you, Steve-O, for coming up. That was a great song choice.
You're welcome. Thanks
You
for
had
having
me
me.
at the
Appreciate
sunshine
it.
of your growing. I was like, oh, I'm in.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Y'all have a good
Much
night.
love to you, Steve-O. Appreciate you.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. Take care, you
Have a
guys.
good night.
See you.
Nice, Steve.
All right. John, thank you for waiting patiently to get through the rotation to you. If you want to do a couple songs, that would be great.
We're going to do something I probably shouldn't do, but we're going to do it. This is a kind of country band. It's most people won't know it, but we're going to do it anyway because I don't give a darn. Little Texas, what might have been.
All right.
So here we go.
Sure, I think about you now and then, but it's been a long, long time. I've got a good life now. I've moved on. So when you cross my mind, I try not to think about what might have been, 'cause that was then, and we have taken different roads. We can't go back again. There's no use giving in, and there's no way to know what might have been.
We can sit and talk about this all night long. I wonder why we didn't last. Yes, they might be the best days we will ever know. Would I have to leave them in the past? Try not to think about what might have been, 'cause that was then, and we have taken different roads. We can't go back again. There's no use giving in, and there's no way to know what might have been. Same old look in your eye. It's a beautiful night. I'm so tempted to stay, but too much time has gone by. We should just say goodbye and turn and walk away. Try not to think about what might have been, 'cause that was then, and we have taken different roads. We can't go back again. There's no use giving in. There's no way to know what might have been. Oh, we'll never know what might have been.
Yeah, how's that one?
That was awesome, John. Beautiful. Great song. We've got this whole love theme going too, right? Just happens sometimes. Love's a good theme for the night. I like it.
Well done, John.
Yeah, that was awesome. Well, John, are you okay going right into another?
Yeah, I gotta find it though. We're gonna rock it up here a little bit.
Yep. No problem. Awesome. Yeah, I know that Mike Tyson fight is coming up here soon. I bet we'll get a spoiler in the chat at some point how it turns out before I get a chance to see it. I don't follow sports really, any sports anymore, to be honest, for the most part. I mean, you know, some things kind of fall into my radar, but Mike Tyson, you know, I remember playing Mike Tyson's Knockout like way back when. And I've, you know, he's someone that you can't really keep off your radar. So I'm excited to see how this turns out too. All right, one more fight. Garrett's keeping us updated here. One more fight before the Mike Tyson fight. All right. Wolves might have that sixth sense there, Wolfang. All right, let me know when you're ready, John.
I'm ready. All right, so speaking of Mike Tyson, here comes trouble. This is going to be in Travis Tritt. Trouble. Well, playing no guitar from 9 till 1:30. I'm just trying to make a living watching everybody else have fun. Well, don't miss much if it happens on the dance hall floor. Mercy, look what just walked through that door. Well, hello, TROUBLE. Tell me what in the world you doing, ALONE. Yes, hey, dude, down double OKING. Well, I smell T-R-O-U-B-L-E. Yeah. I was a little bitty baby when my papa hit the skids. Mama had a time trying to raise 9 kids. She told me not to stare cause it was impolite. She did the best she could to try to raise me right. Cause mama never told me about nothing like Y-O-U. I bet your mama must have been another good-looking honey too. Well, hey, good L-double-O-K-I-N-G. Well, I smell T-R-O-U-B-L-E. Whoa! Oh, yeah! Woo! Well, sweet talking, sexy walking, honky tonkin', baby. My men are gonna love you and the women gonna hit you, reminding them of everything you never gonna be. Baby, the beginning of a World War III, cause the world ain't ready for nothing like Y-O-U. I bet your mama must have been another good-looking honey too. Oh, hey, good L-double-O-K-I-N-G. Well, I smell T-R-O-U-B-L-E. Yeah. I said, hey. 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 Well, I smell T-R-O-U-B-L-E. Woo. Don't forget to turn the lights out. Yeah. Ooh, how's that?
That was awesome.
Crushing.
Yeah.
Crushing.
That was fantastic. Way to go, John.
Thanks, guys.
John, thank you so much for coming up. I see John often, well, all around the place, but over on Southern Sown and Grown. And I know you guys have been friends for a long time and kind of rock that stream together. So, Anti, if you wouldn't mind grabbing Southern Sown and Grown's link as well, let's post that here too so people can go sub up and catch John over there as well.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Don't forget
thank you so much,
Brenda and Freedom Redbird.
Yes, yes.
That's
Yeah.
another one. I'm on there a lot.
Yep, love Brenda. Yeah. And I like that you guys do a lot of the late night streams, which, you know, I'm a night owl / insomniac. So it works out great for me.
My pleasure. Thanks for breaking my cherry up here.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming on up. I really appreciate you being here.
See you again.
All right. Much love to you, John. I'll see you around soon. Have a good night. Okay. Well, I think 15th had to take off. Somebody's got an echo going. Let me see. Oh, Peanut, it's you again. You got to do your echo when you're not playing your video. Okay. This next song is another collaboration. As I said, we've got another great one to play tonight. And I've played this one before, but it's one of my all-time favorites. I'll play this a million more times, I'm sure. This is 15th Zioni, which is a collaboration of 15th Bend, Zio Fender, and Tony Howie. 3 just absolutely amazing guitarists and musicians. And I just love this collaboration. I was really excited when they started talking about it, and when it all came together, you know, it's incredible. So this is Levitate, which is aptly named. And then also I'm going to drop a link in the chat for 15th Bend. He has a new song coming out soon. You know, he's always got his tease going on for a few different things, but please make sure you go over and set the notification and click the like for his upcoming song. He's going to be taking a break pretty soon once we get into December. And so we just want to make sure he has a great premiere. And I've heard some teases of his song coming up, and I can't wait because I've been really enjoying, of course, his guitar, but his vocals as well. And this one's going to be amazing too. So can't wait. All right, here we go. Here's Levitate. Isn't that amazing? And it's a long song, but it doesn't even feel like it because you just get like in the zone, right? Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Yep. Really love that one. Okay. Yep, absolute fire, right, JM? Agreed, anti. Okay. All right, let's keep this music going. Let's see. Okay. I think that we are back to you, Peanut. And you have one back here ready to go. Do you want to tell me anything about this one?
Yeah. This is like a poem. It's a poem, but it's got like bongos in the background. And I've always kind of wanted to do like a beatnik style poem.
Awesome.
And so it's sort of like, it's almost sort of like a pre-hip hop era back in the 50s and whatnot. And just, so this is just a beatnik poem.
Okay, here we go.
Hey, all you cool cats in shapes and drapes. Big Daddy's gonna greet this galaxy of apes. Cruising this lead sled, boss and mean. So focus your audio, baby, on this beat crazy scene. These cats are claws sharp with these big daddy-os. No squares here, baby, or some cube with some dough. This is no zonk on the head. This club is a gas. Not some bad news square, but a crazy blast from the past. These swinging cats have plenty of bread, man. No need to beat the gravel with hot irons red, man. This dive is a jam, every cat on this scene. So can you cats dig it? This is Big Daddy's stream. So noodle out in this crazy cool nutty crib. On the C-side, the B-side, boob tube, who tube, YouTube, you dig. All you crazy cool cats, dig this nutty cool vibe. All you hub cats and jazz cats, get your kicks on this live. You cats and chicks, get your kicks, dig these cool cat crazy licks. On the flip side of the vinyl ride, jazzy beat driving sticks. Dig these Kerouac lines, freestyle Big Daddy rhymes, like a beat bongo drummer dropping beats on a dime. Time chimes a few ticks past today. New is hip, like a surgery cuts away the cliche. But nothing new under the cancerous sun. The clock spins a revolver like you're under the gun. One and done, son. There is no time for fun. Lay dead, Ted. Nowhere city and you're done. Noodle it out, square, from the old and the youth. All you cats can spit a little bit of the truth. So dig this, you crazy cats. Love thy neighbor like your savior. Savor the favor of the waiver. You jelly topping hubcats, wild wheel shades so hip. Make the scene angel wings, this big kahuna tiki trip. You dig?
That was a really fun one, Peanut.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Love
Thanks,
that. Something
thanks for letting me
different.
play that.
Yeah. Good to see you, John. Thanks for being here. Okay, let's see. Let me take that down. There we go. Okay. Let's see here. All right. Lowry, do you mind if I pull up a video before we go back to you?
No, it's all good.
Okay, awesome. All right. This is one that is new to me. They're called Stone Whiskey, and I just absolutely loved this as soon as I heard it and had to play it for all of you. This is Tearing Me Apart. Here we go.
talking to myself. I see you've moved on, left me alone with nowhere left to go. 'Cause girl, you're tearing me apart. People come and yeah, people say to go, running on down that long and winding road. People come and yeah, people say to go. What once held strong now just dust on the soul. When we go wrong, the heartache bleeds strong. I'm picking up the pieces, shattered dreams. My heart still screams of the love we once had. 'Cause girl, you're tearing me apart. Your lies keep drifting to the dark. People come and yeah, people say to go, running on down that long and winding road. People come and yeah, people say to go. What once held strong now just dust on the soul. Cause girl, you're tearing me apart. Your lies keep drifting to the dark. Cause girl, you're tearing me apart. Your lies keep drifting to the dark.
Isn't that amazing? Absolutely love that song. Really looking forward to checking out more by Stone Whiskey. All right, make sure you guys go and sub them up. All right, Lowry, you're up next.
What are you guys doing?
Right, Snooks?
I feel like those guys are
Maybe
probably
I might do one tonight. We run out of time. I always want to play like way more videos, and I appreciate more than anything everybody coming up to play live too. I really do. Thank you for everybody joining in tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having us up.
Yeah.
What do we got here? You guys are going to go off and you're going to talk a bunch of politics after this, right?
We've got a little bit more time. We're going to be doing music probably, I'm guessing, another half hour, and then we'll shift gears.
Okay. Let me. This will be my
Right,
last
Oops?
one. This will be my last one tonight. I may lurk in your guys' chat or whatever. But
Okay.
I had a bunch of Alice in Chains stuff I was going to do, but a lot of people came on. That's good.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. How's that sounding over there? All good?
Any chance of getting the harmonica back, Lowry?
No, I'm done with that fucking thing.
I was messing with you. So I know it was annoying to you. That's what I'm playing around. I thought Nicole was getting a kick out of that too. That's hilarious.
You know, when you have the actual.
I'm trying to help you. It's all like falling down.
Wearing it for like
2 hours.
I know I was wearing it for like 2 hours. I was
2
like,
hours? Oh my God! You're a glutton for punishment, Lowry.
Yeah, I know. The actual rack is in my loft somewhere in here, but it's probably in a box up in storage. And it's like, but I did want to throw that harp. It doesn't matter.
I can see your head, Lowry, when your head was going down, trying to follow the harmonicas. It got lower and lower.
Kept going lower and lower. That's the whole thing you always have to deal with harps. It's like it just runs.
You
away.
made it work. It was great.
Yeah, it was good. I was just making fun. That's all. I mean, like, you sounded great. Just like trying to have some fun with it.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, this will be my closer tonight. It's not closing time. Stick around for a great conversation after this. Let's see if I can get this right.
Closing time. Open all the doors. Let you out into the world. Closing time. Tune all of the lights on every boy and every girl. Closing time. One last call for alcohol. So finish your whiskey or beer. Closing time. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Well, I know I want to take me home. I know I want to take me home. I know I want to take me home, yeah. Closing time, time for you to go out to the places you will be from. Closing time, this room won't be open till your brothers or your sisters come. So gather up your jackets, move it to the exits. I hope you have found a friend.
love it.
Awesome.
Thank you.
That
That's
is a great
Well done.
flashback song for sure.
90s deep dive.
It was only missing one thing.
What's that?
Harmonica.
Oh,
Harmonica.
fuck you. I don't want to
Well played, Peanut.
Yeah.
Like it's
I love you guys. Keep
Yep.
on rocking tonight.
Lowry and Nicole, if you guys are able to come up or stay up for conversation, you are more than welcome. I always appreciate your input. I just want to throw that out there.
Digging the song though. That was awesome, Larry, as always.
You got it. Thank you guys. I love
Yep.
the show. This is the greatest
Thanks
show
for being here.
I just want to know about the Mike Tyson fight right now. Does anybody know what's happening?
Does
I heard
anyone
it was
know
canceled.
who
I
won?
think he's fighting
Really?
a harmonica at this point. He's like, damn harmonica. Take that.
I haven't heard, but we haven't heard a play-by-play, so I'm guessing it hasn't ended yet. But you heard it was canceled, huh?
I heard it was canceled. There were rumors that it was canceled. It was probably like a PR stunt, just like the slap in the face. Did you hear us with that?
Probably. You can't trust anything these days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna lurk. We might come back into the conversation later, but thank you so much. I love.
Yep,
that
love
do
you guys.
This is always
Lurking mode engaged.
This is my favorite night of the week. Really, it's just awesome. So.
Well, thank you so much for being here. I love you both.
You got it. Cheers.
Thank you, Indy.
Yep. Much love. Okay. All right, Peanut. I'm gonna go ahead and pull yours up here. Anything you want to say about it first?
Una Mas, this is my last song of the night. This is an
All right.
original song I wrote. It's called what do I call this one? It's where the willow tree grows, and it's kind of like was going to be based on like when you tie a yellow ribbon around an oak tree, right? So that you could so someone can find their way back, and that's what this one's called.
All right. Love it. Here we go. Awesome. Love that one, Peanut. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for letting me play that.
Right, Wayne?
And I am going to call it a night.
Okay,
So
thank you so much for coming up, Peanut.
thank you for having me, and have a great night.
Yeah, you too.
That was really cool, Peanut.
Oh, thanks, Jam. Appreciate you.
Loved all the things you shared tonight, Peanut. Great. Very versatile, too.
All right, good night, everybody.
See you later, Peanut.
Good night.
Okay, I wasn't sure I was going to do one tonight, but I think I will go ahead. And then we have a few more songs I really do want to get in tonight. I know it's already 8 o'clock or 11 p.m. Eastern, but we're going to play a few more songs after this, and then we'll switch gears into conversation. Jam, thanks for coming back up. And the link is pinned at the top of the chat if anybody wants to come join the panel in the meantime to kind of transition into the conversation side of things. There's a lot to talk about. All right, this is Queensryche, Silent Lucidity, and let me just double check my audio's all right. Okay. The only thing I can do differently if the music isn't balanced with the vocals, then just let me know if I need to turn the music up or down, please. There we go. Hush now, don't you cry. Wipe away the teardrop from your eye.
I'd turn the music up a bit.
Up a bit, thanks. You're lying safe in bed. It was all a bad dream spinning in your head. Your mind tricked you to feel the pain of someone close to you leaving the game of life. So here it is, another chance. Wide awake, you face the day, your dream is over. Or has it just begun? There's a place I like to hide, a doorway that I run through in the night. Relax, child, you were there, but only didn't realize, and you were scared. It's a place where you will learn to face your fears, retrace the years, and ride the winds of your mind. Commanding in another world, suddenly you hear and see this magic new dimension. We'll be watching over you. I'm gonna help you see it through. We'll protect you in the night. I'm smiling next to you in silent lucidity. If you open your mind for me, you won't rely on open eyes to see. The walls you built within come tumbling down and a new world will begin. Living twice at once you learn. You're safe from pain in the dream domain, a soul set free to fly. A round-trip journey in your head. Master of illusion, can you realize your dreams alive? You can be the guide, but we'll be watching over you. I'm gonna help you see it through. We'll protect you in the night. I'm smiling next to you.
Ooh, that was really well done.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for the input on the music, too. Appreciate that.
No worries. at all.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, for all your encouragement and support. Appreciate you all. It's a great song. Okay. Like I said, we've got a few more songs to go. I just want to pull up a few more to play here tonight to share with all of you. This one is from by Paul. He has a few different channels. This one is, let me get it in here, Wobbly Ashtray Records. And this is his cover of, and kind of his rendition of Man of Constant Sorrows. Check out the video description for some more information about how he put this one together. And thank you, Paul, for sending this to me. And that reminds me, if anybody wants to email me, my email is in the video description of each video and then also in my channel description. And I do appreciate it when people send me songs. So if you have something new or you want to do a premiere here or just a song you'd like shared with everyone that you think we'd like, please email it to me. Appreciate you. All right, here we go. Thanks again, Paul. Man of Constant Sorrow.
I am a man of constant sorrow. I've seen trouble all my days. I left my home in old Kilkenny, the place where I was born and raised, the place where I was born and raised. I left my home with just my fiddle. I left my mother by herself. Seems in this place in which I landed, most everyone from someplace else. Most everyone from someplace else. Now you may say that I'm a stranger, my face you've never seen before. But I will make this promise to you. I'll see you on another shore. I'll meet you on another shore.
ice and snow and sleet and rain. I'm about to ride this dusty railroad, 'cause I'm dying on this train. 'Cause I'm dying on this train. I'm going back to old Kilkenny. I thought I'd never see you again. And if I know how bad you treat me, oh, I never would have come. Oh, no, I never would have come.
That was awesome. Really well done, Paul. Love that. Yeah, I agree, Falcro. Yep. Blue, probably. I think Eimer's always busy with tacos. Welcome back, Magic. Thanks for coming in. Okay. Right, Falcro? Facts. All right. Let's see here. Okay, well, we've got a few more songs we're going to get through. Rainfield, thanks for being here. Good to see you as well. Okay, let me figure out where I'm at here. All right. I think the next one we're pulling up here is, this one I heard over on Frank's Community Pulse. He had both Tremor Bear and Ian Luckett up on panel. And I marked a bunch of their songs because I love them and I hadn't listened. I'm familiar with both artists, but hadn't heard their new band that they've put together, The Skeptics. And it was hard to pick which one to play tonight, but this is the one I went with. And the lyrics I thought just kind of resonated with me, and I think will with all of you as well. And this is Skeptics of the World. Here we go. that one, please go check out Tremor Bear and Ian Luckett. Both amazing artists, and appreciate what they're doing together with the Skeptics. Okay, we've got one more song to play tonight, and I gotta play this one because I've bumped it for like a month. Because we had just different themes and didn't really fit in with any of the themes that we've been doing. And then it's just, there's so many songs I don't get to share that I want to share. But this is one that I absolutely love. I heard this over on 15th Ben's channel, about a month ago. And I can't remember if it was a request from Michael Ash or from Cherokee Mammy, but both always have amazing requests that they send in for 15th. And this is one I've heard on a couple other channels since, but I wanted to share it with all of you. It's by Octale, and it's called Paranoia. And it's just an absolutely incredible group. They're very talented. Check out their other music, but so far it looks like it's a pretty new channel. They don't have nearly as much subs as they should. And listen to the lyrics. I thought, everybody can relate to fighting demons. So appreciate this one a lot. Here we go. Love that one. Hope you guys did too. Okay, it is time. We're gonna kind of move gears into our conversation side of things, and there's so much to talk about tonight. We do have a video kind of song we're gonna pull up here as we switch gears, and this is one that Anti had sent to me. It's kind of a compilation video that's pretty cool. Great song playing in the background that hopefully doesn't get some whack on my channel or something, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. It's pretty short, so I'm hoping it'll work out. Bran or JM, if one of you can pull that up. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Bran. And yeah, we do have receipts, Bran. I don't know about that new mic. We'll have to see if it ever comes together. Bran did sing on my panel once, a long time ago, and he has a great voice, so I hope that you will sing again, Bran. And nice try getting Anti up here. Let's keep working on it. We got Jaime up here once. Maybe it'll happen.
What is it?
Okay,
I saw
let's
it.
see.
I saw it in chat.
No,
You-
he was quoting Bran. Bran had said that a few weeks
Oh.
back. Yeah.
There
Yeah,
it is.
there's a place, Magic, in my Discord, there's a channel or, just a section that is for photographs. It says like photos and pictures or something like that. If you want to put them there, that would be great. Thanks, Magic. Love to see all the pictures of your animals. Okay. All right. Here we go. Thank you, Anti, for sending this in to me.
In the proud spirit of America and in the proud spirit of our great country,
I just got three things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your engine!
All right, short and sweet and to the point, but that's a great one. Thank you, Anti.
I love that.
I know, and that is such a great song. I know it's one that might get I don't know. It won't be able to be seen in Russia or something. Who knows what YouTube will do with it? Which actually is a great transition into the next video. But oh yeah, we're gonna pull up another one here. There's just so much going on, you guys, with politics and the world in general, and all of Trump's assignments he's making. I mean, just I don't know how much we'll be able to cover tonight, but here for it. What's on all your minds up on panel? How are you feeling about the world right now?
I'm pretty confident. If it weren't for Trump getting elected, I would not be confident at all.
Yeah.
I think a lot of the stuff that's hitting the mainstream media is not accurate.
Oh, that's for sure.
I also think that, a lot of things that Trump says is kind of positioning. Like, gotta be careful. He's very easily taken out of context. But yeah, I definitely feel very, very confident. Much, much better than I did, let's say, a few weeks ago.
Guys, Discord, Matt. Yeah, I agree. I feel the same way. I keep saying I'm cautiously optimistic.
Yep.
I'm grateful for the ways some things are going. I think a lot of the appointments that Trump is planning to make, or I guess is making, are really positive, and people that, a lot of us have been kind of following closely over the last few years. So I feel like a lot of them, we've already kind of vetted to some extent. And yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see. I think for me, I'm just nervous about getting to inauguration. And a lot of us have talked about this. I know, Bonnie, you and I have talked about this a lot, but it feels like, I don't know. I don't know if it's just because of the stress of the last few years or what it is, but it just seems like it's happened too smoothly. And I know there's others out there that feel like we're kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, so to speak.
Calm before the storm.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I
Exactly.
feel that. I feel that.
Yep. Yeah.
And I'm really well at taking things out of context, as all of y'all know. So,
What do you mean?
his speeches and stuff. So I am cautiously watching.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
but staying out of the politics as much as possible, because I think that my focus has been on it too much, taking me away from more important things. And I know
Yeah.
that sounds ridiculous right now. What's more important than what's happening? But my family, my community,
Oh,
right here.
absolutely. I agree. And I think it's hard sometimes to find that healthy balance, but I do think it's something we need to be striving towards. And, I've been saying this for years, and I know you say the same message too, Bonnie. It's like, well, how I think of it is if we don't enjoy our day to day lives and the things that really matter, our family, our friends, our in person life, not just this out there, stress or threat or however you want to look at it, then it's like they've already won. We need to be enjoying and
Yes.
living our lives, and not just keeping an eye on what's to come. Right? Family first. That's right, Snooks.
Yep. And I think, if you know that you've got a good person that's leading the way and in charge and is a good leader, is patriotic, then you don't have. I don't think anyway. You have to scrutinize every single thing that's going on and be all worried about it. You still want to
Right.
keep an eye on things, but
It's
yeah,
not worried, but there's also 545 others up there. It's not just him, you know,
You mean all the people being appointed? Is that what you mean, Bonnie?
all the House, Senate, the judicial, all of it.
Oh, right, right. Okay, yeah.
but like at least he's not communist. Like you don't have a communist person been elected, right?
I'm a lot more hopeful than I would definitely have been if it had gone
Yeah,
with Biden and Harris. I mean, there's
me
no
too.
doubt about that. And I think that the collaboration, the unity party that he's putting or has put together and is putting together, I am hopeful that that will help bring some more people in from, who maybe haven't related with Trump. Maybe they'll relate more with RFK or with Tulsi Gabbard or, um, Vivek or whoever in his team. I feel like it's possible that you know this huge team he's building will bring more people into unity, which is what I obviously think is important. Um, but also, if you look at the votes, I mean, I don't know how much I really trust the votes either way, but and this I keep hearing this term mandate coming out, and that kind of makes me pause a little bit too, why that term is the one being used so much. But, they're saying that the country gave our government a mandate, because there was such a huge turnout for Trump that we spoke and said that this is what we want. We were kind of rejecting the establishment. And
Yes.
yeah, I think that's really positive. I don't know. I'm just still very wary of
Yep.
planned.
I
What else?
know
Because
what you mean.
evil's not just going to give up, you know? That's really what it comes down to, as far as I see it. So it's like looking to see what's coming next.
And
And I agree,
he
Snooks. I don't fully trust any politician.
exactly. And then the next comment. So he may not have been totally a politician the first time he was elected, but I believe that he has
Now,
grown
yeah.
to know the role very well. I'll just
Hmm.
put it that way.
Right. Yeah, I like the comments I'm seeing here about accountability because I guess that's, like the proof is in the pudding.
Yes.
I mean
Yes.
he's talked a good game, but then we've also seen, just to pointed out, remember, last time he was running, he talked about lock her up, and that was something that he ran on. And then he's completely backtracked on that even after, even more so after his presidency in recent months. He's talked about how he would never have done that. And, I don't know, to me, that duplicity is very much a part of politics and being a politician. And I understand that there's, games that need to be played to some extent. Yeah. But I just hope that there's more truth behind a lot of what he's saying he's going to do now than some of the things he ran on before. But I also think he did a lot of really positive things during his last term. So, I'm not just being critical,
Exactly.
but I'm just being cautious.
Yeah, I agree. Like it kind of hurts his credibility to say things like that and then do a 180 on it. But I do, even when he was saying that, to me, that was showmanship. That was part of his charisma. It was a quick comeback,
Yeah.
In reality.
Right, John? They know what we want to hear and they use
Sorry.
that. What were you going to say, JM?
Yep. No, I was just going to say, like, I can totally overlook that because I think he's looking at the bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I'm not bashing him. I'm just saying I'm cautiously watching.
Yep.
I know it sounds like bashing to me. I don't know.
Good to see you, Neil.
What's up, guys?
Of course you would say that. Perhaps.
This looks like a job for me because everybody needs controversy.
I love it. We should just do that every time Neil comes up.
Yeah, there you go. This looks like a job.
The dragon picture.
Everybody just vote for me.
Well, that's a good point, Snooks, about elder abuse with Joe Biden. I don't know. I have a hard time having empathy for him. He's been, as far as I see it, a liar and taking advantage of the American people his entire career.
Well, I'm wondering why Snook said that. She's younger than me and abuses me all the time.
Okay. Snooks, you want to come up on panel? The link is pinned. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video here. It's not very long. I've got a bunch of kind of short ones tonight. But just to sort of make sure we're on the same page about some things that have been shared. Like I said, there's more than we can possibly cover, but I'm sure we'll do our best. All right. So here's Trump speaking about freedom of speech. And this is a video that RFK Jr. posted. Here we go.
If we don't have free speech, then we just don't have a free country. It's as simple as that. If this most fundamental right is allowed to perish, then the rest of our rights and liberties will topple, just like dominoes, one by one. They'll go down. That's why today I'm announcing my plan to shatter the left-wing censorship regime and to reclaim the right to free speech for all Americans. And reclaim is a very important word in this case because they've taken it away. In recent weeks, bombshell reports have confirmed that a sinister group of deep state bureaucrats, Silicon Valley tyrants, left-wing activists, and depraved corporate news media have been conspiring to manipulate and silence the American people. They have collaborated to suppress vital information on everything from elections to public health. The censorship cartel must be dismantled and destroyed, and it must happen immediately. And here's my plan. First, within hours of my inauguration, I will sign an executive order banning any federal department or agency from colluding with any organization, business, or person to censor, limit, categorize, or impede the lawful speech of American citizens. I will then ban federal money from being used to label domestic speech as mis- or disinformation. And I will begin the process of identifying and firing every federal bureaucrat who has engaged in domestic censorship, directly or indirectly, whether they are the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health, Human Services, the FBI, the DOJ, no matter who they are. Second, I will order the Department of Justice to investigate all parties involved in the new online censorship regime, which is absolutely destructive and terrible. and to aggressively prosecute any and all crimes identified. These include possible violations of federal civil rights law, campaign finance laws, federal election law, securities law, and antitrust laws, the Hatch Act, and a host of other potential criminal, civil, regulatory, and constitutional offenses. To assist in these efforts, I am urging House Republicans to immediately send preservation letters, and we have to do this right now, to the Biden administration, the Biden campaign, and every Silicon Valley tech giant, ordering them not to destroy evidence of censorship. Third, upon my inauguration as president, I will ask Congress to send a bill to my desk revising Section 230 to get big online platforms out of censorship business. From now on, digital platforms should only qualify for immunity protection under Section 230 if they meet high standards of neutrality, transparency, fairness, and non-discrimination. We should require these platforms to increase their efforts to take down unlawful content such as child exploitation and promoting terrorism, while dramatically curtailing their power to arbitrarily restrict lawful speech. Fourth, we need to break up the entire toxic censorship industry that has arisen under the false guise of tackling so-called mis- and disinformation. The federal government should immediately stop funding all nonprofits and academic programs that support this authoritarian project. If any U.S. university is discovered to have engaged in censorship activities or election interferences in the past, such as flagging social media content for removal of blacklisting, those universities should lose federal research dollars and federal student loan support for a period of 5 years and maybe more. We should also enact new laws laying out clear criminal penalties for federal bureaucrats who partner with private entities to do an end run around the Constitution and deprive Americans of their First, Fourth, and Fifth Amendment rights. In other words, deprive them of their vote. And once you lose those elections, and once you lose your borders like we have, you no longer have a country. Furthermore, to confront the problems of major platforms being infiltrated by legions of former deep staters and intelligence officials, there should be a 7-year cooling off period before any employee of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DNI, DHS, or DOD is allowed to take a job at a company possessing vast quantities of U.S. user data. Fifth, the time has finally come for Congress to pass a digital Bill of Rights. This should include a right to digital due process. In other words, government officials should need a court order to take down online content, not send information requests such as the FBI was sending to Twitter. Furthermore, when users of big online platforms have their content or accounts removed, throttled, shadow banned, or otherwise restricted, no matter what name they use, they should have the right to be informed that it's happening, the right to a specific explanation of the reason why, and the right to a timely appeal. In addition, all users over the age of 18 should have the right to opt out of content moderation and curation entirely and receive an unmanipulated stream of information if they so choose. The fight for free speech is a matter of victory or death for America and for the survival of Western civilization itself. When I am president, this whole rotten system of censorship and information control will be ripped out of the system at large. There won't be anything left. By restoring free speech, we'll begin to reclaim our democracy and save our nation. Thank you, and God bless America.
All right. So, kind of exciting, right? There's some possible accountability after all the years of ridiculous censorship we've all been dealing with. Here's hoping. But what do you guys think about the idea of the digital Bill of Rights?
I kind of sort of like it, but it also scares me because nowadays people don't recognize definitions. See, the reason why it took the founding fathers so long to write the Constitution, they went back and forth over single word meanings because it was that damn important, and they knew that. And I don't think anyone appreciates that now, to be able to write a good, solid law that could stand the test of time, because people don't have that will of wanting to make a country that's for the future and not for just for them. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm always worried about what each administration, like, we've talked about this before too, but where they laid, the things that they implement for positive reasons end up being used negatively by them or in the future by other administrations. So I guess I'm just kind of cautious of where any laws like that are going to go in the future, I like that. Brand says he appears to have assembled a merry band of table flippers. Here's hoping. Right? And I agree with you, Snooks. There's definitely some things I don't agree with on about Trump, like the red flag laws. So here's hoping he's, changed his mind, I guess, about how to handle all of that.
There's a couple of things that actually could be done, but it's going to take a while. And I don't know if anyone's old enough that paid attention when they were younger.
Good to see you, Dee.
Lawyers
if you can come up.
are a new thing. Having all these lawyers, all these laws, all this, that, the other, that's actually a 30, 40-year-old thing. Before that, there really wasn't that many lawyers involved in crap. So you got to go back and ask yourself, why in the 60s, 70s, 50s, 40s were there not as many lawyers, and why was life so good? And see if you don't get a correlation. And then ask yourself, how can we get rid of all these lawyers that just love to make money, and they make money by finding loopholes? In other words, in a big picture, making a lot of lawyers, you're going to get one or two scumbags that finds a hole in the dike, exploits it, and explodes the dike for their own personal advantage.
Right. Yeah, Snooks, I
agree
agree
with
with
John.
everything you're sharing down here too. There are a lot of things that he said he's going to do, like releasing the January 6th prisoners. I've got a little video to play about that. Marjorie Greene has been on fire addressing some of those issues. And I don't know. I guess we just kind of have to wait and see with a lot of it.
Well,
and then,
good.
Oh,
Go ahead,
yeah,
I'm sorry.
and then Bonnie, I wanted to hear what you had to say too. Then Matt says, "I'm kind of for less laws. There are too many already," and I agree. And that's kind of where, when it comes in with like a digital bill of rights, it's almost like whenever they're putting more laws in place, it's like, okay, for example, I see it kind of like this. I think constitutionally, our right to bear arms is a God-given right, and the Constitution was written to protect that right. But then now we've got all these laws that are being implemented, and the more laws there are, the more those rights are being eroded. And when it comes down to it, the Constitution and God say that we have the right to protect ourselves in any way that we want. So it's like the more laws we build in, the more control the government has.
I have
So,
two things to say. One about what you just said, and Trump. He did say that he would make it a federal law that every state has to accept a concealed carry because of regulations and them just wanting money from other states or other people from other states. Every state came up with their own laws on concealed carry. And what Trump said he was going to do is make it basically, it's going to be, if you have a concealed carry, every state will have to respect that concealed carry as if it was issued to them from their state. So in other words, you can carry a weapon. If you have a concealed carry from Florida, you'll be able to drive all the way to Oregon, and your Florida concealed carry will be legal in every state that you pass. To where now, for all the people who are into the weapons rights, this is a big one because they can't travel with concealed carry because they've limited the concealed carry down to each state, and that's been a big problem. And then what was the other thing I was going to talk about that you'd said? I already forgot. I got a good buzz.
But there
Go
again,
to Bonnie. Go ahead, Bonnie.
there again, it's someone telling us what we can and cannot do. And that's where the laws come in. Look at any one of you, your state constitution. How many amendments have been added to it? How many laws have been added? How many? It's more control. That's all I see it as.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it comes down to the introduction of all the lawyers, because they're the ones who actually now write those amendments for lobbying groups and large corporations. Actually, so actually, the Congress doesn't even write them. If you remember as a kid watching that show, How a Bill Becomes a Law, that cartoon.
Right.
Okay, if you remember that, that's not how it works. How it works now is they have lawyers and they pay them to write a bill, and then they pay a congressman to sign on to it, and then he goes to the floor with it. It has nothing to do with us anymore. And it all comes down, if you're looking to a linchpin of change, it's the addition of all the lawyers into our system whenever that started. And it was intentional to tear the system apart the way they actually have. And it's by exactly what you had mentioned, is the adding of all these amendments and the compiling of laws upon laws upon laws upon. I mean,
hold on 1 second, Neil. I'm gonna interrupt you for a second. Bran, thank you so much for being here. Much love to you. Thanks for all your help tonight and always.
Yes.
Have a good night.
And John Dunning is right on it.
Yeah,
laws not created for the criminals, because criminals don't obey laws.
Well, they're made for us, basically, to control us. Because I've seen it out here in California. I've seen it out here in California. If you remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger was taking over after that guy Davis, they were selling this idea of tripling the car registration tax. So, good old Arnold comes in, being the expert he is on acting, knows how to run a state, comes in and fucks shit up. And at the end of his 8 years, as he's walking out the door, reinstates the tripling of the car registration tax.
Yeah, in our state, we had voted against that, and they put it in anyway. They put it through anyway, and then they've done several times more since.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, and that's just too much regulation. And that's where I kind of, as you well know, I voted for myself, so you can't say I'm for anyone other than me. I'm definitely for me. But having said that, the next administration
There's
is
a
coming in.
name for that. I'm sorry.
I didn't hear you. What was that, girl?
I thought I was muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. But they want to limit and lessen regulation. And that right there actually unstrangleholds economies. So although we might not be able to make a quick, fast change to all the legal law stuff that's got to go down through the pipelines, the quick fix that can happen is get the people making money. And that can be done in a fast manner. But it's not going to fix the problem. And that's what I was going to say. If you watch the newest David Morgan, he had Judy Shelton on. Oh my God.
The Morgan Report?
Yeah, the genius behind that woman's brain. And she was nominated for Powell's job. And everyone says Trump nominated Powell. No, he was forced on him by the Democratic controlled Senate. He actually nominated Judy Sheldon, and she was voted down by the Senate. So he had to take the Senate's vote, which was Powell. So he didn't nominate Powell. He was forced to take him. His choice was Judy Sheldon. And if you watch that show on her perspective and her knowledge on economics, we would have been in such a better place had she gotten in. So if he gets in and he appoints her, she can unwind a lot of things, but understands how to do it from what I've seen of her. And take it back to, it's a bimetallic system, which several other countries actually want, which would benefit silver, because a bimetallic system is in the system backed just by gold, but gold and silver, and then possibly other things as well. But a bimetallic system is a two, gold and silver, which would increase the price of silver, obviously.
Wow, John.
She goes through
says,
the thing. Go ahead, sorry.
John says Congress has enacted approximately 200 to 600 statutes during each of its 118 biennial terms. So more than 30,000 statutes have been enacted since 1789.
Yep, and that's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That's a stranglehold of regulation. Actually kills economies.
And so it's overriding everything that's in the Constitution, actually, if you look through them.
I think they're going on the theory if you put 100,000 monkeys in a room and give them a pen and paper, one of them's going to write something smart. And I think they're going to go for trying to pass 100,000 statutes before they get a good one. But that's just my theory on their stupidity.
So when we're talking specifically about what's going on and what Trump has said he's going to do as far as censorship, how do you guys think that's going to play out? I mean, I know I've been seeing like a lot of like celebrities and more liberal leaning people saying that they're leaving X because, to them, they don't see it as a positive that there's free speech, which is crazy to me. But do you think that there'll be more people leaving these? I don't know. How do you think that will look in the long term? Do you think that like it's going to blow the lid off of a lot of truths that have been being censored on platforms such as this? Or do you think that it's going to kind of pigeonhole people into different platforms and smaller boxes?
I would reverse the question. How many people were kicked off of these platforms because of it that will come back with a vengeance?
I don't know that they will, though. I mean, I think there are a lot of people that left, for example, this platform we're on and went to other platforms that have kind of intentionally not ever come back, even though they could create another account, So
True.
I think maybe people will be loyal to some of the more free speech platforms that are out there, but I don't know. Maybe, and
Latest...
I'm still Twitter banned, so I'm still not part of the free speech movement on X.
So how is he going to have control of that even? I mean, really and truly, because all of these platforms are owned by a company. Mm-hmm. So how can he tell them what they can and cannot do?
Yes.
It's a free service for us to use.
Well, it's because it's a private, the argument's been that it's a private private corporation, private organization, so that they have different rules because of that. It's been proven that they're editing content, and so since they're editing content, they're now considered more of a news site. I don't know if I'm using the right terminology. Somebody else can probably say this better, but they're seen as more of a news site. So they shouldn't have all of the they shouldn't have the abilities that they have right now to censor us. And I think that's kind of the way he'll go about addressing it. But I don't know.
I can understand that because I mean, the things that Facebook has taken off are ridiculous. One was a father and daughter riding bicycles and singing a gospel song. And I posted it and Facebook removed it. And so it's not even about the things that we know will get booted for. You never know. It depends on what mood they're in or if they're on their monthly or whatever's going on. I don't know.
One thing that can happen, again, I'm into like reverse engineering, and none of this censorship could happen if you had more than 3 human beings that owned all of the media, because everyone understands the principle of the Republicans and the Democrats are hand and fist working together. So just imagine if only 3 people owned all the news organizations and they say they were all on the same party, how easily it could be for them to get together and do exactly what you're saying, Bonnie. So to, again, reverse engineer, I would say the government needs to step in and break down those monopoly ownerships to where you can actually have owners of these news outlets that can give different points of views. And that probably would solve the problem, considering we didn't have this problem when we had that set up. But I'm not an expert.
I know, it seems like it's been that way for a while. Like,
well, yeah.
When you see those videos where they compile like 50 different news organizations and they all have the exact verbatim
threat to our democracy was one of them.
Right to the word. Yeah.
Yes. And I can understand that, the MSM.
Well, whatever happened to those kids that they found on TV that were actually paid actors for all these devastating blows in the Middle East, and they had the same kid playing as roles as he was injured or something? Whatever came of that?
I mean, I think that happens all the time. It seems like there's
a lot.
That's what I'm
There's
saying.
been women, there's been men, there's been
Oh no,
Uh,
I'm just saying that that symptom of the media to the media is not media. It's more like soap opera. They write a script and then they go out and if they can't find it somewhere in the world, they manufacture it.
yes.
Yeah.
Even um, the thing in Uvalde, I saw people that have been seen before. And one little girl had two different people. It was just so, yes, then that makes us question, is this real? Is this believable? Was it a setup? Was it all planned out for a purpose? You know, and it's sad
Yeah.
if it truly was a tragedy and truly as people saw it, but at the same time, when you see those things, it makes you question it. And
Well,
we
I
should,
think what a lot of people don't realize when, or at least I can speak for myself, but I've seen it, that a lot of people don't realize this or they can't like wrap their minds around it. A false flag doesn't mean that there was nothing real about the situation. A false flag really just means that it was something that was planned ahead of time or allowed to happen. And so when you look back at past false flags, and there's some that are well documented in history, I mean, that are, have been disclosed, and, the things that were redacted have been disclosed to the public now. So you can see that the government's done this, for a very long time. But if you look at more recent times that maybe we don't have the evidence to say 100% that it's a false flag, but, for example, 9/11 would be one that comes to mind. But a lot of them, even some people think George Floyd, the way that was handled, in a way, it's a false
yes,
flag because there are real consequences. There are real deaths. There are real, injuries and people hurt and people involved that aren't part of that. But a lot of times there can be either plants like the Fed J6 or, things along those lines where there's different actors in play. So I think it's just hard for people to understand if they haven't been looking closely. And this is where I was at 5 years ago when I heard about things that were false flags. Like, okay, when I'd heard about Alex Jones, for example, and, look what's happening to him right now. Still from like the whole Sandy Hook thing and what he said, that's a huge attack on freedom of speech because he shared his opinions from that time and now he's being held financially responsible for outcomes from that. So that's a whole nother topic. But when I heard that before, I thought, well, that's crazy. Obviously, that situation happened. There were all those people there. There were all the cameras there. We saw it. I don't believe that was all staged. But that's not what a false flag actually is. It just means there were people there that were planted there and knew what the plan was. And
that's just
there's
it. If
still
it's
real death.
planned ahead, what
Hmm.
those people are the ones, whoever's making these plans, they should be accountable because that is
Right.
flat out
And
genocide.
well,
Evil.
they're complicit. They're
Yeah,
complicit in it, right?
100%. Yeah, I agree.
Unless it was decompartmentalized, where they knew that they were doing a certain thing, but they didn't know the bigger picture.
Bingo.
Right.
Me too.
Well, and I think that's also a huge way that the puppet masters work, if you want to look at it that way. Because I think even if you look in the Department of Education or you look at medicine or whatever, huge organization, it's run almost like the military from the top down, and people are trained to, as they're educated through school, as they get their certifications and degrees, they're trained to trust their higher ups, and those higher ups are trained to trust their higher ups, etc. And so the ones at the top are making these plans, but the people implementing it don't even see the bigger picture.
Mm,
Yeah, it's complicated.
Yeah, and frequently,
Accomplices. There you go, Dee.
Yeah, I
That's
heard
right.
that Imir, but then I heard it was blocked. Which is crazy to me. So the Onion, it had been reported yesterday that the Onion had bought Infowars, and then because Alex Jones is having to like basically liquidate his company and everything to pay this huge fine that he owns because of what he said about Sandy Hook. But that was blocked because some judge said that it was unlawful because they didn't let it go to the highest bidder. it was supposed to be a public auction, and it didn't go to the highest bidder, because the highest bidder was more right leaning, and so they wanted it to go to someone more left leaning, and so they had sold it to the Onion, but now they blocked that sale. So apparently that's not happening. And I wondered like how the Onion, if for those who might not know, the Onion is basically like, what's the word I'm looking for? When it's like humorous but parody satire. It's a satire site, yeah, that is very much like the Babylon Bee. I think the Babylon Bee actually came about after the Onion and was sort of like the more conservative like lean on what the Onion had been doing. So for the Onion to own InfoWars, it was like, how could that possibly work? Because it would have to just be completely different than what it had ever been before. And then what makes it InfoWars other than the name, you know? So anyway, it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out.
I just like hearing that Bonnie started questioning. I love hearing people starting to question because none of us were ever taught.
I question everything.
Right? I was going to say, start the question. She's been questioning for years.
Yeah.
I like the way you explained it at this time, shall we say.
And John, that is so on point. I just.
Yeah, but can you trust Pompeo? But yeah, I agree, John.
Isn't that city that got covered by ash?
No, that's Pompey. Mike Pompeo was the head of the CIA.
No, I know.
Under Trump.
I'm jesting.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
But I truly believe that. Look at Michigan. Is that one of your videos tonight also? By any
We
chance?
can pull that up. I've got a ton. I don't know what we're all going to cover, but yes, I do have a video about that we could play. FEMA, for any who might not know, FEMA is staging I think it's 350 huge FEMA trucks, and they're doing like this huge operation, that they're setting up for that includes 6 counties in Michigan, and last I'd heard it was like nobody really knew why. I did have somebody comment in my Discord, and they directed me to a video that was a long form live stream, and I tried to flip through it, and I didn't find any of the information they said was shared in that video, and they haven't responded. But they said that Sutton's Days is the name of the channel that they guided me to, and they said that that they'd kind of debunked it. They'd said that it had something to do with a dam that's failing, and so they were going to run some practice there because of the situation with the dam. But anyway, I didn't see, like I said, I couldn't find the information in the video that person pointed me to. And I have talked with some people that I know in Michigan, and they're on kind of high alert following this, trying to get more information on what they're doing.
Trying to think of who put the video out today with the maps.
Yeah, I have some of that we can pull up in a little bit.
Okay.
I want to pull up one more video here before we. Yeah, some dam in Michigan, Robbie, that they said that they were running these tests as kind of like preparation in case it failed completely because it's already not doing
But the
well.
5 counties, I don't even think we're connected.
So there's 6 counties, and there's it's weird because they're almost in like a row, but then there's one that they skipped. So they are close. They're kind of close together, but they're not completely. It's not like one. It's one line of counties instead of like a clump, if that makes sense.
You don't need to look at counties. You need to look at population centers. And what you want to do is you want to look at what happened in Northern California when we had our dam failure.
There's also a lot of lithium apparently in Michigan.
Well, you can look at that too, but also along the Klamath River, they had a big, I did a report on, they had a 1/4-mile long landslide that blocked the river for 7 days. And then they did like a 217-mile long evacuation, and like 3 days later the water blew back through that landslide and started doing all kinds of damage downstream.
Okay, well, before we get into all of that, I did want to pull up another video here. It's 10 minutes, but I don't think I'll play the whole thing. And actually, JM, if you want to put it at like 1.25 speed or something, I don't think that'll make it too fast to be listened to, but it'll let us get through a little bit more faster. Okay. And this, we were kind of talking about what Trump's been doing, and this is him talking about basically eliminating the Department of Education. So I thought we'd kind of shift gears into that.
Welcome back to Free Media. I'm Amber Duke.
And I'm Robbie Suave. President-elect Donald Trump is rolling out a sweeping new education plan for his second term. According to the Wall Street Journal, he aims to eliminate the Department of Education, restrict woke teachings, and introduce universal school choice. Trump's plan also includes using federal funding to influence school policies on transgender accommodations and critical race theory. Now, he's not alone in his push to get rid of the Department of Education. Here's Rick Scott on Fox News.
We've got to say, what agencies don't we need? Why do we have the Department of Education? Why? Our states should be doing that. Our federal government should not be involved in the education system. We should let each of our states do it, and we'll find the best. You know, if Florida's the best, other people will emulate us. And what I did as governor, if I saw somebody doing something well like Rick Perry, I tried to emulate it and do it better than Rick Perry. That's what we should be doing. It's the United States of America. It's not the federal government of America. It's the United States. Let's go back and give our states the ability to do these things.
So are those some of... And Trump ally Elon Musk retweeted a 1-year-old video of Trump laying out his plans for the department, saying, "Good idea." Here's what he posted.
And one other thing I'll be doing very early in the administration is closing up the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., and sending all education and education work and needs back to the states. We want them to run the education of our children because they'll do a much better job of it. You can't do worse. We spend more money per pupil by 3 times than any other nation, and yet we're absolutely at the bottom. We're one of the worst. So you can't do worse. We're going to end education coming out of Washington, D.C. We're going to close it up, all those buildings all over the place. And you have people that in many cases hate our children. We're going to send it all back to the states.
Yeah, I interviewed Betsy DeVos, who was the Secretary of Education during Trump's first administration. I interviewed her for Reason, and she absolutely agreed that the entire department could be closed down. It does not, you know, people think, and people right now are losing their minds over this proposal, like, oh my, that's like ending public education. No, we're not saying we're going to end public education. We're not even ending public financing of education. We're just ending, the proposal is to end top-down, centralized federal control of education, return it to the states the way it should be. You did not have this department prior to what, like 1979. You can give the funds to the school district, better yet, to the individual students, to the families, let them decide what is the best educational outcome for their family, for their kid. If that's the public school in the neighborhood, great. If it's a private school, great. If it's a homeschooling environment, if it's some amalgamation pod type thing, whatever, families know best, not the federal government.
I saw this amazing tweet in reaction to this that said something like, "Our test scores are down in math and reading, and half of our students are illiterate, and yet Trump wants to shut down the Department of Education." Reread that again.
Yeah.
The Department of Education has been in operation since 1980. The bill was signed in 1979, and yet all of our educational outcomes are worse than they were when it was instituted. Shouldn't that be a sign that it's not doing its job?
You can see the graph over time of spending on education, and you see those math and reading scores basically staying the same or even maybe decreasing in some states, but certainly not improving dramatically despite a massive federal effort to concentrate how to handle the education system in Washington, D.C. and create this enormous bureaucracy. Mostly what this bureaucracy does is issue guidance, rulemaking, by another word, to make schools conform to the agenda of whatever the administration is in ways that are often, at the very least, confrontation or politically fraught or difficult. I think we're still working out some of these questions involving athletes and gender and facilities and all those things. You know, you're more conservative than I am. You probably just want to keep this stuff. I would say, like, this is not a job for the federal government. Let schools work these things out. But the guidance has been from Obama, and then Biden was like, no, this is how you have to do it. I think that's wrong. I think better yet, let the families associate their dollars with schools. They're doing things the way they want. And you know what? It would actually be okay to have like a liberal school that does things one way and a conservative school that does things another and some middle ground thing and everything in between. That's fine. Just let the market decide. Don't let the federal government decide.
Yeah, I mean, so long as there's a school choice proposal implemented, then it doesn't really matter what the public schools do because parents would actually have the agency to be able to move their child to another school and know that their taxpayer dollars aren't going to waste by sending their kids.
And it's a lot of money. In some of these school districts, per pupil funding, it can be 20, 25, 30K. So what that means, I think people often don't understand what that means. That means tax dollars. So tax dollars are collected, and then the school is getting $30,000 per the student for the year, whatever it is, going there. That's a lot of money. I mean, that's
more
often,
than a lot of private schools.
Yes, that's the key thing. It is more than private school tuition in a lot of places. You could, like, let's say you just gave $25K to the family instead. Well, you could hire a tutor to teach your kid and like 4 neighborhood kids. That's $100K salary for a year for this teacher to just teach 4 kids. I mean, I mean, they did that during the pandemic, right? As schools started to close, people resorted to combinations of things. Well, I mean, you have smart people sometimes. Well, I'll teach the neighborhood kids history and you teach them reading and you teach them math. Like, people can creatively work things out, especially when there is money to be used to help them do that. There's no reason that money has to go just automatically and directly to a failing public school system. The ones that get the most money are doing the worst job.
That's right. And especially in inner cities, they always talk about lack of funding and resources, but then they're actually some of the ones receiving
They
the
get the
most money
most.
per student because they are like, we're not doing well, please help us. And
Yeah.
then they pass bills to get them more money and they're still not doing well for a variety of reasons that we would never have time to get into on this show. But I mean, just looking at that $25,000 or $30,000 number per year, my Catholic church that I am a member of, a parishioner, their Catholic school for K through 8 is like $10,000 a year. So not only would you be able to pay for private school tuition, you could put the rest in a 529 plan for college, right? And then you're saving for the $200,000 a year that you're expected to pay for college nowadays. And that's the other part of this that people haven't really considered is that our university system is so broken. The reason why we have a student debt crisis is in large part because of the massive subsidization
Yes.
of these schools and their endowments by the federal government. Ending the Department of Education is going to force them to survive on their own merits. You're going to actually have to teach the students real information, critical thinking skills, as opposed to whatever indoctrination you're doing into the liberal academia world. And you're going to have to show that you can get them jobs and that you can get them well-paying jobs. They're going to have to actually create a return on investment for their degree without them having to take out $200,000 of student loans.
Yes, this is something liberals and conservatives should get excited about because the higher education system is so pernicious in how it has really tricked an entire generation of young people into going into massive debt on a false promise that this is a good investment for
Right.
every single kid. It is not. I cannot warn young people enough. Think very carefully. A college degree is a useful thing. Think very, very hard and very carefully before you go into massive debt to get one. You don't have to do that. No one is making you. You have to guarantee, if it's your parents' money and you're rich, whatever, have fun, who cares? But don't take out money, don't borrow money to do it. In so many cases, that is not a good investment. And you're right that it is the subsidy, the encouragement of that kind of thing that then creates this public crisis where you have all these indebted young people who are genuinely sympathetic people in many cases, but that it's totally unfair to ask other people to foot the bill for their bad choices. But they were bad choices that they made in part because of the encouragement of federal education bureaucrats.
And then you do a massive debt forgiveness program, and the colleges are only further incentivized
Yeah.
to continue raising tuition
Why not
because
triple it?
their students
They're
are
gonna
never
forgive
going
it
to be on the
anyway.
hook for the debt that they're taking out. So why would they have any qualms about doing
At
it?
that point, it's just theft, and we will not stand for it anymore.
No,
We're
we will
closing down
not.
that department.
By the way, one more point on the Trump plans with the departments before we go, because I love this one too. So
Okay.
Lee Zeldin was nominated to
EPA.
the EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, which is a horrific agency
Yes.
for all sorts of reasons.
Yes.
It's death grip on agriculture, and you can't even build a pond on your own farm. The Sierra Club and various left-wing environmental agencies were apoplectic that Trump would nominate someone who didn't have any experience in environmental policy. And I thought their tears were so delicious.
Well, I'm sorry. Is that a legal consumption of tears? Because you might be disrupting
violating the waters of the USA.
Yeah, the habitat of the red speckled dodo hen or something.
Right? Yeah, I'll have to
somebody you
watch out for
forgot to
that.
Okay, I'll go ahead and take that down. They're pretty much wrapping it up there. I don't know. I'm kind of excited about that. I like the idea of the power being returned to the states instead of the Fed, and
Well-
in every way possible.
And I totally like the money following the child. So if you do decide to homeschool, I would say 90% of my property taxes go to the school. So the school getting federal aid, why? When the people are paying, oh, that's right, for the new football field or the bigger, better field house or it's all about the sports here in Texas. I don't know about anywhere else, but so
Well, here's
it's
the
waste of money.
Part of the problem, though, no matter what they say it's going to, is that there's so much bureaucracy to it that the money gets filtered and laundered, really, is what I think most of it is, through, all of the methods they have in place to get everything set up. So, you know what I mean? So it's like, I think if it was at the state level instead of the federal level, it would help a lot with that. There's still going to be people with deep pockets who are going to, give contracts to their friends, and those contracts are going to be inflated and they're still going to, I don't know how it'll work with the state versus the Fed as far as like use it or lose it. We've talked about that before, but I've talked about like in education, if you look at like how much a teacher, at least here in Washington State, but I think this is probably true in all states. You guys let me know. But in Washington State, the teachers are paid a fraction of what anyone working in HR, for example, or in administration is paid. We have our superintendent, last I checked, one of the superintendents in a district I used to work in, this was years, probably 5 years ago, was paid over $400,000 a year. And that's a ridiculous amount for someone who's not
Yes.
even working directly with children ever and is running things like, I mean, it's kind of a microcosm of like the federal versus the
It's
state.
ridiculous. And what they said about the college system, that is so true. It's as long as they keep doing the debt forgiveness, it is going to increase the tuition and just make it more so. But really and truly, what do those degrees get you?
I don't know. I've had a lot of fun with my 4-year basket weaving degree.
Well, what it does though is it gives them another another angle on controlling the people.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Or at least controlling the narrative.
Well,
When I
controlling
work-
your children.
Can I give an example about that, JM?
Yes,
When
please.
when I was working in the public schools, I was on one of for about 2 years. I was involved a lot with the hiring process, so I was one of the teachers that was often involved in an interview, and I started seeing over and over and over and over again every person who came in who was coming right out of the universities, whether they were, most of them were young, you know, you think of college age, but some, you know, had gone back to school at an older age, so it wasn't specific to age as much as when they were coming out of their education process. They all brought with them or referred to or drew, and I'm telling you, it got to a point of being comical, that picture of a fence with equity versus equality. You guys know what I'm talking about? I wish I
Yes.
had the picture to show, but I hope, and I'm sure by now most of you have seen it. But basically, it shows like these kids at a fence, and the equity would be you're giving the kids, like the shorter kid's going to get more books so that he can see at the same level as the taller kid who might only need 1 or 2 books to stand on to see at the same level. So one is given more based on where they began. Okay, that's equity versus equality, which is that you'd give each kid the same number of books, and you know, wherever they started, it didn't matter. Well, it's because that's what the universities, that's the propaganda that was being shoved down their throats. And then that's what they were told to go and interview, to share during interviews. And then at the same time, the principals are being trained to look for that and to know that those are the people to hire because they're the ones who are on board with what they're being told are the best practices. So it's this whole mechanism that's at work to get very like-minded herd mentality going within the entire district.
And we're going to
You
get
see these videos all the time where these guys are going around
Magic?
asking these college students questions and they have no clue. And it's like, oh my goodness, they're in college and they can't even answer these questions.
And that's
they're
because of the Department of Education on a federal level. What no one here has said one thing about that's positive, that no one said anything about, is the taking away of equal shared money from a single source gives that single source power. You take that away, now what you have is competition.
Diversity.
And the schools that turn out the best students, they're going to get more money. And that's going to cause other schools to follow that principle of education, which turns out better children.
Yeah. Somebody had mentioned, I think it was Matt had mentioned to me, he'd heard somewhere that that money they're looking, that Trump had said somewhere that money that would follow the kids would be about $10,000 per student. So if you, for example, I have 2 school age kids who I homeschool, that would be $20,000 I would get per year to educate my own kids. That makes a huge difference because right now it's taking, you know, it's a real financial hit to not be working and to be homeschooling my kids. I mean, that would be a huge
And now
step in the
imagine
right direction.
Imagine having the legal right because you're a teacher in homeschooling that you could offer homeschooling to other
Well,
parents.
I do already have that right, but yes, but then they'd have that money that would be given to them from the state.
Yeah,
to be able to
and well,
use.
I mean, you get a part of it for educating the kids too. So you would increase your salary. Their kids would get a better educational environment and they, you know, obviously would keep some of the money for themselves, but it would be better. everywhere. But most
Yeah.
importantly, it'd be better for the kids' learning
And
experience.
for them to be able to, for parents to be able to decide also they could use it for private schools, and then that would make private and magnet schools or charter schools, whatever they're called in different states or areas. But to have all of that in competition with each other, like you were saying, Neil, it would make it so that they'd have to do better than they're
Yep.
doing right now. The Fed has basically a monopoly on education.
Yep.
So there's no
100%.
competition,
And
and
look who they got running it, the
yeah,
department.
right.
But
They want to
imagine
know.
the library you
horrible.
could have in your home if you're homeschooling for those children to learn with.
Or the
Or
money for the resources to, or, to be able to go and
yes,
do hands-on learning in the real world, to take them to
yes,
do different experiences. All of that is so much. There are
yes.
so many better ways to teach than the way that the schools are set up to teach now, and especially since COVID, because with all of the remote learning that happened, a lot of the curriculum shifted to online learning. So kids are on screens way more time at school than they used to be before COVID. And on top of that, the curriculum that's aligned to, for example, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, who have funded a lot of technology in classrooms for the last, probably 30 years at least. Yeah, about that. They give the contracts for the curriculum, the online curriculum, to go with the technology that they're promoting to their friends who've developed the curriculum alongside them. This is something a lot of people don't know anything about. But even the curriculum that's being used
Yeah.
is influenced by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation and others like them.
But
So it's just even if you're in a state that's a Republican state or that is more conservative in your schools, the curriculum itself has things built into it that might not be aligned with what you want taught to your kids.
That's why they should break it down to the county, so that way every state. And that's why I like taking away the Fed part, because then the states will do that. Because every county, you don't want a county that has 50,000 people getting the same amount of money as a county that has 5 million. So they're going to break it down, and the smaller areas are got to be more creative. And
that's why it should be more per student.
Well, it'll be more personal in the smaller areas, which is actually in reality a better learning environment. So what they're going to find by doing this is they're going to find that the smaller communities are actually a better learning environment for the kids, because they get more personal treatment. Because there was a point in time, and I believe they still do this, and you might know, Indy, you're a teacher. Do they still do how many students per teacher? Parts, or students per teacher kind of ratio. You get each teacher
it's a huge deal. So yeah, there's a different each district has different laws that they kind of negotiate for their classroom sizes and the ratio of students to children, or students to teachers, I mean.
I like that first one.
Yeah, but here's something that's interesting about that. A lot of so the school I taught at last, when I was teaching in public school before, without it being remote, we did it's a whole long thing, but we did this book club that teachers could be a part of, and you had to be on different committees, and that was one of them. So I got involved with that, and one of the books, I cannot remember the name of the book or the author, but I remember, because I was just this is bullshit. But he basically was arguing and showing the science, trust the science that all teachers know is totally wrong, that said that class size doesn't matter. Class size absolutely matters, and every person who works in a classroom or is in a classroom or works with kids knows that. But yet the science was saying, well, no, actually it doesn't matter. We can cram as many kids as we want in with one teacher. And that ties in actually with what John's saying here. He said schools teach one shoe fits all, but we all learn differently. And to some extent, yes, the way that they teach, right now, like I was saying, the curriculum's all very online based, and a lot of it, that's the same, but it's also called differentiated instruction. So in the district I last taught in, it's a very diverse district here in Washington State, and it has a very transient population because there's all sorts of people coming in from all around the world. There's people are moving all the time within the district or out of the district. It's not like when I was growing up where I went to the same, well, actually I went to 3 different elementary schools, but that was because of different reasons. I lived in the same house that whole time. But for most people, even that was like, I moved with the people in my neighborhood. So I knew the same kids. I was with the same people for the most part, all through elementary, junior high, and even into high school. That's not really the case for most places anymore. People are moving around a lot. So anyway, my point was going to be with the differentiated instruction, there are so many kids at different levels. So in, for example, a first grade classroom, or let's put like a 5th grade classroom. In a 5th grade classroom, you could have kids who are English language learners who don't speak any English at all that are in your classroom, and you're teaching them English. I mean, their ability in their native language is much higher, of course, but their ability in English is at like a preschool level because they're just learning the language. So you're teaching them preschool level reading. Math is a little easier usually because it doesn't involve as much language, but language is still involved. So you're teaching them at like a preschool, kindergarten, 1st grade level, at least 5th graders, whereas you can have academically high level 5th graders that are at a high school level. So you have a range from literally preschool to high school within one classroom, and that whole range in between. And so what they've done, and this is again since COVID, a lot of what they've done is with this online learning, the programs learn for you. Or they adapt for each student. So a lot of times the teachers aren't even involved anymore in what the kids are being taught because there's a program, an algorithm in a computer that says, well, they got this, and this right. These are the things they need to work on. I'm going to assign them this. This is what they're going to work on for this many minutes. They have to, and you can go in as a teacher and see what they've mastered of those skills and what they're working on. But you can even assign sometimes a little bit within that. But what I'm saying is it's basically AI teaching the children. And on top of that, it's data gathering on all of those kids that entire time.
Yes.
So they're all guinea pigs.
Mm-hmm.
Disagree with completely.
Yep.
That's crazy.
And that's why I say the books are,
that's why my kids are homeschooled,
to me, more important because, I mean, that's the way we learned back in school. We didn't have the computers and everything. And we would take field trips, and our field trips were to different trades to see, watch them work, see what kind of trade they were doing. Would you be interested in doing this? It wasn't, there wasn't a big push on going to college. It was more the trades. And I think that's what we need more of than paper pushers or whatever they're doing with the degrees. Look at the medical system. How much does it cost and how many years to become a doctor? But then what good does it do when the government is telling them how to take care of their patients?
Mm-hmm.
It's
right, and then you get into the whole like big pharma tie-in. So all the connections between the two. So it's like it's better. They make more money if they keep us sick and unhealthy than if they cure us.
You guys really need to watch my live stream.
We're so full of joy, aren't we?
2 Sundays ago. No, I've got something to blow your mind. I think it was 2 Sundays ago. The first 10 minutes of my Sunday live stream. I think it was a Joe Rogan, 10 minutes of him having 2 people on. They gave the history of the medical industry, the College of Medicine and colleges, and the insurance agency, and it all came back to one person. Y'all, I'm gonna make y'all watch it so I get the viewing hours. But it was a Joe Rogan thing, and then I did a discussion on that after I showed it.
What did you title it? Do you know?
Huh?
What did you title that video?
I'll keep talking. I'll go check it out, and I'll get it.
Yeah. Drop it in the private chat or drop it in the.
I'll drop it in private chat.
Or even just present it and you can play it. Yeah.
No, I'll drop it in private chat, bro.
Yeah, drop it in the private chat, and then I'll put it in the main chat.
So Wayne said they must take an oath. Look how many people have to take an oath, and are they actually following that oath?
Right. Yeah, if only people cared about what their word, standing by their word and honor, then maybe it'd mean more. But we've kind of taught at least younger generations that they don't, they don't have to stick to.
Your word means nothing.
Right. Yeah. And it's actually even more praised, I'd say, to change, to be fluid.
Yeah.
I just wanted to back up. You highlighted earlier the Trump to close Department of Education so Mud Fossil University can now present true evidence.
Yes. I like that channel. It's very interesting.
It is. And the key with that was he was discussing in that very video how difficult it is to get people in the science departments to acknowledge when you've actually discovered, when you've made breakthroughs, especially if it contradicts what their narrative is.
Right. Well, and
So
part of that is they'll lose funding. They're afraid that if they get involved, they're all under grants. So if they, right. So if they start to be associated with something that the people who are giving them the grants don't want them to be, then they'll lose their own funding. That goes back to the whole greed destroying our country.
Yeah. And it's all over. It's not just the government. It's all over. We've had chief of police embezzling. We've had high school principal fired for being with teenage boys. We've had, and I'm in a really small community where everybody knows everything, and so it's all over. It's not just in the big cities where you think you can hide, or where there's more populated areas where you think you can get away with everything. It's everywhere. And that's why I keep check on them too. When I went into the city hall Thursday, was that yesterday? Yes. It was, I was still asking, do you have the emergency plan yet? Been asking for a year. Still no emergency plan. None that is given publicly anyway.
Thanks, Indy.
Yep. Yeah, I'm going to check that out later. Thank you for sharing it. All right. Well, you guys want to pull up one more video here? This is...
I got a kiss video. Oh, no.
This is about the new border czar, Tom Homan.
This is a good one.
And yeah. And this
She
woman,
uses a gamble, doesn't she?
Jayapal is in Seattle. She's a piece of work. But I thought this was a little
watch your eyes how they bug out.
Right. Here we go.
But the church,
Mr. Holman.
you work for me. I'm a taxpayer. You work for me.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father
Mr.
from his
Holman, with
family.
all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're into the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum and go through the port of entry, do it the legal way. Probably not the right thing to say, but I was angry. Let me tell you why you're angry, because you or no one else in this room has seen what I've seen in my 34 years. You didn't stand in the back of a tractor trailer shot my 19 dead aliens that suffocated to death because the smuggler didn't care, including a 5-year-old boy. What do you think his last 30 minutes were like? I was there. I seen it, I smelled it, I saw it, and I had a 5-year-old boy at the time, and it changed me for the rest of my life. I've seen people who couldn't pay their smuggling fees got stabbed in the face 22 times. 31% of the women are being raped crossing this border. Children are dying. Cartels are getting rich. Why am I angry? Because you haven't done anything to fix it. Nothing.
Mr. Holman, do you understand that the consequences of separation of many children will be lifelong trauma and carried across generations? Have we not learned from the internment of Japanese Americans? Mr. Holman, I'm a father. Do you have children? How can you possibly allow this to happen under your watch? Do you not care? Is it because these children don't look like children that are around you? I don't get it. Have you ever held a deceased child in your arms?
First of all, your comments are disgusting. I've served my country.
Find your
I've served my
comments
country. I've
disgusting
served my
as well,
country
sir.
for 34 years.
I find your
This
comments
is out of
disgusting
control.
as well.
I've served my country for 34 years, and yes, I held a 5-year-old boy in my arms. That in back of that tractor trailer, I knelt down beside him and said a prayer for him because I knew what his last 30 minutes of his life were like, and I had a 5-year-old son at the time. What I've been trying to do my 34 years serving my nation is to save lives. So for you to sit there and insult my integrity and my love for my country and for children, that's why this whole thing needs to be fixed. And you're the member
We
of Congress.
agree on that.
Fix it. This room has seen what I've seen in my 34-year career.
Very well.
No one has experienced what I've experienced. I've saw many dead bodies coming across this border. And you want to talk about the memo? This memo is one option to stop death. Not just about enforcing the law, stop death. If you want to legalize illegal immigration, good luck with that, because it's going to get a hell of a lot worse on that border. If you say, well, okay, from now on, there'll be no consequence, no deterrence. It's not illegal to come to this country illegally. More families will come. 31% women will be raped. More children would die. We're a nation of laws. If you don't like it, sir, change it. You're the legislator. I'm the executive branch, and I've served my country honorably for 34 years. And I will not sit here and have anybody say that I don't care about children because you're not the same color as my children.
Thank you very much.
Dates back to April 23rd of 2018, where there was an official recommendation to, quote, pursue prosecution of all amenable adults who cross our border, quote, illegally, even though this applied to legal asylum seekers in practice, including those presenting with a family unit between ports of entry in coordination with DOJ. Here is the memo that I would like to submit to the congressional record.
What is the name of that?
It is the memorandum for the Secretary from Homeland Security.
Date.
April 23rd, 2018, subject increasing prosecutions of immigration violations.
Without objection.
And so I looked at this memo and it seems like this is the source of it. And it seems as though, Mr. Holman, that you are the author. It says here from yourself, Kevin Mikulinen, and Francis Cisna. Is this correct? Did you sign the memo?
I'd have to see what you.
Yeah, give him
I'd be happy to provide it. And we'll provide it over, but I would like to note that here it says the official recommendation. There were 3 different options presented. The third included the option for family separation. This initiative would pursue prosecution of all amenable adults, including those presenting with a family unit. Mr. Holman, your name is on this. Is this correct?
Yes, I signed that memo.
So you are the author of the family separation policy.
I am not the author of this memo.
You're not the author, but you signed the memo.
Yes, a
So-
zero tolerance memo.
So you provided the official recommendation to Secretary Nielsen on family for the United States to pursue family separation.
I gave Secretary Nielsen numerous recommendations on how to secure the border and save lives.
But it says here that you gave her numerous options, but the recommendation was option 3, family separation.
What I'm saying, this is not the only paper where we've given the Secretary numerous options to secure the border and save lives.
And so the recommendation of the many that you recommended family separation,
I recommend a zero tolerance.
which includes family separation.
The same as is with every U.S. citizen parent gets arrested with.
I've just paused this for a second because I know Bonnie wanted to quick say something.
Oh, quickly? Okay. First of all, you see his anger. I feel it. I know exactly what he's talking about. And her with the separation of children and family, but yet, oh, we have CPS that can come in and do the same thing for what? Because your house may have a smell or be a little dirty, or your kids were out playing in the mud and now they're dirty. It's all total BS. The whole it. And what he's saying, if you are driving, drinking under the influence of anything, you're pulled over, you're going to be separated from your children. You know this. You're going to jail. Okay, I'm done.
One thing they don't mention also, because of course it's the Democrats that are grilling him, is under the administration prior to the first Trump administration, they incarcerated more children in cages and separated more children from parents than any administration, but they were a Democrat administration, so they don't tell you those facts.
Yeah, I was going to say it was already that way previously. Okay, here, it's almost done.
With a child.
Yeah, let's finish this up.
Zero tolerance was interpreted as the policy that separated children from their
If I get arrested for DUI and I have a young child in the car, I'm going to be separated. When I was a police officer in New York and I arrested a father for domestic violence, I separated that father
Mr.
from his
Holman, with
family.
all due respect, legal asylees are not charged with any crime.
When you're in the country illegally, it's violation 8 United States Code 1325.
Seeking asylum is legal.
If you want to seek asylum and go through the port of entry, do it the legal way. The Attorney General of the United States has made that clear.
Okay.
Mr. Holman,
Look,
please respect the chair and the authority of the chair. The time of the gentleman has expired.
I've asked you politely to let me go beyond my time, and you let other people go beyond their time, but not to Tom Holman. He don't get to go beyond his time.
Mr. Holman, we have
This is
approved
a
an
circus.
agreement
This is a circus.
between the Republicans and the Democrats with the ranking member. We increased the time of one witness, one member of Congress who was interrupted by a protest. That is done with the approval of the ranking member. Please respect the chair's authority. The
I respect the chair's authority, but the chair.
Mr. Holman.
You work for me. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a taxpayer. You work for me.
Mic drop. Love that. You work for me.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I love that too.
Hey,
Yeah.
man.
Magic, I'm dropping Bonnie's link, but also I can put you guys in touch with email or whatever.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, it's cool you guys are in the same area. That's awesome. I hadn't connected those dots. Texas is big. I hadn't realized you guys were close. That's great. Okay, so yeah, I just thought that it was great that he addressed this the way that he Neil. That he addressed this the way that he did, and didn't back off at all. And that's what we need,
Yes.
And like others said in the chat, a true patriot. And I think the other side, this is where it gets complicated though. In the area I live in, they've been brainwashed with people aren't illegal. And that's a great thought in a utopian system in some la la land, you know? But the point isn't that people are illegal, it's that what they're doing is illegal in their action of coming here illegally. And like he said, you know, then have them come here legally and seek asylum if that's what they're trying to actually do.
I
But that's
take
not what's happening at our
I
borders
take
right
this
now.
very personal because my mom did not become a United States citizen until I was 14. And I'm the only one that was born in this country on her side of the
Right,
family.
Jake?
She's the well, my brother, he had dual citizenship. He was born in a foreign country, but my father was an American citizen, so he automatically had American citizenship. But other than that, my mom, it took her 10 years to become an American citizen. So for this give me crap, it's a slap in the face. It's a slap in the face.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, and I've heard a
crazy
lot
that
of people talk about that. You know, people who've come here, their family
Yes.
members came legally.
And
Mm-hmm.
paid thousands of dollars to do it, to become
Mm-hmm.
an American citizen.
It's almost like going to college, man. All the classes she had to take. She knew more about America than I did, and I went to school here.
Right.
Yes,
And that's part
and
of the
that's
problem.
another thing. Like my niece is engaged to a Russian, and when he got his American citizenship, he was so excited. I mean, there was a celebration. When he said he had tears in his eyes when he took that. They take an
Mm-hmm.
oath also, and um, then my daughter is married to a Hungarian, working on the same thing. It. I have a
Right, John?
multicultural family. So I understand that. And my neighbors I've seen that have done it legally. And so to see this, what is happening now is it is absolutely illegal. They're not coming in the point of entry. Even if they do, they're not vetted. They're just released into the country. They're
Right.
given more than
Well, and
any single
ironically,
mother struggling I've seen in America
yeah.
ever.
But ironically, the system, the apps on the phones themselves, a lot of that is probably what is going to end up being used to track them down in order to um, in order to send them out of the country again.
But how it,
For those who are using the systems in place, I mean, there's plenty of people who are just going to disappear and already
see
have.
the argument with that, I can see where their argument with that is going to be, because they are supposedly leaving a dangerous, war-ridden country to come here. So to send them back to that, is
See,
that
Carrie?
sending them to be slaughtered? I mean, I can see where they would.
Well, it depends, I
It's
think, on the people who are
possible.
here actually seeking asylum. I don't think that everyone is actually seeking asylum. I mean, that's the vast majority, I think, aren't.
Well,
You know, or
that's
wouldn't.
true, but like, was it the Venezuelans that were flown in because of what was happening in Venezuela?
I mean, I think it's happened in a lot of places, in Haiti too, weren't they?
I think so. And um, there's another one. It starts with a E.
Right, Navy vet.
Darn it. But there was 3 countries, and that's why he gave them like super quick
Yeah,
asylum.
that's an interesting one, Shelley. Matt Gates. Be interesting to see how that all pans out. So that you were saying that they gave him asylum, Bonnie,
He kind of
legally,
set up
or
the process for those 3 countries. Was it Ecuador? The third one?
I don't know.
Maybe.
could be, or Argentina or Colombia.
It seems like it was Ecuador.
Right. Yeah, Jake, exactly. Yeah, like other countries, we can't just go. They don't have open borders. We can't just go. And we
Exactly.
definitely can't go and vote. We definitely can't go and expect them to give us room and board.
And that's what my son-in-law said. He goes, if it gets bad, I'll take them to Hungary. And I'm like, no, you won't. You're not taking my kids out of the country. But
Right.
I said, so
Right, John.
would they be able to go? And he said they're allowed to go for 6 months, but then they have to leave or take
Exactly,
citizenship.
Magic.
Well, I don't even know if citizenship was an option. He just said only for 6 months.
Yeah. John is saying the UN is funding the immigration, and Magic pointed out that Soros is funding it. And I think that's true. But I think if you want to look at like the, maybe a broader umbrella, it's just say it's a globalist agenda. It's all that are involved with that. And that's the redistribution of wealth in a different way because people are coming to take the wealth of our country. I mean, even if they're only, even if they don't see it that way, even if they're not intending to, even if they are seeking asylum, but they're coming in an illegal way and they're not paying taxes into the system, then they're benefiting off of the work of those of us who are, and they're taking resources that aren't being used for those of us who are paying into the system and have been our entire lives, and that's where I think it causes so many problems.
Yep. It's the greatest country in the world. Of course it's a target.
Right. And like others are saying in the chat, and this is an argument that the other side will say is that, well, we all came from somewhere else. Most of us aren't, native born. We're not all pure blood Native Americans, if you want to look at it that way, but we all come from somewhere else. And most of us are mutts and mixes of a lot of different people that have come from a lot of different places. But they all came here lawfully, so that's different still than what we're
Yes.
talking about here with the open border. We've never had a border like we have this past 4 years.
Well, sort of, a small dose of it. But this
But
has
not to this
been,
extent. I mean, the
right,
numbers that are coming
this
through.
has been a full invasion.
Yeah. And
Sorry,
multiple
I'm not
invasions by
supposed to
different
say
people.
that word.
We're not supposed to say a lot of
Well,
words, but we say them anyway because America.
I was going to say infiltration earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And I really think it has. I think that if communists are going to try to infiltrate any party, it'll be a left-wing party like the Democrats. Right? That's their perfect target.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that, Annie and Jack.
Right, Benjamin. Well, the NGOs aren't funding them as much as the NGOs are laundering money from us. That's then they're helping them to get here. Oscar Blue Ramirez is an amazing channel. If any of you aren't familiar with him, if you could grab his link, that'd be great. Oscar is a Mexican citizen, but he works at the border, and he's gone down to the Darien
Yes.
Gap, and he's covered all of this. I mean, I think he's made like the trek like 12 different times with different convoys of people that are coming in or trying to get into our country, and he has a really balanced perspective, I think, on all of it. So please go check out his channel if you're not familiar.
I think him and Anthony are connected.
Anthony Aguero.
Anthony Aguero, yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think they went to the Darien Gap together actually a couple times.
Yeah. And they both just drive that border and show it all. And I didn't know that fence.
Right, Eric.
What is it made out of? Because they were cutting through it.
It's a good question. I don't know. I saw like fires and all sorts of things in the last few days too.
Yeah, the last video I watched, they were cutting through it, but the cartel was making them do it. That's what the people were telling the person, and I can't remember if it was one of those two or another one.
That's a good point, Eric.
And that is probably why Trump's going to list them as a terrorist organization, and everything will change, because once the cartels get listed as an international terrorist organization, all kinds of new law enforcement techniques can be deployed on them, and they'll be bye-bye.
I think there's still, it's still just being allowed because they have all other sorts of surveillance techniques. Anyone that's cutting through that wall, they know, like you saw the video of it. So it's no secret. And I think that someone, maybe the border czar, is just being complicit in it.
Yeah, because I don't know how many decades ago there was a a cartel that did like a 500 or 600 yard tunnel that they could damn near drive a truck through, and it came up in Texas ranchers' land. And after that, and this was, I think, in the 80s, and after that, they put sensors in the ground to tell where digging is occurring. And this is like 30 years ago, 40 years ago. So they know.
From what I understand, there's still a tunnel at the, it's like east of the Big Bend area up into New Mexico.
Awesome, D, doing the things.
And oddly enough, that's where we keep having earthquakes.
Thank you, Anti.
Yeah, I don't put too much on that.
Right,
Did you
Eric? That's
see
what I
what-
want to know too, D. You're going to barter.
Did you see what Jake Koenig said? Yeah.
I'll highlight that again. Right. Yeah, a lot of good points coming from the chat. Appreciate you all being a part of the conversation. Yeah.
Yes. I like it when they chime in.
Right? Which is why sometimes I'll get a few minutes behind. I got to keep caught up with this conversation here from all of you.
I thought it was just
It's
natural
right
for you
there,
to be
honey.
behind.
Got to come over and visit. That's what I'm hearing, an invite.
And so then that makes me wonder what his goal was when he was doing the busing. Was he really trying to make a point to the government, or was he helping it along? You know, it's still trying to talk to him, haven't been able to. Not getting any answers to my emails. Paxton's office is the only one that I've been able to connect with.
Well, you guys want to kind of shift gears here a little bit. We were talking a little earlier about the whole FEMA thing in Michigan, and I do have a video we can pull up for that. And then there's another video that's too long to play. It's about a half hour, but it has some interesting points. Well, maybe I'll talk about that after we play this first one. You guys want to jump into this? Or any final thoughts about what we've been kind of talking about?
Yes, we're good.
I'm taking that as no. So here we go. All right, here we go. This is about what FEMA's up to in Michigan. Oh, you know what? Jam might have stepped away for a second. So I'll pull that down. And let's see if I can pull it up on mine. And I'll try sharing it. Let's see if that's going to work.
I just saw an interview today with the one that was fired from FEMA. I'll have to see if I can. Did I send that to you?
Hold on one second, Bonnie, because I can't hear you for a second.
I'm sorry, hon.
Set up over here. Okay, say that again.
One of the videos I watched today was the lady that had been fired for skipping the houses in Florida.
Oh, yes.
And
Yeah.
That's what I was
Horrible.
wondering if I sent that to you. I know I emailed something to you.
I don't know if you did or not, but that one I have seen. I mean, I think we talked about that last week, maybe, but
Oh,
I'm not sure. I can't remember. But she has now come forward and said, yes, she did do that. That's been proven. And for those who might not know,
yes.
she had given the best practices in like her, it was like an email basically that was sent out by her that said that people shouldn't go, the FEMA workers shouldn't go to houses that had Trump flags because there were, and the reason she said that she did that was something that she says she was told by her higher ups. She didn't deny that she did it, but she said that it was basically any place that they felt threatened or they felt unsafe, they were not supposed to go. And so they'd found in the past that Trump homes with Trump supporters had been not welcoming to them. And so that's why they weren't approaching them anymore. But they weren't supposed to be able to do that for any political reasons. So there's just a whole like, it sounds like she's going to be in trouble and her higher ups will also be in trouble for all of that, which is
Yes.
rightfully so.
And she, the one I saw today, she said that they had issues with 3 of them already. And so they started skipping.
Yes. So all the other houses on that in that neighborhood they weren't going to.
Yes.
Right, that had the Trump flags. That's crazy. Okay, just really briefly because I'll forget about it. But that reminded me, and I've not been able to go back and find this, but my husband and I both vividly remember this. During soon after the rollouts of the jabs, there was some kind of evacuation at an island. I think it was because of a volcanic eruption. And there was a cruise ship that went to help rescue people, and they wouldn't take anyone who wasn't vaccinated to rescue them from the volcano. And I'm curious, it just made me think of that. I wonder if any of you are familiar with that story because I've not been able to go back and find that information again.
Oh, it does sound familiar. Definitely sounds about right.
Yeah. It was around, I want to say it was around the same time that there was that whole, remember there was like that cruise ship that like everybody got COVID and it was like this huge disaster. It was really gross and like they were in really unsterile conditions because they were stuck, like basically stuck out in sea. It was around that same time because I remember thinking it was like connected with the cruise ships and everything. But anyway, think about how sick that is that they didn't rescue people from a volcano if they didn't have proof of vaccination. Such an upside down world.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think there were a lot of examples of, similar to that.
Yeah. Okay, JM, you're back. I'm going to take mine down and let you share just to make sure it runs smoothly. So here we go. Here's the FEMA video about what's going on in Michigan.
Going on in rural Michigan. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. FEMA's big move to tiny Michigan town has residents on edge, rightfully so. In an unexpected turn of events, FEMA has rolled into a small rural town in Michigan with a staggering convoy of 350 different vehicles, semi-trucks, trailers, setting up a large-scale base in an area with fewer than 1,000 residents. This once quiet town is now bustling with activity as FEMA trucks, semi-trailers filled with equipment, and a large number of emergency support personnel establish a major operation hub at the town's small regional airport. The sudden pressure has sparked a mix of curiosity, concern, and speculation among the locals, many of whom have never seen such a large-scale federal presence in their lives. The airport, which once saw only modest traffic, will now serve as the primary stationing hub for FEMA as they prepare to offer emergency services across 6 counties in the region. This unprecedented setup has residents wondering what kind of disaster or emergency could warrant such a massive mobilization in an area otherwise far removed from large urban populations or major crisis points. For many, the scale of FEMA's preparations feels more like a response to a major catastrophe than a proactive measure, prompting intense discussion and even apprehension in local coffee shops, diners, and around kitchen tables. Listen to the excerpt from the most recent town meeting.
That would be me. The airport was just notified that FEMA has chosen the airport facility as a stationing hub for emergency services through FEMA. They will be serving 6 counties in this area, and they will be bringing in some 350 semi-trailers with equipment parked on the base.
Now, according to officials, the operation is intended to enhance FEMA's reach into rural Michigan, bringing more resources to areas that have previously been isolated in times of need. However, without further details on what specific threats FEMA is preparing for, residents are left to guess. Could this be about winter weather preparation, support for potential economic downturns? But why in such a rural area? Perhaps readiness for a large-scale training exercise? But what type? Some locals, skeptical by nature, have even begun speculating about more outlandish scenarios, from secret government tests to concerns about hidden threats. Local leaders have reassured the community that FEMA's arrival is simply a proactive measure, ensuring that support and supplies are close at hand should an emergency arise across any of the 6 counties. And despite this reassurance, the sight of hundreds of trailers packed with unknown equipment parked in their town has left many uneasy. What's certain is that life in this small Michigan town has changed overnight. Whether FEMA's presence is a true precautionary measure or a sign of something bigger, the residents are watching closely, waiting to see what unfolds in the coming weeks. For now, all eyes are on the FEMA base, and the residents are left wondering why their town was chosen as ground zero for this federal operation. Now, in a moment, I'm going to share with you the audio clip from the town meeting where it's mentioned. Let me tell you a little bit about the town. As of the 2020 census, Escoda, Michigan had a population of only 916 residents. Recent estimates suggest a slight increase, with the population reaching approximately 920 in 2024. Economically, the median household income is at about $40,242, with a poverty rate of 10.46% estimates. These figures provide a snapshot of Escoda's demographic and economic landscape as of 2024. Located on the sunrise side of the state along Lake Huron, it offers a blend of natural beauty and recreational activities. The area is renowned for its pristine beaches, notably Escoda Beach Park, which features a wide sandy shoreline, a boardwalk, and a fishing pier. Now, with that being said, Escoda Township, located in Losco County, Michigan, has engaged with the Federal Emergency Management Agency on several occasions to address environmental and public health concerns, like PFAS contamination, you know, those forever chemicals that they just keep on giving. The former Ward Smith Air Force Base in Escoda has been a significant source of per and PFAS contamination affecting local groundwater and surface water. In response, the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Rural Development Agency awarded Escoda Charter Township a $750,000 water and environmental programs grant and a $250,000 emergency community water assistance grant. These funds were allocated to expand the municipal water systems to approximately 140 residents impacted by PFAS contamination. Now, there were flooding incidents in 2020, significant flooding in Escoda Township. And the only place I can find anything out about what's going on right now is the township meeting, Escoda Township meeting, that I'll leave the link in the video description box, MICTV Escoda, so Michigan CTV Escoda, and then somebody by the name of the Needy Homesteader, which, wow, it's already got over 200,000 views, and she just uploaded it a few hours ago. It sure is nice when the algorithms will share your videos, but I guess you're scary when you're sharing information in the garage, telling people to be excellent to each other and to, you know, think for themselves and to help other people and to be the best that they can be and to be the change that they want to see in the world. I mean, anyway, that's a whole other podcast. Got updates on the fires going on in New Jersey and New York and California. The mountain fire is still ravaging much of California, although it is over 25% contained. And then fires at New Jersey and New York border still uncontrolled after burning over 2,500 acres. You can read about this ABC News. The air is quite nasty, you could say. I don't know if it's considered toxic yet, but it is definitely on the scale.
Okay, we'll go ahead and pull this down since we're not really talking about that anymore. Hey, David. Thanks for coming up and joining us, David Devine. How you doing?
Good. I just got to turn up the volume here somehow. Hold on one second.
Yeah, I shared 2 links in here. Anti shared the link for that video, and then there's this one by the Next News Network. This is the longer one I was telling you guys about. Okay, so I'm just gonna bring up a couple things that he brought up about this topic in his video. And I'm just obviously doing a brief paraphrase. It's like I said, it's about a half-hour video, but he was pointing to the elections and how that kind of eerie feeling a lot of us have that something, it's being accepted, the results are being accepted a little too easily. And he was basically saying how we now know that under this current administration, just recently, they made it so that the military can attack U.S. citizens. And I guess there's practices that have been, like role modeled about them, the military doing trainings in the past that line up with the maps and what it looks like in Michigan with how FEMA has set this up, to where he's thinking that they're going to try to deny that these election results, and that there'll be, when people rise up against it, they'll use the force against the military force against U.S. citizens. So if you want to go down that rabbit hole, check out this video by the Next News Network to kind of see what he lays out there. And then in the video we just watched, he mentioned the Needy Homesteaders video, and I posted that link as well. And I believe she shows the maps of where these counties are and which counties they are in Michigan, so you can kind of get a better idea of what's going on there. Pat, I'm not sure if I would know you by a different name. If you would let me know if I would, that would be great. Then I can let you up. But if I don't know you, or somebody on, that I know well doesn't know you, I'm not going to have you come up on panel, but you're more than welcome to hang out in the chat. We just like to get to know people before we have you up on panel.
And truthfully, how many would FEMA comes knocking at your door? No.
Well, exactly. That's the thing, is that, I could see that being the case where people are like, no, I'm not going to do what you say, FEMA. You know what I mean? Because people are pessimistic. But does that mean that they shouldn't, does that mean that they shouldn't go to any Trump supporting house? That seems extreme to me, because it should be on an individual basis.
Shouldn't go anywhere. After what they did in North Carolina with the whole East Coast, Georgia, Florida, it
Twisted.
I don't think they should go anywhere. They need to just be gone. And look at what North Carolina did. Americans helping Americans.
Right.
It was
okay. It kind of ties in with what we were saying earlier about schools and school choice and the money following each student. If we didn't have these huge federal bureaucracies where all the money was getting laundered and lost in the system, then that money could actually do much better work if it was being put to use by people locally.
Yes.
Indy, it sounds like you ought to take Elon Musk up on his offer. Him and Viveki put out an offer of people who wanted to volunteer to help the Department of whatever the hell it is, DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency. They're looking for people to help them clean up the government.
Yeah, well, Elon still has me banned on Twitter, so
This would be a time to talk to him. You'll be your boss. You'll be like, hey, boss, man, why are you being prejudiced against your own employees?
I don't have a lot of trust in that guy. But I appreciate your vote of confidence there, Neil.
It'd be a good way to get unbanned from X.
Right.
Just know, Indy, when Jason from Halloween comes around, I'll be 100% behind you, girl.
Behind you.
Not even beside you.
And are you looking for the creepiest pictures you can find, Neil?
Those aren't creepy. That's beautiful.
I like that one, right? Dragons matter. Okay. Right, exactly.
Is there a little piece of osmium in the people's eye there?
That extra sparkle.
Yeah.
Could be.
Like a little dragon's eye.
Yeah, I agree with that, Wingnut, and what you were saying, Bonnie. And that's the way it usually is, and that's kind of where I see my hope in all of this, really, is, we're stronger together. I mean that. I think that that's true, and I think we already are. I think that people aren't going to just necessarily, it's hard to trust the results of the elections for me, but if you look at the numbers, it's not surprising to me that those could be more accurate than in the past, because I do think that most people see through the BS, and most people are sick of what we've had, not just the past 4 years, but for a long time.
I'm taking a
I'd like to hear what David Devine has to say. It's good to see you, David.
Thanks. Good to see you. Which subject? Which subject would you like to hear?
Well, we've been talking a lot about the different appointments that Trump is making and the changes he said he's going to make as far as freedom of speech, so censorship on social media, getting rid of the Department of Education. Yep. We've talked about border security and changes with the new border czar, and that he's pretty badass.
and we talked about farming.
Farming,
Yep.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, all those different subjects. Yeah, I mean, I have a lot to say, so shut me up when my time's up. But yeah, I know. I mean, I know several teachers that, although they don't, they try not to directly bag on their situation, especially online. Obviously, we've seen a lot of teachers on the left side crying out, and they've been getting fired and stuff, with the whining videos. Even some have recorded them in the school, because Trump won, and they're just allegedly opposed to it. But yeah, I mean, all the with the Department of Education, with all the mandates, and I know that teachers do have frustration with the way things are run now, right. Because you have this whole thing's about children. You have children that are at different levels. Some children, maybe especially in like special education, for instance, that aren't going to level up to the standards they set, and so the whole point of kids being in the schools to develop them, but we forget that they're people, they're not number 1876645 or whatever it is on the report, right? They're whatever their name is. And we, because when government gets involved with things too heavy, we mandate it. We forget that we're all people, right? Mm-hmm. So that, I think, might possibly be a good idea, because the way it's going right now, everything that government's gotten too heavy-handed in, we've forgotten that they are children first, right? And the teachers feel the pressure, I think, to have X amount, a certain percentage at a certain level. And so I think that could be a good idea. I know that it's kind of like like the states' rights thing with many other subjects. I think, it's got to be a case by case thing. Anytime government's too, I'm not big with government being involved in every aspect of my life. So I think that possibly could be good. I know that the other side won't see it being good, because people aren't going to see the frustration and the teacher side of it.
Good to see you, Billy.
And that ultimately, it's about children. It's about educating children, and not indoctrinating children, right?
Right.
Yeah. So that's one subject, but that one's
David Devine.
That's pretty heavy with me. That one's heavy. Anytime it involves children, how we've handled things the last bunch of years, it really, really gets. It's hard for me to calm down. I get very upset when we don't consider children or people as human beings, and letting them, for the love of God, be children and happy and unmedicated. It just, it gets me really, really disturbed. So I think that might be a step in the right direction. Although I think that the left's going to see it the same way, as they might see abortion with states' rights, where you leave it up to the states, which ultimately gives people maybe more power. They might use it as a negative, like, he wants to do away with education and, but the way it's going right now, it's not good. It's not good for teachers or the children. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
And I think that's part of that compartmentalization that we talked about earlier too, though. I think a lot of, like I worked in public education and things happened like they usually do, incrementally. And, I'm a lot more aware of a lot of things than I was then. But I think that's true for most that are in education. I think they're not really aware of the role they're playing in all of this. And I think that's true for medicine and anything that's run from the top down.
Right. Yeah. 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 They've definitely,
Right,
well, there's a lot of, there's a lot of repairing we have to do. I mean, and, I think the appointments for me, they all seem pretty refreshing. I mean, I listen to a lot of talk radio. I know a lot of people were nervous about Gates because of the allegations. And what's funny is if Michael Stanley Band had a song, everybody wants to ignore the news at the top of the hour. And that was back in the 70s, but now it's more inflamed now too. So even if you listen to independent radio, they're still they still get the ABC News or whoever at the top of the hour, and they'll run with allegations. They go with the same playbook that if I say, this guy had these allegations, although they never were true, as long as I say it and keep repeating it, that's what people will think of that person. So I know a lot of people were nervous with that particular pick because of the allegations, but everything else seems to be what I expected, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's great. Yeah, I think I'm like I said, it's kind of the words I'm using right now is cautiously optimistic. I'm just sticking with that. I'm trying, I'm hopeful that things could go in really positive ways, but I'm also, I'm
weary.
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye, and we need to be, because we need to be holding all accountable, whether we think they're an us or a them. I guess.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Indy, that's where I'm at right now too. I sometimes, I'm in different chat groups or whatever with just texting that people are that they're heavy handed one way or the other. And I'm like you, I'm leery of it all right now, So, I'm all in on wanting this freedom and, the government to leave us alone for the most part. I'm all in on that.
Mm-hmm.
But so we'll see if that's the way things head. But after what we've just been through for the last 4+ years, it's hard for me to. Well, I mean, I don't relinquish my trust completely to anybody.
I have a curveball to throw in on the last 4 years thing. If you believe it was only an American citizen-based thing that happened over the past 4 years, my personal opinion is you're highly deceived. Follow the money.
Right.
I
think most people realize it's happening on a global scale
for several years by foreign entities.
Yeah, well, that's absolutely true. I think it was 2007 or 8 when I was traveling a lot, and my advice. My daughter was very young at the time, and to other people, I was like, definitely learn Spanish because everywhere I traveled, I saw that the money was going into a lot of Spanish speaking places. I saw like Barcelona rise from like. The airport just blew up to this world-class place from a regular airport, while the airports in America were crumbling in the infrastructures and stuff like that. So you could kind of see it was a global thing, and you could definitely see when you travel a lot where the money was going and where they were putting the money, and definitely Spain was one of the, in Barcelona in particular, they were really building it up, colleges, airports, infrastructure, definitely. So you could see where some of their
See Mr.
focus
Bill.
was. Yeah. Oh, Mr. Bill, yeah. Can I kick him out? Let me see. I'm just kidding. But yeah, no, it's definitely a global thing. Yeah, they would, yeah, definitely. They had experienced what we just went through many years before or many times over in Italy and different places. Yeah, absolutely. And currently. Yeah.
And stricter.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What's it called? The Aussies, Australia.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Couldn't go 200 feet from their home or get arrested.
They were force vaccinating their children in Australia. They were taking them out of their
Yes.
parents' arms and forcefully vaccinating them without parental consent.
And
Let's not
had to wear
forget
a
that.
mask always outside.
Well, I just saw, I was reading a X or Twitter,
They don't have the Second Amendment in Australia.
yeah, stream. It was a guy who was putting a bunch of reports, and I think it was Valencia, Spain, where in Spain they and they're blaming it on
Nice.
climate change or global warming, whatever they're saying nowadays. But they had all this rain, but they had shut down hundreds of dams, which in the last week were flooding these areas. And so instead of reservoirs, the water, because the dams were shut down, it was flooding. The water was going towards the sea and going through, I think, Valencia and a couple other places. So they're having lockdowns this week because of climate change.
Yeah, climate
Yeah.
change.
So I've seen, like, they had video footage of, tons of water. No one's allowed to leave their house, and it's because of climate change. And so, I think there's a lot of curveballs like that coming too, and like, I'm sorry,
I don't
was
see
it
how
Neil?
people can still believe that.
Yeah.
I mean, right
Yeah.
now I did a video. China has already okayed the building of 300 coal-powered power plants by the end of 2025. Why are we cleaning up our air? We know the world is a circle, and we're going to get their air eventually. So basically, what they're doing is they're charging us to clean the air up so that China can
It's money
get paid
laundering
to
and
donate it.
global wealth
It's
redistribution.
like a total farce.
Yeah. Like the
Yeah.
whole carbon credits. Have you guys looked into that at all? It's just, I
Yeah.
mean, it's such smoke
Yeah.
and mirrors.
But-
That to me is like a perfect example of money laundering.
Well,
It's like
corporations
Hunter
are
Biden
volume
getting
up.
hundreds of thousands for a painting he threw together. It's like
Turn your
just a
volume
way. Me?
Yeah. Everyone else is loud. I got to turn my volume up to hear
Here,
you.
let me try something. Tell me if this is better.
Yeah. All of us here, our global
Is that
footprints
better, Neil?
are nothing.
There you go. Yes, that's a lot better. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Our global
Thank you, Tom.
footprints mean nothing, compared to, just factories and places all over the world.
Well, it's
Right.
all
It's
bullshit.
like if we did, I think it was something like if we did everything they say we should do, we might, as a global population, reduce our carbon footprint by 1% or something.
Yeah.
It's like,
Well,
I mean, and that's if everything that the
history.
Green New Deal wants and everything else. It's insane.
History
It's insane.
repeats.
You-
I tell you this all the time. When I was doing studies on bees, I came across a report in Norway,
Right.
and
And a
they
means
had
of control, D.
uncovered a glacier had receded, and that means, quote unquote, global warming caused it to go backwards towards the north. But yet, having said that, it uncovered 11th century farmhouse.
Mhm.
Do you get the irony? If
Yeah.
it's global warming and the glaciers are receding, how are they uncovering farmhouses? That must have meant back in the 11th
Right.
century, it was warmer there than it is now. So how are we affecting global warming now if just 1,000 years ago it was warmer? Really?
Yeah.
Seriously? I mean, it's just put some common sense to it and do a little research. Oh, and by the way, the reason why my bee study got me that the wood of the farmhouse was preserved with beeswax. And that's what got me to that story.
Right.
The other interesting thing is when they talk about global warming, you'd say, well, then we should be using technology that's far superior now, if that's the case. And the way that it's obvious that they really don't want that is I was just listening to luckily I have an independent radio station here where they can talk freely. Well, the guy is a weatherman. He used to work for the Weather Channel. He's a scientist, and he's like-minded, like a lot of us, and they get to talk openly. Well, he knew somebody that worked under von Braun, right, for NASA. And he was telling him about this idea he had about making an engine out of ceramic and having so much pressure, and it would be quite a bit hotter, and the gas could recycle itself. And anyways, in other words, you could get about 100 miles a gallon. And someone else chimed in with the tanks that they used back in the 40s that got 45 miles a gallon in those big tanks. The guy that worked under von Braun said, when he described his idea, he told the guy, I've already invented that same idea that it could go 100 miles an hour or 100 miles a gallon, which would save on energy, right? And be really green, right? You could go 100 miles a gallon of gas. But he told the guy, Kerry Coleman, that I've already invented that same idea, but they do not want it. They don't want that. So that tells you that they stifle things that actually could fight global warming or climate change.
Well, that's because it's all bullshit. Because we backed and started Saudi Arabia, and that's how I knew for a fact Saudi Arabia was going to back out of BRICS, because we are directly responsible for them being trillionaires. And if you look back to Trump's first administration, the reason why there was no riots this time, because back during the first Trump administration, he spoke with the king, and the king went ahead and assassinated a few of his nephews who were doing bad things with their money. And then all of a sudden, the DNC money started drying up. And it's taken till now that they cannot afford to pay BLM or Antifa, in case you're wondering where they are. That's because they weren't fanatics for the cause. They were paid actors, and the cause has no money.
Right.
Yeah, and actually, the way our economy works, if we were getting 100 miles a gallon, the way it's set up now, it would crash. It would literally crash our economy.
You guys, I need to step away for a few minutes. Just keep talking. Is that okay? Or do you want me to pull up a video?
I don't think I'll
have a problem talking.
There's
all right, I'll be right back. I'm still listening.
Here's something about our economy that no one else talks about. We all talk about and know about 1848 or 1849. You say that number, everyone says, "Oh, California gold rush, everyone's getting gold." But what you don't hear about is 1855. Does everyone know what happened in 1855?
No, but I can't.
Well, I can tell you. The government stopped the gold rush, and the reason why they stopped the gold rush is because we had the exact opposite problem of what we have now economically. Back in 1855, it was determined that we had too much gold and not enough physical bills, and it was going to crush our economy. And now we have the exact opposite problem. And also, they closed the gold rush down with about 90% of the gold left in the ground. So for us to get more gold, all we got to do is come here to California and mine it.
Well, that was the other thing that they had been discussing this week was gold. Someone talked about going back to the gold-backed system.
And it's never going to happen. But what could possibly happen is and I spoke about it earlier, a two metal or metallic system.
Bimetallic.
Yeah, thank you, JM. I'm stoned right now.
Hey, good for you. Good for you. Good for you.
I do it so I can forget, because I know so much. I
hear you. It happens to me too.
I saw a video today of Julie Shelton talking on David Morgan's program about a bimetallic system and over a gold system. She said it would be more easy to do she doesn't think that we could go to a straight gold system ever again, but a two metal system would be easier, because America doesn't have silver right now, but we could easily buy enough to make that happen.
Well, I think
laid out in that program. It was sweet to hear. She's a very intelligent woman.
Well, I think even gold would be too scarce to do that, wouldn't it?
Nah, gold's everywhere.
I
Oh,
think
okay.
the way to
So,
go is the way it used to be. There was gold coinage, silver, nickel, and copper.
Yep.
Right? Your nickels were nickel, your
pennies were copper.
They were copper, and your dimes, quarters, half dollars, dollars were
Or a
silver.
mix.
Yeah. And you had your gold coins too.
I know we have a lot of copper around where I live. It's in the
so yeah, I don't know. I mean, so I don't know if going back to the gold standards even the way to think. I mean, obviously, I don't know. I don't even know how I think about that because that hasn't been used really in my lifetime. You know.
I don't think the digital's the way to go either.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I don't think if someone, again, like we were talking with the school with the stuff like that, if someone else can flick it off at the, a switch, that's obviously, I don't think the way to go either. But I think that door's been opened that we could, you could. I don't think, because you could do all your banking now from your phone. I don't think that there's any way to close that door.
I don't do any banking on my phone because your phone can be, there's nothing secure about it. I don't care what you have on it. Nothing is secure about your phone.
No, well, I don't
speak about.
I'm sorry, Bonnie, go ahead.
Anything you speak about or anything, it's already been, it's everywhere. You talk about something and you're going to see ads for it everywhere.
One thing I like to tell people, and this made national news, it goes exactly with your point, Bonnie, and it was proven because it went to actually the whole world heard this. I guess just no one ever put it together. I think back in the 80s, we had a spaceship or something out in space that was a higher tech than the Voyagers that they sent out. And it was going out fast, so fast that it surpassed the radio waves from the late 1930s. And radio waves and the speed of these rockets, I guess, are different over time out in space. Anyhow, they were able to capture live a radio broadcast from the late 1930s, a broadcast of Hitler speaking. And this was in the early 80s that they received because they were going out in space further than that radio signal had gone, showing that every signal, even over a phone, never stops. It's a matter how far out you go to recapture it. You have to go faster than it travels, but the signal never dies.
No, that's the interesting thing about ham radio. I got my license, I think, early last year. I had been listening to it for years and years, but you've got all the different meters that sound and frequencies are traveling through. If you walk out in your front yard, there are sound waves literally at different levels at all times at different speeds flowing through the air. Yeah.
Well, every sound actually has a geometrical pattern attached to it.
Yeah.
And to prove that, all you got to do is take a white piece of paper and stick it on a speaker and take like some sawdust or something, throw it on there, and then play like a C note and leave it play the C note over and over again. And you'll see the sawdust or whatever you have on there, it'll go to a geometric pattern. If you play a D note, it'll make a different pattern. So sound and geometry are very similar. So knowing that, you can go through a lot of different things and find new stuff by looking through old things.
That's why more of this is way above the government, I believe. It's globally, and I don't think it's just the government. It's higher than that. Y'all know.
Mike says, ham radio. Yeah, ham radio. I mean, it's great, man. If you even if you just get one and listen and you find different repeaters in your area, I think if you're going to do prepping, ham radio is the first step. Communication is always the first step. Whenever there's like a tornado nearby, these people, the ham radio operators, spread out. You know the information immediately. Ham radio is so important. I think should be the first step in prepping. But even if you're not going to talk and get your license, but to listen, there's repeaters everywhere that you can listen to, and very intelligent people to listen. There's repeaters everywhere that you can listen to. And I'm hearing myself.
Whoa.
Not me.
No, it was.
But
I can't
yeah,
see the name.
but yeah, it sounds good too. Ham radio, but yeah, no, ham radio is great.
And
but it's neat to study it too. That's why I wanted to challenge myself and get my license. But it's awesome. A lot of smart people.
Navy vet 103, 100% on target, brother.
Yeah, and I wouldn't get a license. Not if you're just going to listen. Why do you need a license to listen?
Well, I got a license because I want to talk and be involved in my area. That, you know what I mean? I want to talk, so I got a license because it's because you can't, it's governed by the FCC, so you have to have a license. But you don't have to get a license if you're not going to talk. But I like to talk.
See, now with going back to what Navy vet said, that ties in with Tesla, the man, not the car company.
Right. Yeah.
And if you read his writings, what he says, it's frequency, vibration, and energy, and knowing that sound and math, frequency and energy make patterns. There's so much to that. If you just start looking into it on your own, you can. It's just enlightening.
I know Wayne says I don't need a license. I didn't need a license either. Yeah, I'm just saying, but it because it wasn't it's not easy because you have to. I mean, it's pretty evolved to get there's 3 levels of ham radio, but it was just a challenge. It was just something that I wanted to challenge myself and do. So that's why I did it. But I think that's kind of important to always be challenging yourself. And so it was hard. It was hard. It was a lot of studying. Yeah.
Now, if Andy would. Banks are about to refuse you your money if walking by buildings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, walkie-talkie, you can pick up. There's frequencies that you can pick up. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you can. Yeah.
I don't think he was talking about walkie-talkies.
Oh, well, no. Somebody said, Hardcore said, my son picked up police chatter and his walkie-talkie. Yeah, you can. I mean, if you're close enough. Anarchy said we need to eliminate licensing. I know. I mean, I agree with you, but again, it was just something that I wanted to challenge myself with.
We lost Minnie.
Uh-oh.
She'll be back.
All right, we'll end the show then. All right, everybody.
That's it. We're out here. Bye.
All right, later. Later. No, it's just something I wanted to challenge myself.
Hold on. I want to know who lets her back in, and do you have the option to mute her if you do that?
No, she can let herself back in. It's when internet fails, it just redirects back in.
I was hoping it would give someone else the mute button.
Yeah.
No,
unfortunately. Well, you can do that. Like if you give someone permission.
Yeah, she'd never do that.
Neil wants power.
Like I gave someone permission once, Hope actually, on my channel, because one time I got kicked off and I couldn't end the stream. And so it just kept going and going and going forever. Right. So after that, I gave someone else permission so that if that happened again, they could at least end the stream, Yeah. But you have to really trust someone if you do that,
Yeah. I haven't had that problem. I've always been able to get back in, thankfully.
Mm-hmm.
And they're usually still just talking away, and it's all good.
Yeah.
As long as you have a trustee panel.
Well, yeah, it's nice to spend this time by the fire with you guys and feel nice and warm.
Right.
Toasty there.
Yeah. I'm getting a little, I'm going to back my seat up a little bit. It's getting hot.
any of y'all that live up north can laugh, but I was looking at our weather today, and I think we're going to have
Turkey's
one
good.
crazy winter. Wednesday, our low is 37 already. I
Do you
mean,
have Farmer's Almanac?
that
Thanks for
doesn't
keeping it going, guys. I was listening still. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but once I came back in, all of my like everything was frozen. I couldn't do anything with my controls, so I had to restart my laptop.
We were
And
getting
Magic, I see you've
crazy.
been trying to get in here too. If you want to try coming back in, I can let you in.
Whoever hacked Indy's
met.
computer, I appreciate it.
Right. And Bran is an admin on my StreamYard, so when he's here, he can like do the same things I can do, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
But
I got competition.
actually, though,
see
I'm not
now.
in my StreamYard. I'm in Steve's StreamYard. So I think there's a couple other admins, but Steve, I'm an admin in Steve, so I can do this, and he has a couple other admins in here too.
It's getting like 5D chess now. I can't figure it out.
Right?
Conspiracy.
We're deep in the matrix.
Yeah. Wingnut, how you doing? Yeah, Bonnie,
Hey,
it's
Magic.
supposed to be pretty wild up
Dave.
here too. What's going on, Wingnut? Good to see you.
Yeah, I wanted to get in on that radio thing.
I knew that would draw you in. I knew it.
Introducing him.
Yeah, I mean, all radio has different uses. You got the ham radio, you got your GMRS, you got FRS, you got CB radio, you got MERS. There's a lot of different types of radio, and it all has its own purposes. Like for instance, the little walkie-talkies, the little Bofangs and stuff.
Echo Link.
Yeah,
too,
Echo.
right.
Yeah. The little Bofang radios, these are UHF and VHF, all right?
Yep.
These are mostly line of sight, these are mostly line of sight type of radios, unless you get repeaters involved. Most of the ham radio guys, if you want to talk outside of your local area or something like that, you're talking on HF. Which is high frequency. But you're talking on HF. That's where you get that worldwide, like shortwave and stuff like that. And then also CB is 11 meters. That's a HF bandwidth, which you can get on that. Bounce around the whole damn planet using the ionosphere and propagation and stuff. So all of it has different uses depending on what you want to use it. It's a tool. I mean, these little radios right here. These are okay, but they're not like something that you want to, use to, like, for instance, if you just want to talk to random strangers around the world, these are not for that.
No,
the CB
is that a
radio, CB radio,
Baofeng right there? That's a Baofeng.
Yeah, it's a Baofeng. It's a UV5RM. Actually, that's what this one is.
That's probably the most popular one because that's only like you can buy a whole package of that for $25. Like sometimes you can get 2 radios and the whole deal. Yeah.
Well, I didn't find that. Mine was like 80.
No, that Baofeng
radios and the extra long antenna.
Anybody that like I have different more expensive radios, but everybody I know that has radios has at least one of those Baofengs right there. Yeah.
Yeah, this one is the UV5RM. It's like a little bit more, I guess the upgraded version of the UV5R.
Yeah, it's got a bigger speaker on the front. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got a bigger speaker, bigger buttons, bigger screen. It's also a color screen. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it has a few other features that the UV5R does not have. But the CB radio, this uses 11 meters, which is a CB band. This is a HF radio, basically, because it's on the HF bandwidth. Now, these are UHF, VHF. Now, for the ones that don't know, UHF was an ultra
high frequency.
Ultra high frequency, and then VHF is very high frequency, and then you got HF, which is high frequency. And then, now these radios, you can get to the GMRS, which also, according to the FCC, they want you to get a license to use GMRS. These also will, all those little walkie-talkies that you can get at, like at Walmart, like in the, this vacuum sealed packages, the little walkie-talkies that you can use like for family stuff. Those use FRS, which is a family radio service. You can program those frequencies into these radios and use these radios. They push out a little bit more wattage. Also, these things, you can change the antennas on them, and you can put better antennas on them versus the ones that you buy at Walmart. You cannot. They got a fixed antenna. And that actually makes a big difference on how far you can reach. Now, like you get into like the ham radio, which is technically a ham radio. Technically, this is actually sold as a ham radio. This is technically sold as a 10-meter ham radio, but I've modified it so I can expand the frequency range to get to 11 meters, which is the CB band. All right, and 10 meters is just the next bandwidth or next meters bandwidth right next to the 11. But anyway, HF is where you get like like really far distances. If you want to like it depends on what you want to use it for. I am a radio guy. I've been talking on a CB radio since I was 14 years old, and I like to have conversations with people. And like you just, Davey, like you said, you want to be able to talk. I honestly don't. Yeah. I don't recognize the FCC authority, and they don't. And the government doesn't own the airwaves. All right. And when it comes down to it, FCC is nothing but a government appointed organization. It's not elected. It's appointed by the president.
I get it.
And
we just happened to we had a tornado here like 5 years ago, and the ham radio guys banded together. They had a whole system, and they all took their own place, and they reported, and they made sure everybody was safe, and you knew instantly like that. I just wanted to be able to contribute like that for other people. So
in emergency, according to their rules, you don't need a license to do that.
Yeah,
in an emergency.
It was just a goal I wanted to do. I wanted to have a license. I wanted to have a ham radio license because it was so. Because in that tornado event, it was so scary. And those guys, man, they saved my family's life. I mean, we knew when it was over and blah blah blah. And I just had
totally get
high
it.
regard for
I totally get it.
Yeah. And so I just wanted to join. I just wanted to join their group,
Right. Yeah.
And believe me, they feel like me and you too. These are all mostly veterans and smart genius people with that work at NASA and other places. It's just when you turn on the ham radio, Anarchy, you hear such great people. Yeah.
So I have the yellow crank radio also. What is that just for like emergency?
That could be the emergency systems, the weather. Yeah. Emergency weather broadcasts and emergency systems. I'm sorry if I interrupted you, Anarchy. Yeah.
No. And Bonnie, you can get all those frequencies, the emergency weather radio and all that stuff. You can get those and program them into your Bofang radio also. And also, a lot of them already have them pre-programmed in. But
antenna makes a big difference. Yep, John. Antenna makes a huge difference. Yeah.
Good night.
That's like the most important part of the radio, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The antenna.
Yeah.
And that's another thing too. Like I've actually, I've been experimenting with a lot of stuff over the years when it comes down to radio, and I've made a lot of mistakes, learned from my mistakes and stuff like that over the years. Ham radio and stuff like that is nothing really new to me. And also, I at one time was thinking about actually getting a license, but then I just decided not to. I did all the learning. I can pass a test, like no problem. I can pass a test. Yeah, I can pass a test. I just don't. I don't really want to give an extortion fee to the government just to be able to talk. And then, honestly, FCC doesn't. The FCC doesn't do anything. Like you were talking about David, when it comes down to the emergencies and all that stuff, FCC has nothing to do with any of that. That is nothing but radio operators that came together and put their own time and their own money into it. They're the ones that actually did it. The FCC has nothing to do with it. They just want to regulate and actually and create a revenue source out of it. All
I know.
right? And
I know. It's just I have massive respect for ham radio operators,
right?
And I wanted to be part of their club. You know what I mean? It's like
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
It's like I for 30 years I've had a hairdresser license. I could cut, I cut hair for 30 years. Do I need this? Do I need the state to give me a license for that? No. But in order to play the game and I had
I mean, that's why I say we just need to eliminate the licensing altogether. Because quite honestly, it doesn't do anything to create more people into the hobby. It doesn't do anything to prosper the hobby. The people that get on the radio, well, the people that get on the radio are the ones that actually create, more invitation to newer people into the hobby, not the FCC. All right, and then when it comes down to it, like I said, I've said this before, we as radio operators, we as individuals getting our own equipment, getting on the air and actually talking and all this other stuff, we become the infrastructure. All right. Yeah. We don't need their cell towers. We don't need their infrastructure, like with cell phones and all this other computer stuff. We don't need all that stuff. We become the infrastructure ourselves. All right. And that's just, we as individuals, we put our own time, we all put our own money and our own, sweat and tears, putting stuff up, like antennas and blah, 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 and that's another thing too. Like I said, at one time I was thinking about it, but I decided not to. I just decided to just learn. I can pass the test up to,
I'm sure you could. Well, I'm listening to you. I'm sure you could pass it. I mean, it was just something that I wanted to. I think that these guys are so important that I wanted to be involved in that. I just
I get that feeling.
Yeah,
I get that feeling because there's a lot of people that has invited me to their groups. I just don't really get along with a lot of people for some reason, and unfortunately, there are a lot of what I call sad hams out there. The ones that are the little tattletales, the ones that sit there and bitch and moan about a lot of this stuff. There was actually people when that Hurricane Helene came through. There was actually what I call the sad hams that were bitching about people that were actually asking for help that didn't have a license. You know what I mean? They were complaining.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Well, you remember when you remember a few years ago when California had all the wildfires and they were trying to get all the repeaters taken down. Remember that?
Yes. Yeah, the government was trying to classify a ham operator as not an essential service.
Yeah, So that's I don't know. It's just something I've had only good experience where I'm at. So I wanted to be involved, and that's all. And it became a goal. I wanted to see if I could pass the test, and I did.
I mean, there are for the people at this moment, because we do have the licensing scenario when it comes to the ham, there are alternatives for all you guys out there that don't really want to go through all that.
Because they have that new one, right? The one with the family. Like if, for instance, they have that new system, you'll know it, Anarchy, but it's like if I took the test and passed, my whole family could use it. You know what I mean? That
GMRS. GMRS. Yeah.
Yeah.
But even then, you're paying what? I don't know. It depends on where you're at or whatever. But I think it's like $10 or $15 a year or something like that for that.
Magic will come back to that just a second.
Yeah.
It's still an extortion fee, and you're paying for a license and stuff like that. All right, but the thing is,
I agree. I'm against.
There is that. It's just not. It's a very minimal test when it comes down to GMRs. But like I said, there are alternatives. You got the FRS frequencies. You got the MERS frequencies that you can get to all of those on those little both-bang radios, and then you also have CB radio. And then
even Echolink, you have to have a ham radio license for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you also, what is it? Zello or something like that,
Yeah.
where they incorporate computers into the whole thing.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's a lot of different things you can do with radio. Like for instance, like you can actually go keyboard to keyboard. You can actually use keyboard to keyboard over the radio. Doing that, you can actually talk to satellites. You can talk to the International Space Station.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different things you can do, and depending on what you're wanting to do and what do you want to use it for. Like on the prepper type scenario, it's nice to have these radios, but it's also you have to know how to use them. If it comes
Right.
down to an emergency, for instance, all right, and you don't have anything programmed into your radio, but you got a brand new radio and all that stuff been sitting there and all that stuff, well, what do you do now? If you don't even know how to even program
Here's
your
a
radio
question
to.
for you. Bring that from the chat. Echo, hi Echo, good to see you, by the way. Echo says, how good are they when scramblers are used, though? And then my other question for you is about an EMP, which might be the same
Yeah.
category.
No, I don't think I don't know that you could scramble. I mean, I don't think you could.
You can jam the frequency. You can just jam it. That's basically scrambling. When it comes down to scrambling and stuff like that, that's mostly radio to radio or your own stuff. Like even this UV5RM that I've got right here, it has the capability to scramble. Like for instance, if I have another person that has that same radio, we can set that setting in where nobody else can understand what we're talking about, but we can understand what we're talking about.
Yeah, because
Okay.
like with the
Go ahead.
UV5R,
Final thought real quick, David, because I do want to hear from Magic. She's been trying to get up all night, and she finally got
okay.
up here, and then we totally shifted gears. So I want
Sorry,
to come
my
back to
bad.
Magic for a second. No, that's okay. I love what you're sharing, and we've talked about doing a whole radio, like a beginner level radio.
Well, I'm not coming up on that. I hate this. I hate talking about radio. No, but like when I used when I used to pick my daughter up at school, like I could tune in and find like the walkie-talkies they were using and hear what they were saying. So yeah, you can hear everything. You can beat the scrambling thing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Magic, thanks for coming up. I'm glad it finally worked and connected. I know we were talking about all the money and everything and maybe going back to like the metals standard. Is that what you were kind of thinking about?
Yeah, we're going to go to the quantum system is what we're going to go to. And it's backed by precious metals.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I wanted to say, really.
I've been hearing more about that.
Trying to decide. Huh?
Mm-hmm. I've been hearing more about that. So it's basically, to me, it sounds like it's like a metals backed crypto system, right?
Honestly, I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I have a lot of information on my Telegram channel about it, but yes, I do know that that's what it is. And that, at some point, our money system's going to have to revalue. We're going to have a revaluation of our money. So that's going to have to happen too, to do it all, to get it to switch it all over to the quantum system. But they've been working on it since Trump was in office. That was one of his executive orders. If you go back and look at his executive orders that he signed when he was in office last time, it talks about that as well.
Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting to see. We definitely know they're planning for some kind of monetary change in their systems. And now, of course, we're talking about this when Neil went down. But
the key, in my opinion, if there is going to be a way where they're going to say it's backed by whatever metal, say gold or gold and silver, but I still think you could include nickel and copper as well.
I heard
it's going to be all precious metals will be gold. It's not going to be just gold and silver. It's going to be all precious metals. Will be backed by
monetary metals. Yeah. So the key is, like, if you're given a digital facsimile of that, it has to be transferable back so that you can actually get the physical metal in your hand, right? Then it'll work. But every system that I've seen proposed where they're going to do that, it's never a one-to-one transferability back to the physical metal, right? Gold, silver, whatever. And that's the key, in my opinion.
Well, that's how they screwed us with the fiat currency that we have today, because at first they were saying that you could transfer your bills back into gold, but then they stopped doing that. Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Like like they usually do. They say it's going to be one way, and then they adjust it to make it worse.
Yeah. Nothing is ever temporary with the government. It always becomes permanent.
Right.
But yeah, and the quantum scenario too. I mean, they're actually they're trying to get that into communications also. It's getting into that realm of quantum communications. But
Yes.
but even then, it's like this quantum like computing and stuff like that is a big deal, because like I said, it incorporates into that AI system and blah blah blah, which digital currency has to come into and blah 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 and all that stuff. It's all incorporated. It's all part of the whole big system that they want to put in place. Where they that's one of the other reasons why Starlink is important also, because they want every inch of this planet to get Wi-Fi.
Yep. Starlink
Did the
is part
radios
of it.
did the radios work in North Carolina whenever all that happened? Or
Yes.
did they have any communication at all?
Yes,
radios
they
did
had.
work?
There was a major repeater. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Was it Pikes Peak? I think it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was a major repeater that was relaying a lot of information when it comes down to rescue or supplies or whatever. It was a big deal.
Yeah,
And-
the repeaters, they're not going to fail. These guys have put them up there, and the AXA and the ham radio operators maintain and pay for these repeaters. And I know some people say I don't need a license, whatever. I'm saying that I'm so proud of these people that do this work for free that I wanted to join their club. So I jumped through the hoops because I wanted to be a part of these veterans and these just smart, good people. Right?
Did you just get a technician license?
Yeah, so far. But
Okay.
I'm just saying that
John, it's just because
I wanted to be a part of these are people that are really trying to communicate and save people. And I wanted to be a part of that. Yeah. So I get it. You don't need a license, blah, blah, blah. But you might be saying that as you have a driver's license. You know what I mean? You have a driver's license, but you're going to cut it off. I mean, come on. I mean, I wanted to be a part of people that actually help people. Ham radio operators are mainly veterans, a lot of veterans.
So what I'm trying to understand is, okay, we're talking about cryptocurrency, we're talking about radios, and we're talking about Starlink. So isn't all of that connected pretty much?
Well, no, a repeater is like on a tower or on top of a tall building. It's not up in the atmosphere. It's a localized thing, right? So that I could reach it from my radio and it could bounce to your radio. And it's a zoned specific thing. But then with the internet, like Echolink, from that repeater, you could have a node at your house and that localized thing could reach Florida. So now we could cover a massive area.
Yeah, I know somebody that's got on that system that has their radio in California, and they were in New York, still keying up on their radio, talking.
Yeah,
and it's
So
interesting what the capabilities, and the more advanced that the technology gets, the better the radio scenario gets. Actually,
but with the ham rate, you don't need that. You don't need power or the internet or anything. With ham radio, you just have to have power in your radio. The repeater's got power, and you can communicate. If an EMP or anything else happened, you could still communicate.
Okay, so that's separate from the crypto and the Starlink.
Yeah, it's separate.
It's separate, absolutely separate. Yeah, Starlink Starlink's like a satellite internet-based thing. This is just
Yes.
using the airwaves. This is like an advanced walkie-talkie system, but they've already got repeaters set up in different places.
But what I'm saying is, to use your crypto, you would have to have the internet. Is that correct?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
That was what I was getting at, not the radios.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then when it comes down to EMPs and stuff like that, there are ways of protecting your equipment from an EMP. If an EMP was to happen and it was to knock out all electronics here in the US, for instance, yeah, the internet would go down. Your crypto is worthless because you can't access it. You
Right.
couldn't even, you can't even buy anything, with a credit card at a store because there's no internet.
So at that point,
I'm more of an analog type of guy anyway. You know what I'm saying? Analog
yeah,
is.
I agree. At what point? How much is my Bitcoin worth? At that point, Wingnut?
Yeah, zero.
Yeah, 0.0. Yeah.
Yeah.
Toilet paper's worth more at that point.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing.
Listen, you guys, real quick. I do need to wrap this up sometime soon, but I have a really kind of weird rabbit hole video I thought I'd like to share with you guys just to get all your input. It's pretty brief, but are you guys okay switching gears, or maybe final thoughts on the whole radio thing before we switch gears?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
What channel? What socket wrench do we need for the gears you're switching to?
They're virtual, so you can choose.
Okay, cool. All right.
Okay, so this I don't know if any of you guys watch Redacted, and I'll be curious to hear your thoughts on this, but
Sure.
I've been kind of following them off and on for a while. I think for the most part they share news that seems very straightforward. I agree with a lot of what they say, which doesn't mean it's right, but I'm just saying I also agree with a lot of what they say. They cite their sources, they seem to share good information. But I came across this snippet and I just wanted to share it with you guys. I don't know, it's got my radar going off a little bit, and I just wanted to get your guys' input on this. So this is from, I think, 2 days ago, and Anti, if you would drop the link. The name of this one is something like, I'll have to find it because I didn't share it. It starts with boom, boom. Trump just dropped a bombshell on Washington, D.C. Okay, so this is about 22 minutes in, and it's just a few minutes long, but you'll see what I'm talking about in just a second. So go ahead and watch this, and then we'll come back and talk.
Elizondo. You had a number of other individuals, Rear Admiral Tim Godet also there speaking. So you had some pretty powerhouse individuals speaking in front of the Congress today. Michael Schellenberger put out 212 pages of UFO evidence and government cover-ups to Congress. He handed that over. In fact, he had to basically tell Congress, hey, you guys, there's a secret program at the Pentagon. It's called Immaculate Constellation. You guys should probably know more about it. And that's one of the big things that they were discussing today during this hearing, that they have thousands of high-quality UFO images, videos, FLIR camera images, all of it. You had Luis Elizondo, of course, who worked in the Pentagon. He just stated under oath that the government UAP program secrecy is, quote, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos. We all know that, but watch.
Over the last decade and a half, I learned that certain UAP programs were and are operating without any of these elements. Although much of my government work on the UAP subject still remains classified, excessive secrecy has led to grave misdeeds against loyal civil servants, military personnel, and the public, all to hide the fact that we are not alone in the cosmos.
Yes, we are not alone in the cosmos. I think we all know that. And some very important, though, on the record discussions about how these alien craft travel using etheric energy. We're done past the bodies part of this whole hearing. We got that. We know that we have bodies, right? We know that we have the craft. So how exactly are they traveling? And finally, we started getting questions about etheric energy, about 0-point energy. I encourage you to watch my deep dive interview about the disappearance of MH370 Malaysian Airlines with physicist Ashton Forbes. I think it has almost 2 million views here on the channel. I go and watch that interview. He's astonishing. Nikola Tesla knew about etheric energy. And then, of course, they stole all those documents and they hid all of this technology right after he died. The FBI did, of course. So UFOs have a way of extracting energy from the environment, from the air, negative energy, and it's all free. That's the thing. All of this energy is free. And so this is one of the big disclosure things we might now see under Tulsi Gabbard as head of the Director of National Intelligence. Also, the new director of the CIA, which we'll get to in a second. So a lot of big revelations specifically around the technologies piece during this 2-hour hearing today, which I watched. But Representative Luna asks specifically about UFO energy sources and whether or not it would impact humanity for the better or for the worse. Of course, it would be for the better, but, we got to do this little dog and pony show, but watch.
Perspective is A, that true? B, are you guys hearing the reports of that? And C, I think moving forward in regards to technology, Mr. Gold, if you can answer this real quickly, some of these aircraft, it seems that they are operating off of energy that we don't currently have. But just yes or no, in your opinion, if we were able to obtain that, would that impact humanity for the better or negative?
Would certainly save us some money on funding on Artemis.
Definitely.
And this is a national security issue that if there is such technology out there, we're not the only country that might have access to it. We don't want to be on the wrong end of technological surprise.
So yes, we have this technology. We've been using it for a long time. All of this technology is well known within the United States government. You're not idiots. And it's being used by the United States government as we speak. During this hearing today, whistleblower Rear Admiral Tim Godet said we have satellite video of UFOs, lots of them, in fact, and hopefully Congress will make mandatory to release these videos to the public. Again, he's an admiral. He sees it all. And by the way, he's specifically been on the beat talking about all of the underwater UFOs that have in the ocean off of U.S. Navy craft, that they see them regularly. Talk to any person who's been on one of these U.S. Navy destroyers for any length of time. They've all seen them, by the way. Talk to them. Journalist Michael Schellenberger said we have full motion video, FLIR camera videos, infrared videos of UFOs. And by the way, he talked about low Earth orbit satellites. So we have all of these low Earth orbit satellites that are able to capture in color these UFOs, full color video, just like this. This one was leaked by a whistleblower, of course. This is MH370, the missing Malaysian Airlines. And watch as the 3 UFOs that in perfect triangular formation come right around MH370. And zoom right here. Here, there's the second one. And here the third UFO comes in. And then you'll watch as then, of course, using this etheric energy, the 0-point technologies, make the craft disappear. And so the United States government is responsible for this. Watch as then the airliner disappears. Right here, I believe. Right after this cloud. Watch. Here we go. This is an unbelievable video. And it's been confirmed. This is 10-year-old video, by the way. There we go. Disappears. And that aircraft, of course, gone. What? So 0-point technologies, they've been recovered from these UFOs. The United States government has them. The capabilities of this technology are monumental. We're talking faster than light travel. Imagine never needing to get in an airplane again because we already have this technology, but they're keeping it from you because they like to charge you for energy, of course. Instantaneous travel, unlimited energy that's pulled from the atmosphere. By the way, Trump's new head of the CIA, I'm hoping that he is going to disclose this. This is John Ratcliffe. He has been pushing for UFO disclosure. He will now be at the head of the CIA. He was trying to get this done while he was head of DNI or at DNI. Now Tulsi Gabbard will be at DNI. So hopefully as head of the CIA under Trump, we'll see more of this. So yeah, more on, and by the way, we're trying to get the Rear Admiral Tim Godet on the show.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there. What do you guys think about that? I'm really curious, like what your reactions are to that footage of the plane allegedly disappearing. Do you guys remember that plane? That Malaysian flight?
It looked to me like
I
it
remember
was
seeing it.
CGI. I'll just leave it at that.
What was that, Jam?
It looked to me like it was CGI. It didn't look real to me.
Doesn't that just look so fake?
I've been into this stuff my whole life, listening to Art Bell, like I've always said on my web, but on my thing. But at the end of the day, after hearing all this nonsense, and then once the government's now getting involved, I have to say, it breaks my heart to say, I don't believe in any of it. Yeah. I don't believe in any of it. I don't believe in aliens or UFOs.
Pyramids
I don't
thoughts here,
believe in any
giant
of it.
hoax, framing it all as
Yeah.
threats for the military-industrial complex funding. I could be
Yeah.
wrong. Shit, I don't know.
I don't,
That's where my mind goes to, pyramid. And welcome,
I
by
don't,
the way. I saw you come in earlier.
I don't
Yeah,
believe
right,
in any of it.
Benjamin.
Yeah.
Project Bluebeam incoming. I feel like this is like
Yeah.
laying the groundwork for it. And so, what I was saying earlier about this channel, I've had this conversation with a few different people, for months, several months, about whether redacted is kind of what's it called, controlled opposition. And I don't know, because like I said, do any of you guys watch this channel regularly? I'm just curious. Like,
I've seen the stuff, yeah, but I think the more that these people jump in and it's no fun anymore. It's all ridiculous. I think it's just
it does not
absurd.
say one way or the other.
It was cool when it was back on AM radio and people were speculating and we were wondering, but now I think that, it's like, oh, we're gonna, this administration's gonna admit it and not admit it. Just quit with the wishy-washy stuff. We can all handle it if there's something. There's nothing there. There's no there. There's no there there.
I was just surprised to see him speaking so matter-of-factly about something that to me looks so incredulous. And it's not that I don't believe, I've talked about this lots of times. I think the technology that we see is 20 to 50 years. I mean, that's what they've said and has been proven, is 20 to 50 years behind the technology that exists. So it didn't show it in this clip. I don't know if I cut off too soon or if it was a little before this, but he literally was talking about this ethereal energy being able to, that a whistleblower, it's always an unnamed whistleblower, had said that they had seen a leg being regenerated using this. And it made me think of the people who follow QAnon and talk a lot about the med beds. And to me,
oh God, with the med
beds. I think there's probably technology that is being, I think it's very likely that there are all sorts of technologies that are being hidden from us. But I am not to this place yet. That's for sure. And that video is definitely not going to be the thing that convinces me.
No. And I think if we do have technologies that we're not using, it goes back into history, like what's under the Vatican, not what's in outer space. And with the med beds, come on, these are people, these are the same people that were telling us, oh, they're going to give you all your money back. They're just like, you remember that when they were gonna have
Benjamin,
the SARA.
Yeah, I mean, come on, and people were just sending money in, and the same people that were broke and wishing that there were med beds. Like if you're sick, you're wishing there's a med bed, but like these people are terrible, man. I mean,
and I used to watch Redacted until he started using the clickbait titles. Oh my gosh, we're doomed. We're gonna die.
Well, that's
meanwhile,
a good point. Dee makes a good point here. She said, I think that sometimes people become paid opposition without realizing it. Lots of us are easily steered. I think that's valid, because I think, it is possible. They seem very genuine to me. So, it could be he's genuinely wrong, that he believes in something that is not really true. And but he fully believes it.
Hypnosis, mind control, all these things are deployable tactics.
I know Magic. Magic thinks med beds are true. I've heard this, and
no.
I would love for it to be true. My mind's not there yet.
There's a lot of Christians, and sometimes because you want to believe something, that believe in aliens and med beds and stuff like this, guys. But like, I think it's the first page on the Bible that if you're a Christian, you say, I'm a Christian, and you're going on about the Bible and shaming people. Isn't it the first page in the Bible where it says there's a firmament? Right?
I don't think that's the first page, but I don't, and it wouldn't say in the Bible that we're Christians, because that came after Christ.
But what I'm saying,
but I hear what you're saying, though.
But what I'm saying is, Bonnie, you're right. It's in the first book. And also these same people make their claims about this stuff how could we have aliens if there's a firmament?
I've wondered the same thing.
Well, I tend to think that aliens are demons or fallen angels or something along those
All right.
lines, because I do believe in the Bible, but I also believe in the firmament, and I'm still kind of, my mind's not made up on what exactly.
Well, if they're
that
angels or demons, why do they need like an aircraft or a CGI aircraft? You know what I mean? Like
That's
it's just like
you'd know
it's
it's
just like it's like
Can I
it's
ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Well, I don't know.
What is more scary? That there are many, many civilizations all over the universe, or we're the only ones?
I don't think either is necessarily scary.
No.
I'm not necessarily in
Neither.
fear thinking that there's, I used to think that the universe, yeah, you're next, David. I used to think that the universe was so expansive that like it made sense to me that there would be other beings out there. But now I don't really feel that way. I think that we are made in God's image, and I don't think that all beings were created in God's image. We as humans are. So I tend to think that, more the earth-centric model, that we really are the center of the created universe. And I don't know if that physically looks that way or not, but I think that that's the reality of it. That's what pissed off Lucifer, because he wanted to be the center of the universe, not us, not we're his God's most loved creations, because we were made in his image.
If they wanted to do us harm, would have already done it.
Right. Okay, David, what were you going to say?
What I was going to say is whether we're the only ones or there's lots more, the scary thing, Wingnut, is what we've done as a civilization, not knowing what we've done to our communities here on Earth, not knowing. So if there's more civilizations or we're the only one, we are disgusting as a people, what we've done here.
Yeah, if we're the only ones, we're fucked.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
we've done a terrible job. We've not taken our own inventory. We're looking to find others. We've done a horrible job here. I mean, every city's got poverty. I mean,
That's why they're trying so hard to get to outer space, because
it's ridiculous.
Something better because of what we've done here.
Maybe
we don't even take care of the people we know here, and we're looking for other people. I mean,
well,
it's terrible. Human nature. But
go
I
back
think
to what
that,
Bonnie was saying. Go back to what Bonnie was saying. When Americans helping Americans, all right, we have the capability of doing this, but we have been programmed that we need to depend on the government to do that for us. We need somebody else to do it for us. You know what I mean?
Really quickly, I want to address this comment from Cola. Cola said Jake Paul got in what looked like a tanning bed with red lights and said it helped with rejuvenating stem cells. My first thought was, is that a med bed? I've heard this and I agree. And I think there can be technology that has to do with light, that has to do with frequencies and all sorts of things that can be healing that that's not too far-fetched to me to believe there could be something like that. But when you're talking about...
That's for the billionaires, Indy.
It'll probably be for them first. If it exists, it's for them already.
Well, they don't live. Even the billionaires don't live past 100. I mean, they just don't. That's like Bonnie. What was the thing with the different things you're going to get paid back? That was the that was the Q wish thing, to sell everybody, send me money because it's going to be okay, because med beds are coming and you'll be all right. When my mom had cancer, if I could, I'll tell my mom, oh, just send me $1,000 and I'll get you hooked up with a med bed. I mean, that's just nonsense, because there's no med beds. Guys, you can't lay in a bed if your organs are fucking shutting down. They're shutting down.
Bonnie, what were you going to say?
There's nothing you can do.
I did see a video of a clinic that had these beds. They were calling them med beds. They're not what people were told in the beginning, but they're like,
I agree with that, Anna.
To me, it sounded like more of a diagnosis
Yeah.
instead of a treatment, but it is for the very rich. It's very expensive even going that. So it's not like it was told to us that these would be available for everybody, that they're going to start with the children. That's why we hadn't heard about them. I mean, there was a whole bunch of stories coming out about those,
I
and
agree with that too, Dee.
You know what's interesting
not
about the
seeing
human
it.
body? We have a lot of like vital organs that could suffer damage, right? But say we die and we're just laying there, we're just a bunch of leftover vital organs. What's missing? The soul, right? The soul. There's a soul, but you can't repair those vital organs. And you might ask, why did God make us so vulnerable, right? Why couldn't we do that? Why can we get a new? You could try. We've been trying to put new livers and stuff like that, but the thing is, the soul is who we are, right? The soul is who we are.
Right.
Well, it comes
So
down
we
to
have to live this life. We have to live this life the best way we can till our vital organs, our very vulnerable vital organs wear out, that have an expiration date from our creator, which is true. We didn't turn into humans from a amphibian. But what's missing when we leave this earth is the soul, right? The soul and the spirit. That's the real thing that they try to shut down, but it's a real thing. Like my soul right now is talking, and a lot of people might be saying, "I wish David would shut his soul down," but I can't because I'm very creative and passionate, and I know other people are too. And I'm just trying to always tell people that that's what's important is that soul.
Yes.
Well, when it comes down to the whole transhumanism type of agenda, also because the elite, when it comes down to it, the billionaires of the world, they do have these miracle type med beds or whatever you want to call them. You know, they do have these things, but their ultimate goal is to transfer consciousness, our soul, into a robot body so they become immortal and they can rule forever. All right, and that's the goal, is because they want to become gods, because they consider immortal a god. All right, and that's like going back to what Indy was saying when it comes down to angels and gods and stuff. They're just aliens from another planet. You know, the Nephilim, and all the Anunnaki. They're all aliens from another planet or another dimension, probably. But they're not of this planet. They're not of this world. All right, and they were able. If you you read through like the Book of Enoch, when it comes down to the Nephilim, they were the children of the Anunnaki. And they looked like us. Some of them were just bigger. They were taller. Whatever, but they looked like us, and they had the same anatomical type stuff, so they can have sex with the women of. And
This
that's
is
how
like a
they created the
Harlequin novel
children.
now. It's turning into Harlequin novel.
But I'm just saying, it's like,
No, you're right.
this is their goal, is because they want to achieve that immortality, and these med beds, they will not be accessible to the average people because they want to keep it for themselves, that's why a lot, we'll probably never in our lifetime, as it stands right now, we'll never see them. It's same thing with all the UFO, whatever you want to call them, the UAP type technology. We'll never see it because they want to keep that technology to themselves. It's a state of power. If there was unlimited energy, they couldn't put a damn meter on it and charge us for it. If there was unlimited travel, you were able to blink from here to Paris, you know what I mean? There would be no need to charge you for an airplane ticket.
Well, and if
what I
that
mean?
technology exists, then is there time travel? Because that seems more likely than.
Well,
it
time
goes
and
down this
space are
whole
connected.
this whole rabbit hole of like, just I don't know. To me, I don't think it's true. I don't think it's reality. I think it's a distraction.
Time and space are connected. They're actually part of the same. It goes into the quantum realm.
Right.
That's the reason why they're trying to further the quantum computer and the quantum type technology, is because under quantum physics, in a sense. That's why I look into it on the communications thing. You'd be able to talk to somebody in another universe or another dimension at the blink of an eye using quantum technology. All right,
Like
this
the movie
same thing.
Frequency.
Yeah,
Indy,
because
I wanted to
Ooh,
just
that'd be a good backstage speakeasy. Somebody remind me of that. We should do Frequency, that movie, as a backstage speakeasy. Sorry,
Indy.
David, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to make a statement. It's only going to take an hour, so all right, hold on.
We've got about 2 minutes tops.
All right, so everybody mute their mic. No, this is a great conversation. You guys are fantastic. No, this is something that you could go on and on about. I mean,
Yeah, I know. And sorry to throw it out here right at the end, but I wanted to get to that and just hear your guys' perspective on it because, anyway, sorry. Go ahead, David. Real quick thought, and then we got to wrap things up. But go ahead.
I don't have any real quick thoughts. All my thoughts are long and bloated. All right.
Most of ours are.
So I'll be quiet. But no, hey, thanks for inviting me up here again, and everybody for watching, and blah blah blah.
Appreciate it, David. Thanks for
maybe I'll go live tomorrow. I don't know, unless I don't
I'm
feel
always
like
keeping
it.
an eye out for when you
All
go
right,
live.
keep
David.
an eye out, because last Saturday I did, but I was overserved. But maybe I'll keep it
Thanks,
Jan. Yeah.
I wanted to point out this comment here from Echo real quick. It says, and they want to normalize ambrosia. And for those of you who might not know what ambrosia is, it's
Disney movie
young
from
blood
the
is
80s.
another word for it, but there's other words we can't say on this platform that start with M-K. But that I wondered that too, if that's what all of the med bed technology and all that is supposed to be, is actually a cover up for what they're really doing. That's so disgusting. So I don't know. Interesting thought.
My last final thought is Little Nell, that from the Rocky Horror Picture Show. I met her 2 weeks ago, and she signed this doll for me. Look at that.
Awesome.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. That's very cool.
I don't know if you can see the autograph, but
you know what? Let me put you really quickly up. There you go.
Transsexuals from outer space.
Yeah, there we go. We can see it. That's awesome.
Yeah. I've loved Little Nell my whole life, and I got to meet her last week, and
that's cool.
Yeah. So listen, that's what matters. All in all this stuff, all these topics, it's like live your best life always and take advantage of things that you get to do. Like meet Little Nell,
right?
Who told me to vote for Kamala when I met her. So one of the things is never meet your heroes, but also meet your heroes, because fuck it, it's just great, and but thanks, Indy, for having me up. I'm sorry if I talk too much, but that's who I am. That's exactly who I am.
Yeah, David, thanks for coming up, and thanks for your closing thoughts. Anybody else have some closing thoughts before we wrap things up with the final song?
I was going to say I do watch that Redacted every so often, but I actually have been watching the hearing on a live stream for the past 2 days. Not continuously, but I've been watching it off and on, and it is interesting though. I mean, the thing is they keep on talking about they don't want to release any of this. The major information is because it's like a state was a national security issue. They don't want other countries to know our weaknesses and stuff like that. And I'm sitting there thinking in my mind, it's like, if we have these technologies and stuff, I don't consider that a weakness. You know what I mean? The only problem is like if there are other crashes that happened in different parts of the world, so there are other countries that have crashes or they've recovered crashes and stuff like that.
I don't necessarily think though that that's alien technology. I think that could be just technology that's being run by different governments or organizations or private organizations.
Okay. but where did that technology information come from? That's the thing.
Well, if the technology is 20 to 50 years ahead of where they tell us it is, then it's come from us. It's just we funded it, I'm sure. But if it's
Well, I
not
mean,
alien technology, I don't.
on that note,
But
also, I
we
mean,
can look back at the past too. I know there's all the mud floods and all the ideas of it might have come from our past and been
well, I
from us
mean,
now.
Yeah, some
it's quite
technology is
possible that it was actually time travel, people from the future that actually came back. You know what I mean? That's where this technology is coming from, is from actually from the future. Because I honestly think that time travel does exist, and it just may not exist right now, if you understand what I'm saying.
There's the
Because
quote of the
time and
night,
space
John.
are equal. I mean, they're the same thing. It's not a parallel line. It's what I mean. The past, present, and future are all the same. You know what I mean? It's just that
So
we
what
are
tech,
experiencing it in
Right.
a different.
I see that. I see that too. And that
so
to
what
me, I mean,
tech,
I just to relate it all back, but that's biblical too, because God is in all times at all times. He's omnipresent. So there's, a precedent for that as well. But go ahead,
If
Bonnie.
somebody had the
I,
ability to travel time and space, then time doesn't exist to them, basically. Because time, the past, present, and future doesn't exist. That's what I would say, because time doesn't exist. It's just that it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Because then you can go anywhere at
Yeah,
any
yeah.
time, at any
It's
time, at
tomato,
any
tomato,
moment.
I think, which way you say it. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Bonnie.
Sorry.
so then I would have to wonder, okay, how do you explain the Bermuda Triangle and what technology was
Thanks,
used
Steve.
there? Final thoughts. Let's see. We covered a lot of stuff tonight.
You really did. I know. There's a whole section of stuff we didn't cover, though, that I'm going to move right into next week. So stay tuned.
So I won't go into any of that.
I'm not. Not right
Just
now.
thank you for having me up here. It, I don't know why my screen just went for a while there, and so I
Blessings,
couldn't
fish.
mute or anything. I was just kind of be quiet and just sit here and wait.
Thanks for
And
being
then,
here, Bonnie.
thank you. I always appreciate it. And awesome, amazing chat. They make me laugh. Benjamin, you have more between your ears than space.
Anti is dropping the panel's links. Please make sure you're subbed up to everybody. Stay in touch, you guys. And everybody here has amazing content on their channels too. So go check everybody out. Thank you, Anti. A huge, huge thank you to JM for coming up and sharing links tonight and being here. Always appreciate you. And, Bran, thank you so much for being here for when you can be. JM's always like the pinch hitter who comes in and saves me when Bran can't be here. So you are very much appreciated. And then also, again, a huge thank you to Steve Harloa for sharing his StreamYard with me. Appreciate that so much. I even used some of the bells and whistles a little bit tonight with the different layouts.
Oh, you got a great team. You have a great team, Indy.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
It goes deep with like a lot of the people that have been in the chat too.
Absolutely.
A lot of people working together. It's awesome to see.
Well, we are stronger together, and I'm so glad to know all of you. And thank you to each and every person who's been here tonight. Thank you to Anti and Snooks and all of my mods. Appreciate you all for sure. Okay. Any other closing thoughts, or do we want to jump into this song?
Jump. Might as well jump, like David Lee Ross said. You might as well
Just
jump.
Daddy Mac will make you.
You might as well jump.
Yeah, it's pinned at the top still. If you want to come on back for a minute, I won't. My family's going to be home soon, so I'll probably be muted, but we'll probably be back there just for a little bit to hang out. And if anybody else wants to come join the backstage, don't be shy. Come on up. It's easy.
Oh,
And
backstage? You're doing a backstage?
no, I won't be going long, but if anybody wants to come up for a few minutes, you're more than welcome. And then you'll also just get an idea of it for when we do the backstage speakeasies, because I definitely will be doing more of those soon. I've got a couple. I want to do Idiocracy. I'd like to do that movie Frequency, and then there's some like political, more political leaning rabbit holes and things I want to jump down backstage that we can't really share on here. So yeah, look
All
out.
right.
backstage speakeasies.
All right. All right.
Bonnie's streaming tomorrow if her computer cooperates, so make sure you're subbed up to Bonnie, and I'll likely see you there. Tate, much love for all your support. Thank you so much.
All right. I'm going to go up on Bonnie's tomorrow.
Much
What
love,
time,
Nana.
Bonnie, tomorrow?
8 p.m. Central. Thank you, Indy.
Uh-oh.
Awesome.
No, I'm just kidding. I won't do that to you, Bonnie.
All right.
No,
Thank
it's
you all.
gonna be a
Go ahead.
it's a relax.
Nice.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll relax.
See. We'll see how
I'll
it
calm
goes,
down.
right, Bonnie?
Yeah.
I'll come up
Hopefully.
and sell some calm down t-shirts then.
Calm down, David. Calm down.
All right, calm down. Hey,
I
Wingnut,
should
we got to
title
do a
it
radio
that.
show some night. So, you know.
Dude, I am trying to get a bunch of guys together for radio stuff, man, just so we can have a panel with a bunch of radio guys and talking about this stuff, especially for the prepper type community. I really think it's necessary.
Email me, dude. Email me. My email's right in my YouTube channel, right?
All right.
You know,
Yeah.
Get a hold of me,
Okay,
man.
guys, I got to wrap this up, especially if we're going to talk backstage for a minute. So I'm going to jump into this song. I think that's the link to Bonnie's Live if you already have that one set up, or at least to Bonnie's channel. Go make sure you set the notification if it's to the live. And again, thank you for dropping links for the panel and the playlist tonight. Okay, our last song I'm going to pull up here is one of the latest by Oliver Anthony. He's the one who did Rich Men North of Richmond. And I think his are still copyright free because he's independent. So I'm hoping I can get away with playing this. If you have kids around, there's some swearing in this song, just as a heads up. And I thought you guys would like hearing this one. You'll see. It's from right before the election results came out.
My kid's 18 now.
Oh yeah, mine are only 6 and 7, but you know,
18. My kid's 18. All right.
Shelly, much love. Thank you
Calm
again, everybody. Much love to you all. I'll see you around sometime soon. God bless.
I'm recording this on my cell phone, like back in the good old days. It's November the 4th at around 6:30 in the evening. And I don't know what the outcome will be tomorrow, but I wrote this song called It's About Time. Every day I dread tomorrow. Every day I dwell on the past. Am I going fucking crazy, or is everyone else? Is everyone else? I swear I'm losing my mind. Oh God, well, it's been a long time coming. I can feel this shift in my bones. I'm just the product of a simpler time. Should have just assumed and left alone. Lord, please don't forget me. I see you on the other side. It's been a long time coming. It's about time. 6 strings and a cell phone, and a young man running far from home. I left all I loved with what little I owned. Left tan lane of my leaving home. I have some dreams that I slowly let die. Every third shift punch down in North Carolina. And Mama would ask me how I'm doing. I tell her doing just fine. And then I'd hang up the phone and I'd break down crying with 6 strings and a cell phone. A young man running far from home. Well, they took down the statue of Robert E. Lee, but not the drugs and the thugs and the crime in the street. And there's 5,000 children with nothing to eat in the street sweeper slinging needles right up to your feet. Every day I dread tomorrow. Every day I dwell on the past. Am I going fucking crazy, or is everyone else? Is everyone else? I swear I'm losing my mind. Oh, God. Well, it's been a long, long time coming. I can feel this chill in my bones. I'm just the product of a simpler time. Should have just as soon been left alone. Lord, please don't forget me. I see you on the other side. It's been a long time coming. It's about time.